The sound of music plays. In the morning, the sunlight shines into her room. The alarm clock rings, and Fang Shu wakes up in a daze. His gaze is still blurry from sleep, but suddenly his pupils dilate, reflecting a blood-red color, his face drenched in sweat. He is stunned, stammering, This is... He looks up at the ceiling, which is covered in dense blood writings, looking extremely eerie. Fang Shu is incredibly shocked and scared, his face soaked with sweat mixed with a hint of anger. He wonders, what is this? Who scribbled all over my ceiling? Suddenly, the blood-red writings gradually disappear. He cannot believe his eyes. Wait, they're gone. They disappeared. The ceiling is spotless. He rubs his eyes hard. Could it be that he is seeing things, hallucinating, dreaming? But the words he saw just now looked too clear and real. Suddenly, his eyes widen in fear. As he steps down from the bed, he suddenly realizes that this is not his bedroom. He is stunned. He glances around the strange room in front of him. Where on earth is this? Fang Shu tries to stay calm to remember what happened last night. Where did he put the instant noodles he finished eating yesterday? On the bedside. Where are the 2 used toilet paper rolls that I crumpled and threw on the ground? What exactly happened? He held his face in pain, trying to think. His eyes lit up. A series of chaotic and strange memories flooded his mind. We were all orphans, similar in age and appearance, but our life trajectories were completely different. I was helped by a benefactor, entered a prestigious university, and had a bright future ahead. He dropped out of high school to work, being an ordinary real estate SO agent. He stared blankly at his 2 hands, wondering if he had crossed over to another body in a parallel world. He thought, but even after crossing over, what were those blood reddings? Fang Shui was dazed in the original host's memories. Nothing strange like this had ever happened. He tried to sift through the original host's memories. Suddenly, a sweet female voice called out, "Honey," and he opened his eyes wide in shock. She continued, "You should get up for breakfast." A beautiful girl dressed seductively approached and called, "Honey." He was stunned, thinking, did I get married this early in a parallel world? The girl spoke again, "Honey, you're awake? Come out and have breakfast." Looking at the attentive wife in front of him, he suddenly felt that transmigrating wasn't so bad. He looked at the seductively dressed girl in front of him and swallowed, gulping. He thought, if I hadn't transmigrated, I would never have found such a beautiful and gentle wife in this lifetime. Seeing that he didn't respond, the girl softly said again, "Honey, you're awake. Come out and have breakfast." Fang Shu was about to respond but hesitated, thinking, what should I call her? Honey, dear, love. Your face is flushed and almost steaming. Are you a good girl? After struggling with his thoughts for a while, Fang Shu coughed a few times. Forget it. Just calling her by her name would do. The original owner's body's memories should all be in his head. Let me search. Wife is... But strangely, seeing the result, Fang Shu was stunned. His wife's name, none. Dating history, none. Why there many. Special preferences, none. Favorite positions, none. Nothing at all. In fact, in the basic memories, this person doesn't even exist. Thinking of this, his heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the girl in front of him. So, this person called wife. The girl still stood there looking at him. She was still smiling gently, but now there was something a bit more terrifying behind it. Her eyes now had no whites or blacks, just swirling circles. He hesitantly asked, "Who are you?" The girl stood still. Suddenly she transformed into a terrifying demon, answering in a haunting voice, "Can you see me?" Fang Shu was terrified, but he tried to remain calm, responding, "I'm sorry, my mind is a bit confused. Let me think again." But she suddenly opened her mouth wide, sticking out a long, drooping tongue toward him, her hands filled with claws, roaring, "You see me?" Fang Shu was frightened, tears streaming down as he sobbed. That demoness lunged at him to devour him whole. Fang Shu suddenly wakes up in bed. He screams, "Ah!" Sweat pours down his face, dripping drop by drop. What is going on? Fang Shu's eyes dart around as he struggles to think. Wasn't I dead? Could it have just been a dream? Before he could even rejoice, the blood-red letters on the ceiling reappear. He gets angry. Damn it. This isn't a dream. The writing disappears again. He wonders, could that disappearing text be a warning, telling me to act like I didn't see it? No, that's not right. The owner of this body isn't blind. He's just an ordinary person, and from the memories, he's never even had a wife. He has always lived alone, never having heard or seen any unusual noises. Fang Shu sat on the bed, curled up in thought. The implication of that statement was that he couldn't let his wife know he could see her. He had to act as if his wife didn't exist. While Fang Shu was still lost in thought, the familiar voice of the girl from earlier rang out, "Husband, are you awake? Hurry up and eat breakfast." He tried to suppress his fear. Perhaps the only way to survive was to ignore her, just like the original owner of the body did. Even knowing this, sweat poured down his face. The girl suddenly moved closer and knelt beside him. "Husband, are you awake?" Fang Shu gripped the bedsheet tightly, trembling uncontrollably, trying to calm himself down. Don't make a mistake, don't move, don't look, or he'd definitely be killed instantly. Suddenly, she twisted her head 180 degrees, a terrifying sight. Fang Shu's face darkened, his eyes widened. Oh my God! Fang Shu gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down. This wasn't a normal move. She noticed something strange about him too, flashing a sinister smile, sticking out her drooling long tongue. Hee. Once again her tongue licked Fang Shu's face, sheer terror appearing on his face. You can see me." A scream echoed. And once again he died. Fang Shu suddenly woke up again, eyes wide open. He jolted awake, fists clenched in anger. Damn it, that damned woman. He looked at his trembling hands. Fang Shu held his head in despair, wondering what the hell was going on. Is this some kind of death progress, or is it an infinite loop where every time I die, I return to the starting point, like a game save? Just now, I didn't look at her, so she came closer on her own, meaning she had to confirm if I had seen her before acting. Thinking that, he grabbed his phone and used watching videos to divert her attention. At the same time, she appeared and said, "Honey, it's time to get up for breakfast." Seeing him on his phone, she leaned over and said, "Honey, why are you looking at other women right in front of me? Do you not like me anymore?" Fang Shu cursed in his mind, "Like hell I do." Suddenly, she leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Honey, I remember you're not nearsighted. Why are you holding the phone so close to your face? Could it be that you see me?" He was startled by her words, frightened. Could it be that even acting a little unusual isn't allowed? Stay calm. Seeing that she hadn't eaten him yet, he felt slightly relieved. Okay, at least she didn't react. But at this moment, his phone suddenly froze. No matter how he pressed, it wouldn't work. The screen suddenly showed his wife. "Honey, am I pretty?" Fang Shui was startled and dropped the phone onto the bed, jumping up and shouting, "Oh crap!" As soon as he said that, he realized he had made a mistake. At this moment, she was already right behind him, her creepy and terrifying face repeating the words, "You saw me. You saw me? And me. Wow, sure, wow, power me." This time, Fang Shu wasn't planning to wait around to die. He decided to try attacking her. "I saw your head." He clenched his fist and swung at her, but she quickly dodged. Then she immediately opened her mouth full of fangs. The demon bit off his hand. He screamed in pain, tears streaming down. "Stop! Ah!" The demon wasn't in a hurry to eat him but was busy enjoying the hand. Fang Shu seemed to have accepted the current situation, his expression devoid of fear and strangely indifferent. So this time he would be eaten, huh? He gradually lost consciousness and closed his eyes. So what would happen next time? Shui. Familiar scenes and phrases kept repeating. Breakfast, just breakfast. Husband, husband. It was that demon again with a gentle voice in disguise. For the 6th time he relived it, still being startled by his wife suddenly shoving her face close, dying from bad acting. He was utterly desperate, losing all reason. The horrific scene of his previous death was still vividly imprinted in his mind. He desperately wanted to escape this cursed room. Damn it, let me out. She knows that he can see me. The 8th time. I wanted to run, but I couldn't escape. If escape is impossible. This time she called him hubby again, saying it's time to get up for breakfast. Fang Xiu didn't refuse anymore but smiled and replied, "You're a great wife, really." He thought, maybe it's better to choose to enjoy it. He repeatedly went through countless deaths and resurrections at the hands of that demon. Yes, I can see you. Oh, I know, and see grown. Ah, ray. Ein, aid, ow, ire. After dying 13 times, all I wanted was to die for real. Fang Xiu no longer cared. He lowered his head. Some people are alive, but are essentially dead. Some people are crazy, but are incredibly sane. Death continued. 14, 15, 16 times. Through each death, I absorbed the memories of the original owner of this body, and gradually understood what kind of world this was. The only thing different from the previous world is, the strange horror stories in this world are bizarrely numerous. 18th time. Why do I keep dying and coming back to life? Who wrote the blood-red letters on the ceiling? And why do they disappear after I see them? Fang Xiu's weary eyes were etched on his face. What are they? Are all the urban legends created because of them? Fang Xiu sat up from the bed, continuing to ponder. Then he realized, it seems his wife is one of them. Fang Xiu's eyes now grew more resolute. She's just a demon. Fang Xiu hated her deeply. Die, 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 you deserve to die. As long as I live, you will certainly die. At that moment, she walked in. Honey, it's time to get up and have breakfast. This time, Fang Xiu didn't flinch and smirked inwardly. Every time it's her calling me awake, but from beginning to end, there's no physical contact with me. Thinking that, I stood up, determined to give it a try. Seeing me approach her, she asked, "Or do you want to eat me?" I thought, well then. Seeing me still standing still in front of her, she said, "Hubby, you see me right, Fang Xiu said nothing, leaning closer to her face. Then I walked through indeed. Fang Xiu moved with a determined attitude, realizing that she could only act after confirming that I could see her. Seeing that I still hadn't fallen for her trick, she stepped forward to say to Fang Xiu in a coy voice, "Hubby, I've made breakfast for you. Will you eat?" Fang Xiu sighed. The more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deceiving people. Saying she made breakfast, but in fact, she didn't make anything at all. He made a sandwich and brought it to his mouth to eat. Only by leaving this place could he go outside to search for clues about his wife and find out what's unusual about this world. His wife's face suddenly appeared on the dining table. "Honey, why aren't you eating the breakfast I made for you? Do you think my cooking skills aren't good enough?" He didn't pay attention, continued eating as usual. After finishing, he approached the door. The only option was to leave this place. But just as his hand touched the doorknob, her face appeared again, eyes filled with sadness. "Honey, please don't go outside. Can you stay home with me?" He was no longer afraid, shut the door and stepped outside. Only then will I have the chance to seek revenge. No one can live freely beyond the law after killing me 18 times. No one. He was determined. He must seek revenge. I will find a way to destroy the demon. Then return and kill her. But when the door opened, me made mouse saying, "Sir, I saw it dewy." Fang Xiu was horrified by the scene outside. His eyes were filled with fear. Is this hell? All around him was engulfed by demons. On the streets, in the sky, there were ferocious demons everywhere. The sight before him was terrifying. But Fang Shu widened his eyes and burst into laughter. He covered his face with his hand, laughing uncontrollably. He looked up at the sky and said strangely, "This bizarre world is really interesting." Suddenly, Fang Shu covered his mouth with his hand. Then he vomited outside. Ugh, cough, cough. At the same time, a child's voice rang out, "Uncle, what's wrong?" The girl's sudden appearance surprised him quite a bit. She looked to be about 4 or 5 years old, cutely sucking on a lollipop. The innocent little girl asked, "Are you sick, uncle?" Seeing the girl, Fang Shu tried to act like he was fine. "I'm okay, but you should call me brother." After saying that, he reached out and gently stroked the little girl's head, thinking to himself, "This girl is really adorable. If only I had such a cute daughter, that would be wonderful." However, the very next second the girl's cute face twisted into a demonic snarl, bearing sharp fangs as she said, "You can see me." Fang Shu froze in place. Then, he looked up. By now, the girl had grown enormous, the lollipop in her hand transforming into a white bone staff. She charged at him with a feral scream, shouting, "You can see me!" But this time, Fang Shu wasn't scared. Instead, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. He kept laughing. "Interesting. This is really interesting." Pointing at the monster in front of him, he continued, "But honestly, I like the way you look now even more, because this way I won't feel any guilt when I kill you." He kept talking. "There are so many monsters like you. There's no need to worry about running out of things to kill. This makes it so exciting." "You're all going to die," enraged by his words. The monster screamed and raised the bone staff in her hand. In the next moment, the stick struck Fang Shu's head, but he still laughed and said, "It's really exciting, you all have to die." The next second, Fang Shu was directly smashed, blood splattering everywhere. Very quickly, Fang Shu woke up once again from his sleep. At this moment, the madness on his face had disappeared, replaced by a calmness like still water. It was still his beautiful wife who approached the bed, calling to him, "Honey, it's time to get up, the sun is already overhead." He thought to himself, 20 breakfasts a day, that's really filling. At this time, he was sitting in some park outside. Not long after, the cute little girl appeared in front of him again. The only difference this time was that she wasn't sucking on a lollipop, but had a sad face, crying as she came over and said, "Uncle, I can't find my mom anymore. Can you take me home?" Fang Shu didn't respond. He thought to himself, after half a day of observation, it seemed like this world was filled with all kinds of demons. One type looked strange and irrational. Although it was aggressive, it was like air, unable to have any impact on things. He thinks, but one type looks just like a human. They pretend to be friends and family around the target, talk to them, and as soon as they get a response, they strike. "Hey, play with me." Fang Shu rests his chin in thought, for example, his beloved wife. But ordinary people basically can't detect their existence. They still cling to someone to play a role. What is the reason for that? And Xiao, no surrender. Suddenly, a flash of light appears in his mind. A chilling thought strikes him. Are these creatures trying to integrate into human life? Fang Shu's phone buzzes with a notification. WeChat payment received, 3 yuan. He pedals his bike, holding his phone in thought. With only this little 3-digit asset, it seems he needs to find another way to make money to investigate the truth about this world. Suddenly, a message alert rings out. Ding, work group, NGO Dahai, Fang Shu. Are you still not here this afternoon? You've been late several times this month. You've only brought in a few clients. Do you still want to earn a commission? Fang Shu hears the message alerts coming in one after another. Ding ding. At this moment, he remembers the commission. That's right, 6 months ago, the original owners sold a villa, but the commission still hasn't been paid. If he could get that money, he could probably get by for a while. Fang Shu sent a message to the work group. I quit. I'll go to the accounting office for the commission of the beachy villa from last time. The sunset has descended. The sky is blood red. He rode his bicycle like the wind, heading down the road to get there. Fang Xiu braked hard. The two wheels abruptly skidded against the road. There is a heavy, ominous cross affixed to the wall. Fang Xiu stopped. He looked up at the gloomy house. The cross, painted in bright yellow, stood out on the wall, and Fang Xiu murmured to himself, "Where is this?" Fang Xiu was puzzled. Where is the office? And he walked straight in, and only saw a sign hanging on the post that clearly read in large letters, Fan Sun Psychiatric Hospital. At that moment, Fang Xiu's phone suddenly rang. Ding, 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 he answered. "Hello." The voice on the other end said, "Mr. Hu, why are you just answering now? Did something happen?" He replied, "Implied. Is everyone at the unit now?" The other end responded, "Oh right. This damn Ango Dahai has called you dozens of times, and since you didn't answer, he took it out on me, and even made me work overtime." Fang Xiu replied, "Okay, I'm on my way. I'll talk more in a bit." He stared intently at the psychiatric hospital in front of him, lost in thought. Clearly the entire Bailu library had turned into a psychiatric hospital. He continued walking, but it seemed that he was not affected at all. Could it be that this hospital was also strange? That would be really interesting. The sound of Fang Xiu's footsteps echoed. However, the next moment, he showed a look of fear. He cursed, "Damn it, what did he touch? Something soft?" Fang Xiu lowered his trembling hand. Could it be that this psychiatric hospital is off limits? But what he held in his hand were two soft, round buns. He was utterly stunned, his face slightly red, eyes wide open. But before he could comprehend what was happening, a heavy, large arm struck him squarely in the face. At that moment, the woman, clutching her chest, shouted angrily, "You rogue! I will report you!" while Fang Xiu held his swollen face in shock. At this point, the guard heard the woman scream and came over. "What's all this noise? Isn't that Xiao Fuang? What is he doing?" At this moment, Fang Xiu, not paying attention, looked up. Where was this place? The four words "Back Liu Library" loomed large before him. He stood there in a daze. Then he closed his eyes, and then opened them wide again. He was back in the mental hospital, and Fang Xiu was confused, wondering what was going on. The Bak Liu Library had disappeared again. Fang Xiu speculated, could it be that? He then trembled and reached his hand forward. Unexpectedly, his hand passed through the wall. He thought, I can see this mental hospital, but I can't touch it. It seems like it's similar to those strange entities that can only act when they get a response. He pondered, only when a certain condition is met can he be contacted. Then he raised his hand and passed it through the wall, shielding his face with his hand as he stepped inside. When he saw the scene before him, he was stunned. All he saw were bloodstains everywhere. The atmosphere was eerie, and he speculated that there must be a huge secret hidden here. At a door, there is a sign above indicating room 104. Looking at the decayed red door, the wall stained with a foul reddish-brown color, he assessed that the lobby, dining room, and bathroom were empty, but there was a strong smell of blood coming from the ward. Fang Xiu frowned tightly, staring at something in front of him. Then he reached out forward, passing through a curtain of blood-red light, his touch causing the surface of that light curtain to ripple in a circular motion. He stepped through the red curtain into a room where a mournful cry echoed. The person emitting the wailing sound was trembling on the bed. He stared intently at the person shaking and moaning in confusion. It turned out the one lying on the bed was a woman, her long hair concealing her frail and emaciated body. The woman continued to cry. As if sensing someone had entered her space, the long-haired woman spoke up. "You." Then she turned her head, and it wasn't the beautiful face of a fragile, weak woman, but an extremely terrifying face, with deep-set eyes devoid of pupils, her mouth wide open in a silent scream. Brother, inside her mouth as dark as a black hole in the universe. Her face and arms resembling a skeleton that had long decayed. However, he showed no concern at all, walking straight through the wall beside him, while the woman with her mouth agape could not utter a sound. He passed through the wall where the woman was moaning and crying, then appeared in an adjacent room. Inside was a monster that looked even more grotesque than the decayed woman from before, its forehead protruding like that of a flower hornfish, with 4 bright green eyes staring at him like prey, its mouth wide open to the ears, sticking out a long, twisted tongue, saliva dripping everywhere. While he stood still, staring at it without a trace of fear, he continued to walk, completely unfazed by the monster. His face was extremely calm, internally assessing that this place must hold at least dozens of strange creatures, leaving behind the 4-eyed monster that stared blankly at the human who showed no fear. Starting with room 104, he had now passed through many rooms containing different monsters, reaching room 162, where demons dressed in purple robes, like monks, emanated a dark green aura. Arriving at room 169, there's a demon shaped like a chicken. It doesn't do anything but just stares at your footsteps as you stroll. You walk while observing and thinking. Moreover, there are some hospital rooms with doors wide open, and there's even a chance that something strange might run out. You reach room 177. Inside a crack in the wall, there's a monster writhing its tentacles. Next to it is a skeleton with glowing red eyes and an open mouth. Both monsters stare at you, but you nonchalantly keep your hands in your pockets as you stroll around. Facing these disgusting demons again, I can remain calm as usual. You continue to walk through another room, and all of this, well, it's thanks to my wife killing me 18 times. My dear wife. In the room you just walked through, there are papers scattered all over the floor. You focus on them, medical records and documents. Maybe you could find some useful information. One paper has a title, Experiment Subject No. 128, Transformation into Demon. Seeing this information, your face darkens. Could it be that these demons are all humans transformed? You squat down to pick up the medical records and documents. A terrifying thought arises in your mind. Were all the demons in those hospital rooms once human? But as you try to pick up the papers to read them, you get angry. Damn it, these demons are illusions. I can't actually touch or read the medical reports. Suddenly, something like hair falls from above, passing straight through your head, catching you by surprise. As if he had realized something, he calmly braced his hands on his knees and stood up without saying a word. Above him was a demon nurse dressed like a nurse, clinging to the ceiling like a lizard, her long black hair hanging down through his head, her eyes glowing a terrifying red. The masked nurse demon lowered her head close to his ear and said, "You're here, want to join me?" His face remained expressionless as the demon whispered in his ear, "Want to explore the mysteries of life?" He ignored the demon, paying no attention as she stayed upside down on the ceiling behind him, staring at him. Fang Shi raised his hand to his chin and thought, if there are clues in the office, then there must be clues in other places as well. The answers to all the questions should be at the center of this mental hospital, in the director's office. So why not head straight for the enemy's lair? Why, Dao, dorm you alvay. With that thought, he entered another room, starkly different from the dilapidated, decayed rooms that housed the demons. This room was luxurious, clean, and refined. As he walked, he thought, I didn't expect the office area of this mental hospital to overlap with the real estate office where I work. Sunlight streamed in through the windows, illuminating the room. He observed and decided, the director's office isn't on the first floor. I'll check upstairs. While walking, he suddenly noticed 2 people talking nearby, catching his attention. Who? Why are you only here now? Engo Daihai is about to explode with anger. Don't go looking for him just yet. The bald, overweight man named Engo Daihai angrily pointed ahead. Fang Shu, you still dare to come to work? I already fired you. Don't you know? The man with the mushroom haircut and glasses standing next to him, Zhao Hao, was visibly scared as he listened to the man yell at Fang Shu. Fang Shu didn't care about Engo Daihai's scolding. He walked over, separated the two, and then walked straight ahead, thinking as he went, there's nothing wrong with the second floor. Zhao Hao saw his actions and was confused, not understanding what was wrong with him. Engo Daihai, feeling ignored, became furious. You You dare push me? Are you rebelling? What are you doing? Who gave you permission to go to the third floor? Stop right there. I fired you. Get out. You're not allowed up there." But he calmly continued walking, lost in thought, ignoring his words. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, Enjo Daihai pointed toward the stairs and said to Zhao Hao, "Follow me up." Stop him. Still not understanding, Zhao Hao obeyed. "Ah, yes." Upon reaching the third floor, the furniture was piled messily in front of them, and it was somewhat dark due to the lack of lighting. Seeing the sign for the director's office, he exclaimed, "Found it!" Dark, ominous clouds of smoke covered the director's office. Enjo Daihai's voice echoed from behind, trying to stop him. "Fang Shu, stop!" But he didn't listen. Already standing in front of the chairman's door, he reached for the doorknob and opened the door. Seeing him open the door, Enjo Daihai clutched his head in fear. "It's over. It's all over." Zhao Hao, standing behind, anxiously called out to him, "Fi." Inside the room, there was a sudden moan. A pair of fair legs and black stockings belonging to a beautiful woman was in the room. A man's hand was wrapped around the slender waist of that beautiful woman. The atmosphere inside was full of ambiguity. The woman parted her lips seductively, her ample chest tightly bound inside a lace bra, and it seemed she was only wearing lingerie. The door swung open, and Fang Shu was met with the sight of Li Feifei embarrassedly clutching her shirt, its buttons undone, while the man next to her, Wang Ziding, hurriedly pulled up his pants. Both were startled by his sudden entrance. Wang Ziding angrily covered her exposed chest with his hand and cursed, "Damn it, you idiot! Who gave you permission to come in?" At some point he had approached the couple and forcefully grabbed Li Feifei's hand, making her flinch in surprise. She was grabbed so aggressively that she panicked, struggling to break free. "Ah, what are you doing? Let me go, V. It hurts." Wang Ziding became even angrier. "Is she someone you can touch?" "Enjo Daihai, get over here." At that moment, Zhao Hao quickly stepped in to stop him. He violently pushed her aside. "Shut up." Seeing her fall, Wang Ziding rushed to help her up and furiously yelled at him, "Cut off his hand." Li Feifei sat on the ground, glaring as she pointed her finger at him and shouted, "You dare push me?" Fang Shu walked to a dark corner, where there was an old-looking piece of paper with some writing on it. As if he had found something, his eyes widened as he stared at the paper. He bent down, leaning on a table, eyes still fixed on the paper, and exclaimed, as expected. A smile appeared on his lips, as if he had discovered something interesting. Around him, dark black smoke swirled everywhere. He smiled to himself, thinking, "This mental hospital holds a great secret." The piece of paper looked very old, as if it had been written long ago. The content read, "Favored by heaven. Do you want to know the truth about this world? Want to know what the eerie really is? If you've made it this far, you must have many questions in your heart. Don't worry, my friend. I've left everything in room 520, building C of the thenceforth mental hospital. Everything you want to know is there. Go, seek it out. When you find the truth, that will also be the moment you make your choice. Follow your heart and accept the gift of fate." While we ready. After reading the content on the paper, he turned and walked away, thinking to himself, "Chu Than Fong must be the director of thenceforth mental hospital. This letter was written by him, but for whom? Neither see Rao or I did what?" He continued walking while deep in thought. Could it be that he knew I would come here? When Zhao Hao saw his strange behavior, he raised his hand to call him back and asked, "What's wrong with you?" He was still lost in his thoughts and didn't answer him. The 520 building C. Then he concluded, perhaps the answer to everything lies there. The room where everyone was standing had a light emitting a faint yellow glow, with beams of light shooting out in all directions. Suddenly that light went out, and the space returned to its frighteningly dark and silent state. Zhao Hao then spoke up. "The power is out." Suddenly, in that pitch-black space, a scream rang out, startling him into stopping. Li Feifei, filled with fear, said, "It's too dark, I'm scared." Wang Ziding snapped his fingers, giving a command to Enjo Daihai. Go check where the power has tripped. Hearing that, he quickly took out his phone and replied, I'll go make a call now. He held up his phone to illuminate the surroundings, silently thinking to himself that at this place, at this time, it felt like more than just a simple power outage. He exclaimed, Something's not right. Zhao Hao, feeling worried, asked, What's not right? And Chu, you're acting strangely today. His gaze was fixed ahead, the light from the phone illuminating his face. He shone the light in front of him and wondered, what is happening? He stood on the balcony, shining down to the ground floor, and immediately noticed something unusual. The Tennessee Mental Hospital had disappeared. The others gradually followed him downstairs. Li Feifei trembled as she called out, Young Master Wang, where are you? I can't see you. So scared behind her. Wang Ziding was also furious. Reaching back to ask, Where's the phone? Wu Daojie awkwardly replied, There's no signal. We can't call. His face seemed to show fear as well, but he still tried to act tough, saying, With my status and position, I can access things you can't even imagine about the secrets of this world. He kept rambling behind. There's no signal. The light is suppressed. If I'm not mistaken, this phenomenon proves one thing. We may have entered. He was holding his phone, shining the light nearby, quietly pondering something. The light from the phone illuminated his face. The dim light made his smirking expression appear quite terrifying. And he silently rejoiced, the realm of the dead. Inside a room, a man in a check shirt was pulling at his hair. The report I just filled out. I didn't even have time to save it. Of all times for the power to go out, it had to be now. If I have to fill it out again, how late will I have to work? At that moment, Wu Daojie had stepped in front of the room's glass door, frowning as he shouted, Stop yelling. Someone go check if there's a power outage or something. From the stairs, someone was hurriedly running up. The sound of shoes echoed loudly in the darkness of the power outage. Out there was the building's security guard. He was panting heavily while looking at the employee, and asked, The building suddenly lost power. Is everyone okay? The employee, who was walking down the stairs, replied, People are fine. It's just the thought of having to work overtime later that's making me grind my teeth in frustration. The security guard then said, Let me check if the circuit breaker has tripped. The employee immediately thanked him. Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Treo. The people in the office, due to the power outage, couldn't see their surroundings clearly, so they stood still. A woman bent down as if to pick something up. The woman waved her hand to pick up the phone lying on the floor. She looked at the phone screen, terrified, and asked, What's going on? Why is my phone's flashlight so dim? The person next to her, hearing how strange that sounded, said, Is it dusty? Try wiping it. The woman hurriedly wiped the phone with her sleeve, replying, I already wiped it. It's useless. This crappy phone. The other employees around also took out their phones to check. And all of their phone lights were unusually dim, plunging everyone into panic. All the employees started complaining, Something's not right. Why is my phone's flashlight also so dim? His is like that too, mine as well. Looking at the phone with its pitch-black screen, even though they were in a place without light, completely dark, the phones were now useless, unable to provide any light. He turned to look at Wang Zidang and asked, What is the ghost realm you mentioned earlier? The employees turned pale upon hearing those two words, stammering as they asked again, Ghost realm? The girl next to them, in disbelief, asked, Are they really talking about ghosts? One of the employees immediately denied it. How could ghosts possibly exist in this world? The girl agreed. You're joking, right? It's just a few supernatural phenomena. Someone screamed in fear. This is terrifying. Am I going to die? As everyone was whispering in panic. Wang Zidang frowned, his eyes filled with anger at something. Then he yelled loudly, Shut up, all of you. He stood among the employees, shouting, Everyone, be quiet right now. What I'm about to say is crucial. It concerns whether you'll live or die. The employees were stunned by his words, their mouths hanging open in shock, staring at him in silence. Wang Zidang gritted his teeth in frustration, then let out a sigh. He explained, to put it simply, ghosts do exist in this world. As he spoke, images of restless spirits with blood-red eyes howling in agony flashed in their minds, illustrating his point. His expression grew more serious. What we call the ghost realm is the domain of ghosts. You can think of it as another dimension, a world that belongs to them. It's their territory. The employees became even more frightened after hearing this explanation, some even covering their mouths in shock. The male employee immediately asked, "Where's Uncle Zhao, the security guard? Has Uncle Zhao returned?" Someone replied, "He just went to check the power switch, but he hasn't come back yet. It's been 3 minutes now." That person, as if realizing something, fearfully asked, could it really be that he's encountered a ghost? Wang Ziding's face was drenched in sweat, full of worry. He quickly denied it, saying, "Ordinary people must be more careful in the ghost realm. Avoid violating the ghost-killing rules, or else it's just seeking death." Behind him, Wu Dahai trembled all over, grabbing his shirt and asking, "Then, young Master Wang, what should we do now?" His face gradually turned serious. "What we need to do now is find a way to get out of this damn ghost realm. Otherwise, everyone will be killed by the ghost." Upon hearing this, everyone became anxious. Nobody dared to speak. They simply fell into silent contemplation about how to save themselves. Fang Xiu stood silently observing in the middle of the group, when suddenly a sound echoed, thud, thud. Hearing the sound, he froze, sweat pouring down as if he was deeply worried about something. The thudding sound continued, and he slowly turned his head, his eyes glancing behind him, thinking to himself, this familiar feeling can't be wrong. His eyes opened wide, cold sweat still pouring down uncontrollably. The thump, thump sound gradually approached, and a thought appeared in his mind, something eerie. Fang Xiu stood still, lowered his face in darkness and muttered, "The ghost has appeared again." The staff who heard ghost became terrified. A male employee immediately scolded him. "Fang Xiu, at a time like this, you are still spouting nonsense. Where's the ghost?" Another male employee standing next to him holding a phone also retorted, Yeah, at a time like this." In the distance where the female staff member was standing, black tentacles suddenly descended from above. The tentacles tightly wrapped around her, and one even covered her mouth, preventing her from making a sound. Her face turned pale with fear. The male staff continued to chatter, "You're still trying to scare others, ghosts. Where?" But he paid no attention to the rebuttals from the idiots in front of him. He stayed silent, his eyes showing clear disdain as he stared at them. His gaze remained fixed forward as if observing, and without changing his expression, he calmly announced, "VLLL." He continued, "She has disappeared." Sure enough, the woman who had just picked up her phone had vanished at some point. The female employee who had been standing next to VNHUL was now utterly horrified, on the verge of collapsing in a faint. She didn't believe it and immediately retorted, "You're talking nonsense. Clearly Wang Xiaolei is right next to me." She said this while turning to look for Wang Xiaolei. The calls echoed continuously. "Xiaolei, where are you? Wang Xiaolei, say something." The female employee, panicking, turned around while calling for her. The female employee wouldn't accept his words. She rushed outside and yelled, "Wang Xiaolei, please say something." The male employee turned pale, gritting his teeth as he calmly asked, "Wang Xiaolei really has disappeared." The man beside him raised his hand in front of him, trembling, and wondered, could it really be a ghost appearing? Wang Ziding turned his head to him and asked, "Fang Xiu, do you know what a ghost looks like?" He glanced around carefully and replied, "The view is limited. I didn't see a ghost, just saw Wang Xiaolei disappear." Seeing his calm demeanor, the employees were frustrated, pointing at him and accusing him. "Our colleague was taken by a ghost. How can he remain so calm?" The male employee beside him, scared, questioned, "He's not normal. Fang Xiu is possessed by a ghost." Wang Ziding was also surprised that he showed no signs of fear or worry when mentioning ghosts. He continued to ask, "It seems you're not scared of ghosts at all. Could it be that you're a spirit master?" Overjoyed or zero will there duck what tear silk girl. He glanced at Wang Ziding, seeming not to understand, and asked back, a spirit master. Seeing his appearance, he didn't seem like a spirit master, as I had guessed. Squinting his eyes, he evaluated him. Fang Shu faced the ghost that appeared, yet he remained calm, but he didn't know what a spirit master was. In his mind, he thought to himself, what exactly is his identity? Outwardly, he maintained composure, gently explaining without being too hasty to inquire about his identity. A spirit master is someone who can control their own spiritual energy. My cousin is a spirit master. Then his next words caught Fang Shu's attention. Right now, the best way to break out of this situation is if someone can become a spirit master. His face gradually turned cold, his brows furrowing tightly, and he smirked as he asked again, so you're saying that spirit mastery is forged from within the ghost domain? What exactly does that mean? What exactly does that mean? Wang Ziding was a bit startled when he heard him ask back like that. In this situation, for Fang Shu to make such a sharp judgment, maybe he could become the key to leading everyone out of the ghost domain. He raised 2 fingers with one hand, while the other hand continued to explain. My cousin once said, to become a spirit master, you must borrow the power of ghosts. The 2 raised fingers indicated that there were 2 conditions, and both must be met at the same time. At that moment, black smoke rushed quickly toward him. The first condition is having undergone a terrifying baptism between life and death, stimulating a psychic resonance. His heart seemed to be affected by something, beating continuously. It could be that he had come into contact with something eerie, allowing its force to infiltrate his mind. He continued explaining, but you must note, the force of the eerie is like a blood-stained cloth. Picture a glowing blue orb covered by a blood-stained cloth. The blue orb gradually turns red, as if absorbing the blood, and while wiping away the dust from a pearl, one cannot avoid tainting the soul. At this point, the pearl has become a bright blood red, still covered by the blood-stained white cloth. His pupils now glowed blood red, reflecting the image of the pearl in his eyes. The red light from the pearl illuminated his grim face, and he furrowed his brow, staring ahead intently. Then, a mystical power seemed to radiate from his entire body. He looked down at his palms, pressing his lips together in thought. Fang Shu looked at his hands and gradually realized that because he had died and come back to life repeatedly after crossing over here, he had never truly come into contact with the eerie. In his mind, demons he had encountered and interacted with began to appear. His wife, the eerie beings on the streets, and the mental hospital. As long as he didn't respond to them, they were all just hallucinations from another space and not actual contact. In the current situation, with the unknown demons lurking in the shadows, Fang Shu had begun to understand their patterns. Now, the demons hiding in the darkness were crossing over from hallucination into reality, capable of killing without even being seen. So if he could interact with these demons enough, could he gain the ability to destroy them? The red-eyed demon flashed its blood-filled mouth and sparse teeth. Fang Shu smiled. Yes, he was smiling. Huh? His smile grew more distorted, his eyes wide open, repeatedly muttering kill, 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 kill. In front of Fang Shu now was the face of his wife, the one who had caused him to experience countless near deaths. Her appearance provoked him more than ever. Fang Shu growled, kill her for revenge. Kill, I must get revenge. The answer to do that appeared in his mind. I must become a spirit master. Suddenly a sound rang out. Shan Shu snapped out of it. His eyes widened in shock as he turned around. The people behind him were in panic and fear, screaming, gone, who's gone? A girl cried out, Jian Gailang. Ji was just beside me, Guang, and Gailang. Prince Jai was suddenly gritting his teeth and groaning. He knelt down, using all his strength to shout, shut up everyone. Do you want to call the devil here? Lai Fei approached him from behind, tears streaming down her face as she leaned on his arm. Jai, what should we do now? I don't want to disappear. At this moment, Prince Jai was no longer interested in the beauty. He shouted in disgust, you ask me, who should I ask? In that panicked atmosphere, A calm voice rang out, leaving everyone stunned. 2 to 3 minutes. Fang Shu, in front, didn't turn around and began to slowly analyze. The time between each disappearance is 2 to 3 minutes. To be precise, it should be 2 minutes for women and 3 minutes for men. The image of the security guard, Zhao Xiaotian and Jia Liang, appeared with each of his speculations. Just now, security guard Chu disappeared for 3 minutes. Zhao Xiaotian disappeared. After Zhao Xiaotian had been gone for 2 minutes, Jia Liang disappeared. After speaking, Fang Shu looked at the phone screen that was still lit and calculated. If my guess is correct, 3 minutes after the fake amount disappears, someone else will disappear. The group was startled upon hearing this. Everyone stood in shock, frozen in place. Fang Shu didn't say much more to them and continued walking, leaving the group even more astonished. One of them immediately spoke up. "Hu, what are you doing? Don't you care about your life?" Fang Shu stopped, turned around coldly. "Of course I'm finding a way out. Unless you want to stay here, stand still and wait for death." Wang Ziding, seeing someone out of his control, angrily shouted, "You stop right there. I said no one is allowed to act on their own. Are you deaf? Ah, Yao. You Zia." Fang Shu slowed down but didn't stop. He began analyzing again. "There are about 8 of us left here. Based on the pattern, someone disappears every 2 to 3 minutes. In about 20 minutes, we'll all be wiped out. Might as well take a gamble." Wang Ziding arrogantly yelled, "You're just an ordinary person. How do you know anything about ghosts?" Oh! Suddenly he froze. His eyes widened and sweat poured down. A single sentence from him, a seemingly normal person, had completely pushed Fang Shu to his limit. He turned around, glaring, as a murderous aura radiated from him. His lips moved, uttering cold words. "Say one more word, and it'll kill you before the demon comes." In the dark space of the hallway, 2 figures were cautiously moving. Zhao Hao looked at the gloomy surroundings and began to panic. "Brother Hu, I feel like something's wrong. Why haven't we reached the stairs yet?" Fang Shu was still intently observing the surroundings and signaled, Stay quiet." In front of them now was an endless hallway covered in an eerie green light. Fang Shu gradually realized, this light. His eyes shot open as he remembered. This is exactly like the lights in that mental hospital. Could it be? Following his instincts, Fang Shu slowly stepped deeper into the hallway. Zhao Hao called from behind, "Brother Hu, wait for me." The further he walked, the wider his eyes opened. The space changed, with bloodstains splattered across the bed and spilling onto the floor. Everything around was so familiar, unmistakably familiar. Fang Shu was certain. It was a Thenceforth mental hospital. Zhao Hao clung tightly to him from behind, too scared to lift his head and look around, his body trembling violently as he stammered, "Hey, Brother Hu, am I hallucinating?" Eventually, he collapsed, crying in fear at the sight of the place. "Where is this? Weren't we at the office? Why does this place look like a hospital straight out of a horror movie?" Fang Shu, shocked that he could see this space, asked, "You can see the hospital too?" Zhao Hao replied through his tears. "Of course, it's such a long hallway." At this moment, Fang Shu was also drenched in sweat, and he seriously reached out to touch the blood-stained wall. Sensing something, Fang Shu gave a sinister smile, thinking to himself, as expected, the mental hospital has now overlapped with reality. It's become a tangible entity like those eerie phenomena. Realizing this, the confusions that had plagued him gradually pieced together. Fang Shu smiled sinisterly, thinking, no wonder he didn't see the mental hospital in the business room earlier. It turned out to be the mental hospital, devouring the business room. We had already been inside it. Taking a few more steps, he wondered, is this really the realm of demons? Seeing something that left both of them speechless, with pale faces, Zhao Hao exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is Fang." Shu realized it faster. Security uniforms and women's work attire. It's Zhu Chuang and Wang Haili. Before them, blood appeared on both the ground and the walls along with torn clothing scattered about. Fang Shu boldly stated his hypothesis. All the female colleagues in the business room have delicate features, slender figures, their bodies, also quite fleshy, not much different from men. Therefore, a demon eats a man in about 3 minutes. Along with his words were fragments of bone scattered on the security uniforms, while eating a woman takes only about 2 minutes, which also corresponds to the time they disappeared. Zhao Hao stiffly turned his head to look at the stained pieces of clothing and trembled. His implication was, they were all eaten by demons. Fang Shu knelt down to examine closely. He said to reassure Zhao Hao, Jia Liang has just been taken away, so we are temporarily safe. Hearing this made Zhao Hao's face even paler. The demon is eating Jia Liang somewhere, isn't it? Fang Shu didn't respond to him. At that moment, he was staring into the distance, thinking. Most of the eerie entities here were locked up in the hospital. Although some of the rooms were open, the spirits inside had already escaped. Earlier, he hadn't encountered them in the psychiatric hospital. He reached out to examine it more closely. The edges of the tear in the clothing were extremely smooth, clearly caused by something sharp. Fang Shu could only narrow down his guess. This could only be the one they had met earlier. His thoughts continued. Because he was a doctor, he wasn't confined to a patient's room. At that moment, something beneath him swayed and spun around. Fang Shu's eyes widened in horror. At the same time, a female ghost with a ferocious face dangled down from the ceiling. Fang Shu instantly realized it could move freely. The ghostly doctor. A foul stench emanated from the dark space accompanied by slow, deliberate footsteps. Both Fang Shu and Zhao Hao stared in terror in the same direction. The sound of footsteps echoed, blending into the dark space, creating a chilling noise that made both of them break into a cold sweat. Their bodies frozen in place, the sound grew closer. A pair of shoes appeared. Ein, and there are. I like you. A pair of shoes appeared, and it was none other than the office workers from earlier, with Wang Ziding leading the way, holding a phone light in his hand. They had now entered the space with confusion. A young man shouted, "Oh my God, where is this? Aren't we supposed to be in the business room?" After observing. Ngo Daihai concluded, "This seems to be a hospital." Fang Shu and Zhao Hao, realizing it wasn't a ghost, stood there frozen. Ngo Daihai had also spotted the two of them. He shouted, "Fang Shu, Zhao Hao, did you notice anything outside? Did you see Lone Trio and Veer LLL?" Suddenly, someone screamed, causing his face to contort. Lai Fei, with a horrified face, points to a place. Blood. So much blood. The place she's pointing to is exactly where they're standing, where there's both blood and torn clothing. Wang Ziding, pale-faced, realizes these are the clothes of Lao Zhao and Wang Xiaolei. He realizes, did they get eaten? Li Feifei clings to his arm, whining, "Young Master Wang, hurry, let's leave, I want to go home." Hoo. Wang Ziding ignores her, his body growing tense, shouting, No, hurry, Fang Shu, lead the way." Fang Shu stands up. Wang Ziding, seeing no response, impatiently shouts, "In talking to you." Fang Shu stands there, frozen. Suddenly his phone screen returned to 0. At that moment, Fang Shu looked up and muttered, "The time has come." Lai Fei, unaware, asked, "What do you mean the time has come?" Wang Ziding understood what he meant and glanced at his watch with a horrified expression. Behind the two, it suddenly turned cold, and strands of hair fell down limply. Eerie sounds echoed as well. Lai Fei and Wang Ziding stiffly turned their heads slowly. Their eyes widened, pupils dilating. On the ceiling appeared a demon dressed as a doctor, clinging to the ceiling in a bizarre posture. Seeing the two, it smiled from behind its mask, its terrifying pupils darting around. Lai Fei gaped, her body frozen in place at that moment. The monster slowly crawled closer, and then suddenly lunged forward, opening its wide mouth filled with sharp teeth. Only then did Wang Ziding and Lai Fei react, screaming loudly, "Ah!" Not just them. Others were also terrified, screaming and running. Run quickly. Wang Ziding, running for his life, shouted, "Get out of my way." Suddenly, his body froze. Li Feifei, who had fallen, quickly grabbed his shirt and pleaded, "Vien Thigu, save me." Wang Ziding looked back and saw the monster crawling towards them at a terrifying speed. Without thinking much, he forcefully pushed Li Feifei away, cursing, "Damn it, you're in my way." Wang Ziding gained the advantage of running ahead of the crowd, even passing through Zhao Hao and Fang Shu, who were standing still. Fang Shu at this moment was still reminiscing. Indeed, it was her. That ghost had indeed scared him earlier, but he successfully ignored it. The ghost now crawled towards Li Feifei, who was in despair with tears streaming down her face. She whispered, Wait for me, young Master Vyong, don't leave me behind." She reached out her hand towards An Hao, where Zhao Hao and Fang Shu stood calmly. The ghost grabbed her head, with its other hand pulling out a scalpel, moving it closer. Li Feifei continued to reach out, begging, "Help me, please." The sharp scalpel reached Li Feifei's neck, tears streaming down her face as she extended her hand. "Help me, help." Before she could cry for help again, the blade swiftly moved, severing her neck, her face frozen in terror. Blood fell like rain, and Zhao Hao covered his eyes with his hand. He exclaimed in horror, No, she's dead." Li Feifei with her loose head was dead, her eyes still open. The demon raised the sharp knife again. Having been a doctor, it skillfully operated on Li Feifei's body with the knife. Fang Shu remained calm throughout, but upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but feel terrified, thinking that this female demon doctor, holding the scalpel, had very precise and sophisticated surgical skills, and before dying, she must have performed many surgeries in a mental hospital. Looking at the demon's eager expression while dissecting, Fang Shu lamented that he and Zhao Hao were right next to each other. Yet she paid them no mind, completely serious and focused on Li Feifei's body. Thinking about that, he found this strange behavior of the demon to be quite natural, as doctors usually perform surgery on one patient at a time and cannot operate on two patients simultaneously. The demon paused its dissection, bringing the bloodied knife to its mouth and licking it clean, then put that knife into the chest pocket. Then, as if practiced, I opened my mouth wide and took Li Feifei's head to my lips. The sounds of tearing flesh echoed. Fang Shu also explained its actions, saying that eating human flesh had likely become instinct after turning into a demon, so I guessed her pattern of killing was. Zhao Hao stiffly looked at him. Fang Shu suddenly moved. He stepped closer to the demon, even calmly stepping in the pool of blood on the ground. Zhao Hao, frightened, called out to stop him. "Hey, you!" The demon was still engrossed in biting Li Feifei's arm, completely unaware of Fang Shu with his red pupils approaching behind her. Suddenly he formed a fist and charged forward. The powerful punch landed directly on the demon's head, slamming it to the ground. Fang Shu opened his eyes wide, sweat pouring down his forehead. He raised his hand and looked at his blood-stained fist, thinking, hard as steel. His face was filled with unease at this feeling, as if all the strange entities he had encountered so far possessed a perfect destructive power that humans simply couldn't resist. In front of these supernatural beings, humans were like small, weak ants. Perhaps only by becoming a spirit master could this situation change. Zhao Hao, standing behind, noticed him staring at his fist without doing anything else, and fearfully urged, "Brother Hugh, let's run." The demon was still devouring Li Feifei's body. Fang Shu, standing nearby, casually cracked his knuckles and said, "This demon's killing pattern is to target those nearby, and it only attacks one person at a time. It uses a surgical knife to dissect before eating, which means that when it's eating, it's actually the safest time." Zhao Hao stammered with a pale face, but I think she's almost finished eating. Fang Shu nonchalantly reassured him, recalling Li Feifei's body. Li Feifei may look slim, but she's well proportioned in all the right places, so her body should provide at least 3 minutes of meat. No rush. Zhao Hao, horrified by his gruesome words, covered his mouth. Meat, really? You couldn't hold back and vomited. Yet Feng Shu calmly said, Wang Ziding once said that to become a spiritual master, one must let the force of the sinister spirits invade their mind. In the entire ghost realm, the place with the densest sinister force is, of course, right next to the spirits, and physical contact will certainly spread it faster. At this moment, his eyes were focused on those slender thighs. Then, without any hesitation, he reached out his hand, slowly touching those pale thighs. In such a bizarre scene, Feng Shu calmly sat beside him. He closed one eye and reached out to touch those smooth, pale thighs. Zhao Hao, horrified, grabbed his head and exclaimed, Brother Heu, I always thought that watching movies and jerking off every day was already too much, but I never imagined that you, looking so decent, would dare to grope even a ghost. Feng Shu continued to gently squeeze the thigh, not answering him, but calmly said, I plan to stay a bit longer. If you're scared, you can leave first. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and stayed silent. Then, as if reluctantly making a decision, he muttered, Damn it, let's just go for it. Feng Shu was still fumbling around when he noticed Zhao Hao approaching. Zhao Hao stared blankly at those legs. Then he tightly shut his eyes and reached out his hand. He stopped when his hand touched the legs. The moment he touched them, Zhao Hao jumped and exclaimed, So cold. Still, he continued to squeeze the leg, then kept touching back and forth. After a while, Zhao Hao, with flushed cheeks, spoke up, Brother Hu, it seems like I don't feel anything. Has your body changed at all? Feng Shu, still focused on his groping, replied briefly. Zhao Hao nodded. Oh, then I'll continue. A moment later, he exclaimed, I never thought the first time I did touch a woman's thigh would be touching a ghost. But honestly, these legs are really long, even longer than my own life. Feng Shu glanced at his drooling face and thought to himself, this kid's adaptability is impressive. Although he was scared at first, now he even has the mood to joke around. Maybe he has some potential after all. Even so, he took out his phone to check the time. 1 minute has passed. 30 more seconds of touching. Then we leave immediately to have time to escape. Zhao Hao, with a flushed face, was flustered. Yes, yes. The phone screen showed 1 minute and 29 seconds. Then 1 minute and 30 seconds. Without hesitation, Feng Shu got up and ran away, leaving. Zhao Hao also ran after him, suddenly asking, Brother Hu, are you sure we can outrun the ghost? And have you been here before? How do you seem so familiar with this place? Feng Shu pressed his lips, thinking to himself, when I came to Than Sun Psychiatric Hospital earlier, I paid attention to the building's layout and a few paths. At this moment, in front of them was an endless corridor. As the thought crossed his mind, he realized they could use the terrain to widen the gap with the female doctor. Suddenly, familiar strands of hair drooped down in front of him. On the ceiling was the ghost with the familiar twisted head. Feng Shu was shocked. How could this be? Did I miscalculate the killing pattern? There should have been at least 2 more minutes to escape. Why did she catch up so fast? The amount of meat from Lai Feifei should have been enough. He gritted his teeth, trying to glance behind him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. On the ground were 2 breast implants. Feng Shu screamed inwardly. Silicone, fake. Before he could think of anything, a chill ran down his back as the female doctor suddenly descended right behind him. A familiar sharp slash appeared. Feng Shu's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, all he could think was, I hope there's no silicon in heaven. Feng Shu kept seeing the image of his head being severed from his neck. Once, then twice, blood splattered everywhere. He stared blankly, unable to comprehend what was happening. That memory slowly faded, like a corrupted file being eroded and disappearing. Waking up from this nightmare, he was drenched in sweat, his wide green eyes scanning the current scene. For some reason, he had just seen that terrifying image. His body was drenched in sweat, his brain tense to the max, and his hand was tightly gripping the thigh of that demon. The scene now was a bit different from previous resurrections. He thought to himself, he hadn't been resurrected next to his wife, but rather, at the moment when he was still touching the thigh. His hand still clutched that thigh, and there was a near-sighted boy next to him. It was Zhao. How? He shouted so cool. He nervously stared at the phone screen, wondering if he was really going to die and come back to life using events as the unit of measure. On the phone screen, the time display was 1:1, the hour when ghosts are said to appear. Fang Xiu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, as if playing a game. The first level was around the neighborhood, and the second level was the Thon San Mental Hospital. Since he had already passed the first level, the timeline automatically shifted to the second level. While he was decoding this bizarre game, Zhao Hao was laughing like a weirdo, seemingly delighted as he touched the thigh of that ghost, even blushing and chuckling. He recalled the events at Than San. The last time he died from silicone was when he was attacked by a ghost disguised as a nurse with a horrifyingly long tongue, ready to sink its sharp teeth into his full chest. Thinking about it, he told himself that this time he absolutely could not make the same mistake. Fang Xiu suddenly stood up, rubbed Zhao Hao's head, and said, "Let's go." Zhao Hao was still lost in the coolness of that white thigh, looking greedy. Reaching out toward the pair of legs with a foolish grin, "Yeah, you're leaving so soon after I just touched it. This is my first time." Seeing Zhao Hao still in a daze, he explained to him in front and behind her, "It's all silicone, so there's not enough meat to prolong the time." Zhao Hao was startled by what he said and shouted, "Silicone? No wonder it's so big." Immediately, he ran quickly down the stairs, telling Zhao Hao to follow him. Seeing him rush, Zhao Hao was startled and hurried to keep up. After taking a few steps down the stairs, the two of them encountered a group of people who were also coming down. Looking closer, he was surprised to find it was an acquaintance. He called out to him, "Wang Ziding." Hearing Fang Xiu call his name, he panicked and shouted to everyone, "The ghost is coming. Run, ah, 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 ah." Using his agile body, he leaped down the stairs to get down quickly, and they were in a flurry, screaming, "Aha, don't catch me, the ghost is here." In no time, Fang Xiu landed gently in front of them, and the others, caught off guard, stood frozen in place, unable to move. Ngo Daihai, timid and sweating profusely, realized that the ones chasing them were not ghosts, but his own teammates. He scolded him, "It was you two kids who scared me to death. I thought a ghost was after me." That Zhao Hao was confused and scratched his head, asking them, "Why is everyone running so slowly?" Hearing this, they felt a bit scared and confused, unsure if they had misheard. At that moment, the blonde guy angrily shouted at him, "Still slow. We've already run down at least 20 floors. I don't know why this building is so tall." The purple-haired guy next to him also found it strange and asked them, "You two are new here. Why are you running so fast?" Zhao Hao, not believing his ears, scratched his head awkwardly and explained, 20 floors? No way. HU and I only ran down 3 floors before we met everyone." A man nearby heard this and didn't believe it, immediately rebutting, "What, Zhao Hao, at this point, stop talking nonsense or I'll punch you." Wang Zidang was trembling beside him, muttering, "A ghost? A ghost is leading us. It must be a ghost leading the way." His face was pale, sweating profusely, and he was deeply terrified. Then Wang Zidang grabbed the purple-haired young man's shoulders, his voice full of fear, still warning everyone, "My cousin once said that the power of a ghost can cause hallucinations, creating the phenomenon of a ghost leading the way." Hearing this, everyone was bewildered, and he continued, "People who encounter the ghost leading the way phenomenon will keep walking in circles, never able to escape. This is also why the two from Fang Xiu caught up to us so quickly, because we've been running in circles." He listened quietly, his face showing signs of deep thought. A ghost leading the way. Wang Zidang spoke with extreme fear, and the boy nearby was also sweating nervously. Fang Xiu, hearing this, remained silent, deep in thought. He reached into his pocket, searching for something, pulled out a few items and discarded them. Fang Xiu pointed and told them that anything excessive on their bodies should be thrown on the ground to mark it. Wang Ziding felt like he had found a lifeline. He shouted loudly, "Yes, mark it! Hurry up! Oh!" Everyone began rummaging through their belongings to see if there was anything unnecessary to discard. The girl beside him anxiously searched her handbag, while the boys who weren't carrying anything checked their pockets and jackets. After rummaging, the excess items were thrown on the ground to Mark, including a water bottle, cigarettes, a lighter, and even a condom. Fang Shu, like a leader, looked up and told them to go down to the next floor. Wang Ziding turned his head, his eyes wide, his face dripping with sweat. Hearing him say that, he quickly ran after him. As they were going down, he sensed that something was off, and he began to feel anxious inside. But they kept running forward. The sound of everyone's footsteps echoed loudly. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, as if he had discovered something ahead. Zhao Hao was confused, grabbing his shoulder. Zhao Hao and the others came to a full stop. He asked, "What's wrong, Brother Hu?" In front of them were the items they had just thrown on the floor. Everyone was terrified. The purple-haired guy touched his head in fear, shouting in disbelief, This is the lighter I just threw down." The girl next to him was also in shock, clutching her face with her hands, her mouth wide open. "And my money too." They all started shouting in panic, "We're doomed, we're doomed. It's really a ghost leading the way. What do we do now if the ghost chases us? We're dead for sure." He stopped, and at his feet were a water bottle and a condom. Picking up the condom, he stared at it thoughtfully without saying a word. At this moment, Wang Ziding's face was as pale as a ghost. With his arms wide open, he spoke loudly to advise them not to make noise anymore. He said, "My cousin once told me that ordinary people can never leave the haunted place. To break the curse, you can only rely on your spiritual intuition to see through it. Hurry up and check if anyone has opened their spiritual intuition." They didn't understand what he meant and were left with a big question mark on their faces. Suddenly, he clenched both his fists, as if preparing to use some kind of spiritual power. While tightening his fists, Wang Ziding muttered, "I wonder if being chased and nearly killed by a ghost counts as a life and death experience. I hope I can open my spiritual intuition soon. If I become a spiritual master, I won't be constantly suppressed by my cousin in the family anymore." The young girl didn't understand what was happening and turned to ask the guy with purple hair, "How do we check?" He too seemed confused and answered, "I don't know either." The purple-haired guy suggested, "Let's try following what Mr. V and Jane." Then the two of them put their hands together. As for Fang Shu, he ignored them and started walking down the stairs. With each step he took, the air grew heavier with demonic energy. He cursed them silently, thinking they had all gone mad. The further he descended, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. He recalled and deduced from earlier. He remembered that when he had crossed through the mental hospital, the exit to the bridge was on the right. Although he couldn't distinguish the exact structure of the building, the layout was probably similar. Wang Zitang noticed that he seemed different. He was astonished and turned his head around. Seeing the scene in front of him, he felt suspicious. He loudly asked from the staircase, "Fang Shu, what are you trying to do this time?" At this point, he was ready to act. He thought, instead of praying, it's better to focus and look for clues. All he could see was everyone panicking, fleeing from a terrifying female ghost with red eyes and long limbs. Wang Zitang, one of those people, turned pale and silently sighed. From the beginning, his face never showed any panic, not even when facing such a ghost. When the ghost appeared, Fang Shu was clearly at the front, but instead of fleeing immediately, he pressed himself against the wall to avoid getting bumped. Suddenly, he snapped back, looking shocked as if he just realized something. He looked at Zhao Hao, who was walking happily beside Fang Shu while Fang Shu casually had his hands in his pockets, calmly strolling. He speculated in his heart that while everyone else was running down the stairs, only the three of them stayed behind. Lai Feifei is nowhere to be seen now, so she must be dead. Then he rubbed his chin and thought again. But the two of them and the female ghost had been in the hallway for at least a minute. What were they doing? Why didn't the ghost kill them? Could they have been harassing the female ghost? Images of strange scenarios started to appear in his mind. Zhao Hao and Fang Shu looking at the female ghost with lecherous expressions, while she appeared weak and frightened. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Wang Zitang rubbed his chin again and shook his head repeatedly. No, 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 that can't be it. She's a ghost. Those around him, seeing him like that, had question marks floating over their heads. He looked towards the two people chatting and laughing in front. Over here, Fang Shu reached out to feel the walls around him. Zhao Hao, noticing his puzzling actions, asked, "Who? What are you doing now? Teach me and I'll help you." At this moment, he extended his hand to count something. 10, 11, 12. He stepped down the stairs, still counting 15, then suddenly exclaimed, "Stop!" He seemed surprised, as if he had discovered something, and said, "Found it." In front of them appeared a door, and Zhao Hao excitedly said, "What is this, a metal door? You're amazing." Wang Ziding quickly ran out upon hearing, his mouth agape in surprise. A door. He excitedly ran towards the door, pushing Fang Hu aside and shouting, "It's a door! There's a door here, we're saved." But then he realized the problem, sweating and saying, "But how do we open it?" Fang Hu behind him remained silent. He calmed down, speculating, "There must be a doorknob here," and reached out to grab it. He turned the doorknob, saying, "I hope it's not locked." Just as he guessed, a clicking sound came from the doorknob. The door swung open, and a series of black gusts rushed out. "It's open. I'll remain. It's open." Before the three of them now was a room that seemed endlessly vast, pitch black, and incredibly eerie. Fang Hu stepped 1 foot into the room. He calmly looked around. Suddenly, Wang Ziding pranced forward, running and shouting loudly, "We're saved, ha ha ha!" Meanwhile, Fang Shu looked at him with an incredibly annoyed expression. He had a dark expression and said nothing. Then, as if he had found a lifeline, everyone rushed into that eerie room. But Fang Shu stood still, saying nothing. Zhao Hao was also running in. Seeing Fang Shu still standing there, he stopped abruptly in surprise. "Hey, aren't you running, Hu? Why are you still so calm?" Fang Shu's face was dark, a sinister smile creeping in as he thought, facing danger, they all just knew how to run away blindly, and interestingly, when facing the female ghost doctor, there was no need to run too fast. Zhao Hao stood beside him, adjusting his glasses, seemingly still confused about what was happening. Suddenly, a man placed his hand on Fang Shu's shoulder, panic written all over his face. He exclaimed loudly, "You two, run quickly, if not. Get out of here. If you want to die, don't drag me along." Yet, Fang Shu remained still, thinking to himself that as long as he ensured he wasn't the last one left, he could conveniently touch the female doctor's thigh and gain some insight. He seemed pensive, continuing to think that moreover, within this mental hospital, there existed bizarre situations of escape. The fact that he hadn't encountered them before wasn't merely luck. Encountering one would be ideal. The people on this side are still rushing forward to escape. Suddenly, Wang Ziding slammed to a stop, raised his hand to stop those behind him, and with a dark expression shouted loudly, "Stop!" In front of them was a hexagonal pillar, with various papers stuck to the front like announcements. People were confused and said, "What now?" This time, without Fang Shu acting as the guinea pig, everyone began to push each other. One person turned to another and said, "You go left first and see." Immediately, the other person angrily replied, "You're really clever, using me as a test. Why don't you go yourself?" At that moment, Fang Shu and Zhao Hao had quietly stepped forward. Suddenly, the atmosphere became unusually quiet, and everyone turned their gaze toward him. Wang Ziding asked Fang Shu, "Which path should we take?" People began to chatter. Earlier, the ghost that led the way was found by him, so he must know the way out, right? Fang Shu heard this and silently scoffed, thinking, "So, when it was time to run, you wished you could push me away, but now that you're in trouble, you remember me." A purple-haired guy pointed at him, shouting loudly, "What are you laughing at? Speak up." The others quickly joined in. "Yeah, the demon is closing in. What are you showing off for?" They asked him because they trusted him, or was he just trying to assert his presence? He simply turned his head, lost in thought, with sharp eyes, but said nothing. It didn't matter. His eyes burned with anger, as if suppressed for too long. He thought to himself, to me, you're all just tools. He began to walk. With his hands in his pockets, heading right, he thought, right now, the female doctor is invincible. If I want to buy time. Suddenly, those behind him were engulfed by a green corrosive mist, leaving only clothes and dry bones. It seemed like everything was going according to his plan. He continued to think coldly. I can only trade lives for time. Strange sounds echoed, and the people ahead were running for their lives. Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws scratched the wall, making an incredibly terrifying noise. A blonde guy turned around in panic and shouted. The sound was. Fang Shu smirked, her face full of danger, thinking to herself, she has arrived. Everyone shouted loudly. It's eerie. At that moment, Ngo Dai Hai at the back was scared, sweating, and ran out of his pants. The female ghost appeared right behind him. Then the female ghost doctor jumped up, using her bright red eyes to stare at the crowd below. People were terrified and fled in chaos. Screams echoed, run fast, don't block the way. The female ghost used both her hands and feet to climb up the wall at incredible speed. Her sharp nails scraping against the wall made a loud sound, screech. The female ghost was about to pounce on Ngo Dai Hai at the back. Everyone shouted in panic. The eerie presence was about to catch up. That female ghost lunged with her long hair, and Ngo Dai Hai panicked, thinking to himself, I can't die. He said, no way. He reached out to the person in front. Who allowed you to run faster than me? Then he grabbed the collar of the blonde person in front, thinking, it's fate, saying that the one who should die is you. As he thought, he threw that person back as a pawn to save himself. The unfortunate blonde sat on the ground, trembling, and shouted, Ngo Dai Hai. A flash of light streaked by. He still tried to shout loudly, damn you. But before he could finish, his throat was cut and fresh blood spurted out. Then swoosh, the head separated from the body, a bloody and terrifying scene. At this moment, Ngo Dai Hai was still smugly mocking. Hey ha, Tai Wu Trin, don't worry about going over there. I'll light incense for you during every festival. At this moment, Fang Shu shot a sharp, frightening look at the demon with a bizarre ox-like figure behind him, thinking to himself, humans, once they lose their humanity, what difference is there between them and these monsters? With that thought, he paused. A sharp finger was slicing through someone, blood flowing from the wound. Fang Shu calmly approached the female demon, who was relishing her spoils, thinking to himself, right now, I can only try more things, hoping to awaken my spiritual sense soon, to minimize the loss of life. Zhao Hao, running ahead, suddenly realized Fang Shu was missing. He turned back, worriedly asking, where's Hu? Then, as if he saw something, he exclaimed in shock, Hua. At this moment, Fang Shu was sitting in front of the female ghost. He lifted her thigh, and Zhao Hao's voice echoed, touching a girl's thigh without calling me. Huh? Zhao Hao, trembling, reached out his hand and said, somewhat reproachfully, you can't keep this to yourself, you know. He rubbed his hands together, blushing like some pervert, drooling as he said, Brother Hu, next time there's a chance to touch a thigh, don't forget to call me. Meanwhile, Fang Shu was still intensely focused on touching the female ghost's thigh, and Zhao Hao couldn't help but exclaim, her skin is so smooth. With a lecherous look on his face, he continued, soft, white, and smooth. Do living girls' thighs feel like this too? Brother Hu, have you ever touched one? Fang Shu smiled slightly and thought to himself, as expected of Zhao Hao, even now he can still spout idioms. Fang Shu thought to himself, maybe he really can awaken his intuition, and together with me escape from this mental hospital. In the dark, the sound of running footsteps echoed down the empty hallway. Fang Shu and Zhao Hao were still rushing forward. Running while glancing at his friend, Fang Shu said, aren't you afraid that Dr. Monster will kill you? Zhao Hao, though drenched in sweat, forced a smile to reassure him. Waiting to die is much worse than being killed outright. Besides, you're here with me, right? Though trying to joke to ease the tension, Zhao Hao still looked uneasy, panting heavily as he ran. Fang Shu noticed, but remained silent. Suddenly Fang Shu stopped abruptly, shouting, "Wait, ahead is!" His eyes darted cautiously to the side. Now both of them were running toward a large room. Even in the dark, they recognized the place. The group chasing them had caught up, and a voice called out, "The cafeteria." A few people spoke. "Is there anything to eat? Haven't had dinner after working overtime and running around." The cafeteria was eerily quiet, with only the sound of cockroaches scurrying from the noise. Old tables were neatly lined up, and the peeling paint on the walls gave the cafeteria a run-down appearance. Someone else shouted loudly, "I'm starving." The cockroaches continued to scatter chaotically across the room. Prince Sedan is reaching out, rummaging through things in the room, and grinning as he says, "There's usually a back door in the dining room. Everyone hurry up and check." Then he turns to Zhao Hao. "Zhao Hao, you also look for food quickly. Find an exit first. After we get outside, I'll treat you to a feast. However many girls you want, I'll call for them." It's truly the talk of someone living off money. But for you at this moment, those things aren't important anymore. Zhao Hao says nothing, only glares to show his discontent, while only Fang Shu speaks up. "I'm afraid we won't have the fortune to enjoy it." Immediately he advances toward Prince Sedan and exclaims, "Young Master Wang." Seeing the support from the goat, Prince Sedan immediately displays an arrogant demeanor and says, "Don't mind that kid anymore." Ongo Hoi then responds, "Even if there's no cave, I'll dig one for you." While the two guys are busy putting on a show, Fang Shu has already walked to the end of the room and shouted, "There's a door here." As soon as he hears Fang Shu's words, Prince Sedan immediately turns his head toward the end of the room. Then, continuing to play the role of the guide, he raises his hand to stop everyone from acting further. He shouts loudly, "Don't move, let me handle it." He hurriedly runs to stand in front of the door, an arrogant look evident on his face. He bows his head, smiles, and says, "We're saved, we're saved." Prince Sedan reaches out to open the door in front of him. He gently slips through the door. Every footstep echoed clearly, and there, at the end of the corridor, a dim door appeared in the increasingly dark space. A group of people followed each other toward the door at the end of the corridor. Fang Shu and Zhao Hao also followed the crowd, but as they walked, he thought to himself, the environment was darker, the light increasingly murky, seemingly indicating that we were entering the deeper inner space of the underworld. Instead of saying that, Zhao Hao trailed behind him, but on his face worry was clearly evident. Before long, the entire group reached the door at the end of the corridor. As they anxiously feared they couldn't open it, Tu Dang called out loudly, "The door is not locked." Fang Shu's inner voice echoed. This felt even more like a road to death. The door was then pushed open. Wang Ziding's expression was no longer arrogant, but revealed a panic. The people accompanying him also showed clear signs of worry, and the bespectacled girl beside him said, "Ah, this is?" Ingo Daihai was trembling, unable to say anything. Zhao Hao exclaimed in surprise, "A warehouse." Each person displayed their emotions in different ways, but only Fang Shu remained cold and emotionless. After his initial shock, Wang Ziding gritted his teeth in a fit of rage and growled, "Damn it, it's a dead end. There's no way out. We've become trapped, like turtles in a jar, by these strange forces." Though he didn't show much emotion on his face, Fang Shu's mind was filled with confusion. He thought to himself, "Did I choose the wrong path? It seems like next time, I should have taken the left route." While everyone was still confused about what lay ahead, he turned around thinking, "It's too late to go back now. Even if we sacrifice one person to let the others escape, we don't know how far they'd have to run or how many would need to be sacrificed." Then Fang Shu decided to retrace his steps, thinking to himself, might as well just face the female ghost and die, then be reborn. Zhao Hao, noticing his actions, immediately understood his intent and shouted, "Shu, if you go back now, you'll definitely run into the female ghost." But the crowd didn't see his efforts for the group's sake. As soon as trouble arose, They started a meeting to blame and accuse, with everyone dumping their frustration on Fang Xiao. The crowd angrily shouted, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't picked the wrong path, would we be trapped here now? If you didn't know which way to go, couldn't you have discussed it with us first?" Another person screamed in panic. "What do we do now?" After bearing the brunt of the crowd's judgment, he gave a wicked smile and thought to himself, "Blaming me, humans, truly amusing." In the dim light, Fang Xiu's shadow appeared faintly. Zhao Hao spoke in frustration. "You people, Brother Wu didn't force any of you." Zhao Hao glanced disdainfully at the group with him. "Weren't you the ones who wanted to follow him? At first you asked for directions, and now you're blaming Brother H. If you're so capable, why didn't you choose your own path?" In the darkness, Zhao Hao's voice echoed like a slap in the face to the group. Ango Dai Hai, feeling his pride wounded, pointed his finger at Zhao Hao and continued to accuse, raising his voice just as loudly. "We may not be capable, but at least we didn't make decisions on a whim like he did. If we didn't know the way, we could have discussed it. Shounen, say and fair. We trusted him to choose, but who knew he would just pick at random?" Zhao Hao frowned, about to argue back, "You hey." Then, realizing it was useless to reason with this bald man, he shouted angrily, "You people," but the bald man wouldn't back down. Continuing to shout, "Not only did he betray our trust, but he also led us to our deaths." Immediately, Wang Ziding, playing the role of peacemaker, raised his hand to stop them both. He said, "All right, stop arguing. The urgent matter now is figuring out how to survive." Aside from his overly dramatic moments, Wang Ziding started to calculate. He continued, "From what I've observed, this strange entity only attacks one person at a time. Then there's about 2 to 3 minutes of safety. So the only solution now is to choose someone to lure the entity, creating a chance for the rest of us to survive." Meanwhile, Fang Xiu leaned against the wall looking extremely suspicious. Suddenly, he flashed a strange smile. Then, unexpectedly, Wang Zidong rushed towards Fang Xiu. Wang pushed him hard backward, shouting, "If it weren't for you." He continued loudly, "No one would be in this situation. So it must be you, Fang Xiu, who should take the blame." And he pushed him back again. Seeing Wang Zidong's actions, Zhao Hao panicked and shouted, "What do you want to do? Let who go?" Saying that, he rushed towards the two. Seeing Fang Xiu's good friend coming to help, Wang Zidong quickly called for assistance, turning back and yelling, "Everyone come help quickly." Behind him the girl and bald Ango exchanged glances, and both softly hummed. But it was too late. Zhao Hao had already run up and grabbed Wang Zidong by the neck. Behind those thick glasses was a fierce gaze like a wolf. Scared by Zhao Hao's attitude, Wang Zidong shouted, "Let go of me!" But it seemed talking to Zhao Hao was useless. He angrily cursed, "Damn it, you!" Then he shouted to his teammates, "Ingo Dai Hai, why aren't you coming to help me?" He then was startled, shouting, "Huh, okay, yes," and hurriedly ran towards his master. Then old bald Ango leaped up, locking Zhao Hao's neck, using his pig-like body to pin him down. Taken by surprise, Zhao could only cry out, helplessly. Pinned under him, Zhao Hao struggled wildly, yelling, "Get off me, you bastard! Damn it, you old pig!" Meanwhile, Ango, still holding Zhao Hao down, reported, "Master Wang, I've got him." Breaking free from Hao's mushroom-shaped grip, Wang Zidong clutched his neck, slowly getting up. Suddenly there was a loud thud, the sound of a door being closed. Amidst the scuffle, no one noticed Fang Xiu stepping through the other side of the door. On the other side, the struggle continued, accompanied by someone saying, "Who's there?" It seemed in the dim darkness, no one could see what was happening. But when Zhao Hao saw Fang Xiu's figure beyond the bars, he shouted in panic. Brother Hugh, the girl in their group, covering her face, sobbed uncontrollably, frantically saying, "It's not my fault. I didn't do anything. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything." Meanwhile, Ango Dahai and Wang Zidong stood in shock, mouths agape, unable to say a word. After a moment, Wang Ziding finally managed to shakily speak to Fang Xiu's shadowy figure behind the iron door. "Are you human or a ghost?" Fang Xiu slowly replied, "I always thought I would lose interest in humans." His form gradually changed under the faint light. Fang Xiu lowered his head and laughed. "Ha ha ha, a chilling laugh." As he laughed, he said, "But I never expected people to be much more interesting than ghosts." Continuing to grin a sinister smile, he slowly said, "Thank you all for giving me a little more interest in this world. Until next time." A strong wind blew through, and Fang Xiu's figure seemed to fade away. Then a light flashed. That light illuminated the final image of Fang Xiu, a haunting sight for those who witnessed it. He continued, "I will repay you all very well." Fang Xiu's body fell heavily to the ground, blood spilling onto the floor, and a loud scream rang out from behind. It was at this moment Wang Ziding behind kept screaming, pushing the door open with all his might, while the two Zhao Hao and Go Dai Hai also fell to the ground, running away quickly. The group of Wang Ziding left Fang Xiu behind and fled, leaving Zhao Hao crying out in anguish before Fang Xiu's corpse. "Ah, brother Hu, let me, I'll take you away." Wang Ziding continued to run. Hearing those words from Zhao Hao, he turned back, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Suddenly Wang Ziding's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain, his face showing extreme fear. He saw Zhao Hao holding Fang Xiu's head, crying loudly, but Fang Xiu's face still held a bright smile, his eyes deeply staring at everyone. Wang Ziding was immersed in this scene, imagining that Fang Xiu was looking at him, with a distant voice echoing, "Wait there for me." Suddenly, Fang Xiu reached out his hand, as if touching something cold, soft. At this moment, Fuang Lu woke up, his hand touching the leg of someone. Zhao Hao was also sitting beside him, and Fang Xiu patted Zhao Hao's shoulder, saying, "Let's go." Zhao Hao turned around with a stunned expression, looking at him in surprise. Fang Xiu walked away coldly, while Zhao Hao still sat there bewildered, saying, But you said—" Fang Xiu interrupted him. "It's silicon." Zhao Hao then nervously replied, "No wonder it's so big." The sound of Fang Xiu's footsteps echoed eerily in the hallway. The footsteps grew closer. Suddenly, Fang Xiu took a leap and ran forward. A ghostly smile spread across his lips, as if he had predicted the events that were about to unfold, chuckling mischievously. At this moment, Wang Ziding still had no idea what was happening. He walked down the stairs, filled with surprise and confusion. Suddenly, he looked up, terrified, and shouted loudly. He pointed ahead. The demon is chasing us. Ah, sir." From afar, Fang Xiu jumped down from a high step right in front of Wang Ziding with a strong landing, causing him to be startled and fall backward. Fang Xiu kept walking alone, and Wang Ziding hesitantly called out, "Fuang Fang Xiu." Zhao Hao came over from behind, scratching his head in surprise, asking everyone why they were moving so slowly. His words left everyone silent. Wang Ziding shouted back, "Is this still slow? We must have run at least 20-something floors. I don't even know why this building is so tall. It's definitely a guiding ghost." My cousin once said that the power of ghosts can create illusions in people, possibly leading to the phenomenon of a guiding ghost. If we encounter a guiding ghost, it will keep leading us. Fang Xiu continued walking calmly, murmuring, 6, 7, 8. Wang Ziding was still arguing with everyone, going around in circles. At this point, Fang Xiu had reached a door. He pulled it open, revealing another passage. Everyone was stunned. Wang Ziding above asked in surprise, "Didn't they say it was a guiding ghost? How did you find the exit so quickly?" Seeing this, Zhao Hao smiled brightly and said, "What are you waiting for? Run." Wang Ziding could only stand in shock, speechless. The room was pitch black, and it felt eerie, as if something was inside. Wang Ziding stood behind Fang Xiu and asked Fang Xiu, "Did you open your spiritual perception? You found the door right away. You must know which way to choose." Fang Xiu, "Quickly lead us out of here. If you get us outside, everyone will surely repay you." Fang Xiu at this moment pulled out his phone to check the time. 1 more minute. In 1 minute the strange apparition will appear. Behind him, Wang Ziding was overjoyed and praised Fang Shu, saying he hadn't expected him to even know the exact time the ghost would appear. It seems you've truly become a spirit master, Fang Shu. If you can lead me out of this ghost realm, I'll give you 5 million yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Shu slowly turned his face back coldly, making Wang Ziding instinctively fall silent. Then, with a sinister smile, he said, "No rush. Before we leave here, there's still something I need to do." Fang Shu's words made Wang Ziding's face grow even more fearful. Something, Mao and error, Kurjunbi showered his skin, at die. Suddenly, Fang Shu kicked him straight in the groin, causing him to jerk back and shout, "What the hell? What the hell?" Wang Ziding's testicles shattered. Wang Ziding's face turned pale, sweating profusely, his face purple with pain as he let out a groan. Then he collapsed in front of Fang Shu, clutching his crotch and screaming in pain. Fang Shu smirked, arrogantly saying, "Those 5 million yuan would be better spent treating your balls." Wang Ziding, his face pale, his eyes wide open, gasped, "If you think it's too little money," he stammered, trembling. "Why, you should just say it straight." But Fang Shu just stared at him with an emotionless gaze. He looked at Wang Ziding for a long time. The people with Wang Ziding started criticizing Fang Shu. "You, Fang Shu, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly kick him like that? Yeah, why did you hit him out of nowhere, and in such a low way?" Fang Shu remained expressionless, calmly explaining, "This strange creature's speed far exceeds that of humans, so within a minute, someone will definitely die. But now that Wang Ziding has lost his ability to move, he's the one who's going to die. What I did was to save you." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Ingo Daihai scratched his bald head, surprised. "Save us. Something doesn't seem right." Zhao Hao, standing from a distance, nodded slightly. "Brother Hu does make sense." Fang Shu's sharp gaze returned to the group. Another kick landed. "Now, ow, wow, was sure you know me, yo, as same color." The sound of breaking bones echoed again along with painful screams. This time it was 2 kicks. Engo Daihai's face twisted in pain, his complexion changed, and he was breathing heavily. Fang Shu looked at these people, his gaze emotionless, and said, "As for you, you should have been dead long ago." Engo Daihai knelt at Fang Shu's feet, struggling to speak, while Aim stood with his foot raised, ready to kick again. Engo groaned in agony. Engo Daihai's endurance was weaker, and suddenly he foamed at the mouth and passed out. The people following Wang Ziding were still confused, while Zhao Hao, terrified, clutched his groin and said, "Brother Hu, that move of yours was way too vicious." The person next to him angrily questioned Fang Shu, "What exactly do you want? In such a short time?" Yuvi suddenly kicked 2 people and seriously injured them both. Fang Shu calmly kept walking, ignoring the other person's shouting and accusations. That person pointed at Fang Shu, saying, "You attacked young Master Vong to save us, but what about attacking Lingo?" Fang Shu silently turned around and responded, "To have someone as backup." Zhao Hao cheerfully raised a hand in appreciation, saying, "That's so like you. Always careful." The other person clenched his teeth in frustration but couldn't do anything. Those who witnessed the scene started murmuring, "Hitting someone is one thing, but leaving people behind as backups, damn, this guy's morals are messed up. Is he even human?" Fang Shu stepped forward and said, "The path to the right leads to death. If you want to escape, go left. There's not much time left." Hearing this, the crowd suddenly fell silent. After speaking, Fang Shu crossed his arms and leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes as if calculating something. Everyone looked at Fang Shu with suspicion. "If the safe route is to the left, why aren't you going? Is there danger in the corridor ahead? Do you also see us as backups?" Fang Shu turned his head coldly and said, "I'm waiting to touch some thighs, and you all have 10 seconds left to run." Everyone is now confused, utterly perplexed. Touching thighs. Zhao Hao immediately moved closer to Fang Shu, clasped his hands, and said, I have another chance. Brother Hu, let me follow you. Thighs. Here I come. As the group was still talking, the sound of cracking bones echoed. A ghostly female doctor was hanging upside down from the ceiling, slowly crawling, her head twisted a terrifying 180 degrees, staring at everyone. The group immediately screamed in fear, running toward the left. Two people instantly bolted to the left, ignoring everything behind them. The two rushed into a room, which was pitch black. Then, they squeezed into a hallway, slowly peeking their heads out to observe outside. At this moment, Fang Shu wasn't frightened at all, calmly standing still. In front of him, Wang Ziding and Manhwa Recap were kneeling on the ground, while the ghostly female doctor slowly approached Fang Shu's group. Seeing this, Wang Ziding panicked, looked at Fang Shu, and trembling said, Brother Hu, help! Help! Before he could finish speaking, Wang Ziding realized something was wrong. Huh? Why is it wet down there? He immediately raised his hand to check, only to freeze in place, eyes wide open, as his hand kept dripping blood. At that moment, all that filled his mind was rage. He knelt down and coldly called out, Fang Shu! Wang Ziding grabbed Fang Shu's legs, screaming nonstop, Damn you, you're coming down with me. Before Wang Ziding's hand could touch Fang Shu, his foot stomped hard on the ground, causing Wang Ziding to cry out in pain. You! Fang Shu leaned down slightly, coldly saying, Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Fang Shu's face is now completely expressionless, exuding extreme coldness. I have to watch him die. The words frightened Wang Ziding. At this moment, the ghost doctor has also approached Wang Ziding, grabbing his head and starting to twist it. Wang Ziding screams loudly, No! No! In the next second after those final words, the ghost doctor has pulled Wang Ziding's head off. He died without closing his eyes. Wang Ziding's fresh blood splatters onto Fang Shu's face. Fang Shu sticks out his tongue and licks the droplets of blood on his face. It turns out this is the taste of revenge. Fang Shu is extremely excited, slapping his forehead and saying, Not bad, huh? Suddenly, Fang Shu's heartbeat quickens, causing him to be taken by surprise. He clutches his chest and shouts, Hey. I didn't expect my heartbeat to go this fast. You smiled in satisfaction. Ha. Fang Shu is imagining the scene of reuniting with his wife, his husband. What if one day his wife dies by his own hands? Then it would be a scene of unimaginable beauty. Suddenly, Fang Shu fell silent for a moment, his face now resembling a murderer's, his expression emotionless. He grabbed the ghostly female doctor's legs, spread them wide, lifted one onto his shoulder, and started stroking her thigh as usual. At this moment, the two people in the distance were utterly terrified and astonished by Fang Shu's actions. They looked at each other, cold sweat running down their bodies. One said to the other in disbelief, Did he really just say stroking her thigh? He's actually stroking the thigh of a ghost. Suddenly, Fang Shu turned his head, his expression cold, looking in the direction of Zhao Hao, who was standing nearby. Zhao Hao was startled when Fang Shu suddenly turned his head toward him and immediately stepped back. When Fang Shu saw Zhao Hao with that emotionless face and remembered the past, Zhao Hao was sobbing and begging him, Brother Hu, please take me away. The things Zhao Hao did in Fang Shu's storage room were still fresh in his memory, although he felt no emotional stirrings. Fang Shu still hoped to help Zhao Hao more. After a moment of thought, Fang Shu suddenly said something to Zhao Hao, startling him. Zhao Hao was shocked and frightened, as if struck by lightning. Suddenly Fang Shu stood up, grabbing the thigh of the female ghost doctor with one hand, while reaching towards Zhao Hao with the other. His face was smeared with blood, making him look extremely ghostly. He grinned horrifyingly, his pale skin contrasting with the bright red blood, creating a strange and terrifying beauty. He spoke to Zhao Hao in a chilling tone, Do you want to come with me? Seeing this, the two people standing behind were so terrified by Fang Shu that they immediately ran away, screaming in fear. "Ah, a ghost!" At that moment, when Zhao Hao heard Fang Shu speak to him, he froze on the spot, stunned and gaping in shock. He trembled and said, "This, brother Hu, wa." When Fang Shu heard the two who had just run off call him a ghost, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Confused, he asked, "A ghost?" Then he realized and thought to himself, "Is that it? Dying 21 times has filled my mind with thoughts of revenge and madness." Fang Shu turned to look at the rolling head of Wang Ziding and thought, "I can feel that it's becoming harder for me to experience emotional fluctuations." Then he continued to stare at Wang Ziding's head with a horrified expression, pondering, "My humanity is slowly fading away too." Suddenly, Fang Shu turned to look at the astonished Zhao Hao and thought to himself, "But Zhao Hao and I are different." Then he bowed his head, changing his attitude from indifferent to sad, continuing to think, "If he's not willing, I won't force him." At this moment, after a brief hesitation, Zhao Hao finally decided to trust Fang Shu. He then loudly told Fang Shu, "Your family is ordinary, and your appearance is average." Hearing Zhao Hao speak, Fang Shu was extremely surprised. Zhao Hao continued, "In the business department, you're always just a nobody. Only Brother Shu would hang out with you. Only Brother Shu was willing to talk to you. Only he truly considered you a friend." After saying that, Zhao Hao awkwardly and shyly scratched his face and stammered, I trust you." Immediately Zhao Hao smiled sheepishly, scratched his head and said, "Brother Shu, honestly, you look terrifying. The blood splattered all over your face makes it seem like you just butchered a pig." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao took a step toward Fang Shu, but at that moment, he accidentally kicked Wang Ziding, who was rolling on the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Hao was terrified. He quickly lifted his foot, clasped his hands together in apology, and said, I offended young Master Wan. I didn't mean to call you a pig." After speaking, the corners of Zhao Hao's mouth lifted into a smile, his face flushed, full of fiery energy. He reached out and slowly touched the leg of the ghost doctor woman. At this moment, 2 arms appeared on the thigh of the female doctor demon, groping her thigh. Those were the arms of Fang Shu and Zhao Hao, and they began to slowly touch her thigh. At first, Zhao Hao only dared to lightly touch with one finger. Then, encouraged, he moved on to using his whole hand on the female doctor demon's thigh. Fang Shu, seeing this, was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Zhao Hao, feeling doubtful, hesitantly asked Fang Shu, Hey, why'd you choose to attack Wang Ziding and Ango Daihai?" Fang Shu calmly lowered his head and explained, "The speed of this strange demon far exceeds that of a human. To survive, we can only exchange lives for time. With our identities and status, who do you think they would push out as a pawn to sacrifice? Me, someone who has conflicts with them, or you, someone who is always looked down upon?" Hearing Fang Shu's words, Zhao Hao's complexion turned somewhat pale as he awkwardly replied, "Me." At that moment, he was about to say something, but Fang Shu suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. Immediately after, his expression became extremely serious as he said, "Wait a moment." Zhao Hao, seeing this, was startled and scared, not knowing what was happening. Fang Shu immediately displayed a face full of fear, questioning Zhao Hao, who was dazed with a face full of question marks, asking if he felt a cold breeze entering his body. Zhao Hao was stunned, his expression slightly fearful. Then he looked at Fang Shu and said, "I don't." At this moment, Fang Shu felt a subtle shift in his heart, carefully sensing that it was not an illusion. It turned out that Fang Shu sensed a strange cold air from the thigh of the female ghost doctor spreading into his palm, then radiating throughout his body. He was startled and panicked. Could this be the invasion of some eerie power? After his panic, Fang Shu closed his eyes, carefully sensing the weak cold air from the body of the female ghost doctor passing through him via his hand. Suddenly, Fang Shu frowned, his expression troubled, silently thinking that the ghostly energy was so weak that he hadn't sensed it when he touched her thigh before. Could it be that he was nearing some kind of limit now? Thinking of this, Fang Shu suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression shocked, as if he had received an omen. He thought, could this be a sign of opening spiritual awareness? At the same time, Zhao Hao beside him, in contrast to Fang Shu's surprised expression, had a flushed face. He was changing thousands of positions while caressing the thigh of the female ghost doctor, his face twisted in delight as he said to Fang Shu, "Cold air entering the body. What cold air, by the way? These legs are pretty cold indeed. Could it be because my position is wrong?" Seeing this, Fang Shu was left speechless. A moment later, Zhao Hao realized that it was almost time. He looked at Fang Shu and said regretfully, "Brother Hugh, it must be almost time, let's hurry up." Hearing this, Fang Shu, with his eyes closed and feeling the cold air on the thigh of the female ghost doctor, replied seriously, "Not yet, we still have Enjo Daihei. I feel like I'm about to awaken my spiritual perception." At the same time, Engo Daihai lay trembling on one side. Upon hearing Fang Shu's, Zhao Hao immediately switched to a cheerful attitude, looking at Fang Shu excitedly and saying, "Really? That's great, doesn't that mean we're saved?" Immediately after, he felt shy again, scratching his face and asking Fang Shu, "But what does it feel like to awaken spiritual perception? Why can't I feel anything at all?" In response, Fang Shu became serious and explained Zhao Hao's question. "Even though you have been exposed to the eerie for a long time, you have never experienced life and death." Then he continued, "You don't meet the mental standards, which is why you can't feel it." After that, the female ghost doctor grabbed Enjo Daihai and skillfully and joyfully began to dismember him. At this moment, after learning the reason, Zhao Hao looked at Fang Shu, wanting to say something but hesitating. He thought to himself, clearly, I have always been by Brother Hugh's side, so when did he experience life and death? After the female ghost doctor finished dismembering him, she opened her sharp-toothed mouth, stuck out her super long tongue, and licked Engo Daihai's face. She then hugged Engo Daihai and began to eat. Fang Shu continued, "Engo Daihai is very fat. Maintaining it for 5 minutes is not a problem." Seeing that, the two moved forward and continued to touch the thighs. Fang Shu said, "We'll only touch for 2 minutes at most, leaving 3 minutes to escape." Zhao Hao responded, "Yes." Then, he closed his eyes again, his palms unconsciously stroking, seriously feeling the cold energy flowing in. In his perception, more and more cold energy gathered inside his body. But after entering his body, the cold energy felt like a drop in the ocean, disappearing without a trace. This situation left Fang Shu puzzled. Fang Shu closed his eyes, calmly thinking, I can feel the eerie aura invading my body, but where does it end up? Could it be? At this point, he paused, as if realizing something, and thought to himself in surprise, the mind. At this moment, he couldn't help but immerse himself in his consciousness, letting it drift along with the cold energy, like a leaf floating on a river, eventually merging into the vast ocean. And here Fang Shu sensed a gray heart beating slowly, covered in dust that looked very filthy, and all the cold energy ultimately flowed into this heart. As he thought about the heart, he also pondered, the mind has no form, which means I can control the form and state of my own spirit. Immediately, Fang Shu stirred his thoughts, his desolate heart slowly turning into a blade. It could even turn into himself. As more and more cold air seeped into his heart, it gradually emitted a faint light. Soon after, all the eerie currents began converging toward the crack in his heart, gathering into a bright red glow. Then they penetrated the crack of his soul until eventually all the red light merged with the black light, forming a bright red sphere. When Fang Shu saw the bright red sphere, he immediately thought, this is it. Finally, everything returned to silence, and the heart in Fang Shu's chest beat powerfully, thump thump, while his senses became incredibly sharp, heightened. Fang Shu's hand subtly feels the sensation. Fang Shu's nose slightly inhales the sense of smell. Fang Shu's ears listen to the eerie laughter of the female demon, the sense of hearing. Fang Shu's tongue lightly licks the blood at the corner of his mouth. The sense of taste has become much more sensitive. Beyond the senses, Fang Shu's brain perceives another source of energy. Even thinking, neural reaction speed and body control abilities are enhanced, able to unleash the hidden power in the muscles at any moment. At this moment, Fang Shu slowly opens his eyes and realizes that it feels as if a thin veil has been lifted, revealing the naked truth of the world before him. Then, Fang Shu falls into deep thought. Could this be intuition? Fang Shu squats down, looks at his fist, and thinks to himself, this is the product of his spirit being altered by the power of the supernatural. Then Fang Shu continued to look at his hands and thought, my spiritual sense has only opened about 1%. I need enough of the strange force to fuse with it to fully unleash stronger psychic power. Fang Shu clenched his fist so tightly that his veins popped. He thought the ability of a spirit master is the manifestation of psychic power. Whatever is most important to you, whatever you need most, will be revealed. At this moment, Fang Shu placed his hand on his left chest, wondering, what exactly will my ability be, or perhaps? As Fang Shu thought about it, he began to use his spiritual sense, what he desired the most. As soon as Fang Shu thought about it, suddenly, his heart throbbed as if something had pierced through it. Immediately, Fang Shu clutched his chest, his face twisted in pain. Too painful, my ability is. Fang Shu was shocked to realize that his ability was suffering. Fang Shu couldn't believe it, thinking, my attack can make the target feel pain, so my heart is filled with pain. When Fang Shu began using his abilities, it was as if numerous demons emanated from around him. Fang Shu realized that, whether it was the physical pain of death or the twisted and negative emotions of the mind, he could make his enemies experience the pain he had endured. Fang Shu smirked coldly and cheerfully. It wasn't until this moment that Fang Shu fully understood what his ability was. Then, he burst into a terrifying, crazed laughter. Ha ha ha! This is amazing. I'm extremely pleased with this power. Am Ravi, or Jerry, I'm Miu, Ayabao, and Piao. A gleeful, delighted smile spread across Fang Shu's face. We're Zhang. At this moment, Zhao Hao, standing beside him, saw Fang Shu acting like a madman and was so scared that his jaw dropped. He hesitantly called out, Brother Hu you. Zhao Hao asked, did it work? But Fang Shu didn't respond, as if he hadn't heard Zhao Hao's words. He only threw his head back and continued to laugh wildly, his face twisted with madness, unable to contain his excitement. His mind raced with thoughts, you win, and you matter. Making even demons feel pain. What in this world could be more wonderful than this? This is exactly what I've longed for the most. Suddenly, Fang Shu's eyes turned vicious, as if he had thought of something. What Fang Shu thought of was his wife. Wasn't it, my dear wife? Fang Shu continues to close his eyes, smiling, feeling the joy he has just received. While immersed in pleasure, suddenly, he hears the voice of Zhao Hao next to him interrupting, Brother Hu. Zhao Hao says, it's been 2 minutes. Upon hearing this, Fang Shu's expression immediately becomes calm as he opens his eyes. Then Fang Shu looks seriously at Zhao Hao and says, you should step back a bit. I want to test the power of my spiritual energy. As soon as he finishes speaking, Zhao Hao quickly steps back, joyfully raising both thumbs to congratulate him, saying, does that mean you have really become a spirit master, just like Wang Zidang said? That's awesome. After that, Fang Shu walks towards the female doctor, slowly approaching her. Fang Shu's expression is serious. Fang Shu stands in place, looking at the female doctor devouring food on the floor. Then he channels spiritual energy from his left hand. Immediately, Fang Shu clenched his fist tightly, thinking to himself, this punch carries the pain from dying 21 times. Who could bear this level of agony? Then Fang Shu assumed a stance, his face twisted with malice as he thought, the more deaths, the more the pain increases. This also means, this is a power that can infinitely strengthen. Fang Shu's fist drew closer to the ghostly female doctor, crawling on the ground. Fang Shu shouted, you will be the first to feel this pain. As soon as the words left his mouth, his punch swiftly landed hard on the ghostly female doctor's face. The female doctor, who was eating, had no reaction. Fang Shu was slightly surprised. Fang Shu watched as his spiritual strength slowly dissipated, thinking, is it really disappearing? Then the ghostly female doctor's body collapsed to the ground, clutching her cheeks tightly, screaming and wailing in pain. Even her eating utensils, the scalpel, fell to the ground, scattering far away. Although the female ghost doctor looked very painful, it was clearly not as painful as Fang Shu had been earlier. At this moment, she was still able to crawl up and cry, wailing. Fang Shu looked down from above and thought that this punch seemed to have a normal effect. Fang Shu watched the spiritual power about to vanish completely and lowered her eyes, thinking that 1% of the spiritual power had already been depleted. Fang Shu's heart also returned to normal. Then, the female ghost doctor also recovered as before and continued to eat ravenously. At this moment, Fang Shu stood still, observing the female ghost doctor, lost in thought. There were no visible external wounds on the ghost's head. The punch could not break her defenses, but only obstructed the transmission of spiritual power. It was clear that she wasn't suffering as much as Fang Shu had at first. Fang Shu continued to analyze, realizing that the next time she attacked, she really had to hurt the ghost. The power of her punch was limited. It would be best to find some weapon. However, could an ordinary weapon transmit spiritual energy? Just as Fang Shu was thinking, Zhao Hao pushed up his glasses and looked at her, asking, "And Shu, are we still not running away?" Right after that, Zhao Hao had a lewd expression, drooling as he looked at the female ghost doctor's long, slender white thigh, with a slightly perverted grin as he said, "Then, let me touch a bit more, hey?" At that moment, Fang Shu suddenly discovered the female demon doctor's scalpel lying on the ground. A thought flashed through Fang Shu's mind. Speaking of weapons. At that moment, the corners of Fang Shu's mouth curled up. Wasn't it just right here? Without hesitation, Fang Shu directly squatted down to pick up the knife that was radiating a sinister aura from the ground. When he grasped the knife, he felt an intense cold, like a block of ice. At the same time, as soon as he held it, Fang Shu felt an extremely intense wave of negative emotions continuously attacking his mind. He immediately frowned, not understanding what was happening. Then he looked at the knife, radiating an aura of resentment, with a face full of pain. This power contains resentment, anger, and the hatred of countless people. Not long after, Fang Shu's mind immediately fell into a state of numbness. Fragmented images kept flashing in his head. He saw countless half-human, half-demon creatures bound to the operating tables. At this moment, Fang Shu fully understood that in this mental hospital, this was the surgical knife used for experiments on the strange entities, absorbing the resentment of countless spirits. Then the image of the female demon doctor holding the knife with a fierce expression appeared. Fang Shu looked at the knife radiating resentment and continued thinking, realizing that the female demon doctor had her mind shattered by the resentment, turning her into a spirit. This also meant that the true essence of these spirits is... Thinking about this, he paused, looked at the sharp knife in his hand and continued to ponder, this surgical knife. At that moment, Fang Shu once again flashed a wicked smile, as if he had figured something out. A plan began to take root in his mind. If he had this knife, could he kill that female doctor? Thinking of this, Fang Shu was eager to experiment. Immediately after, he went in front of the female ghost doctor and told Zhao Hao, step back. Zhao Hao was currently hugging the female ghost doctor's thigh, lost in ecstasy, his face so happy that he was drooling. Hearing Fang Shu say that, his face turned full of embarrassment. He quickly spread his arms and stepped back, awkwardly saying, "We've only just touched for a moment, but okay." But suddenly, Fang Shu changed his attitude instantly, his expression turning emotionless as he began to gather power. Moments later, a beam of silver light flashed by, followed by a crisp sound of metal clashing. It seemed the female ghost doctor had been killed, but no, her neck was completely unharmed. At that moment, Zhao Hao hurriedly covered his ears, exclaiming, "Oh no, oh no, oh no," while Fang Shu was utterly astonished, staring in disbelief. Immediately he started to ponder, This can't be possible. At the same time, Zhao Hao rushed over in a panic, lifting the female doctor's collar to check. He was equally shocked and confused, saying, "Hey, this knife cuts really fast. Why didn't it hurt her?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao reached out to touch her neck. Instantly, his attitude changed, saliva was flowing, and his small face turned bright red as he said pervertedly, "Her skin is so smooth, cool to the touch, it feels really nice." Hearing that, Fang Shu immediately paid attention to the female doctor, who was lost in thought. That's right, a scalpel is enough to kill countless strange creatures, but why? At that moment, Fang Shu suddenly reacted. Could it be intuition? Immediately he grabbed the knife and thought of intuition. The scalpel needs intuition to activate, but right now his intuition was exhausted, so he couldn't unleash its power. At this point, Fang Shu gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "It seems I can't seek revenge just yet." Suddenly, the ghostly female doctor stared intently at them. At that moment, Fang Shu didn't hesitate to pull Zhao Hao and turn to run. Zhao Hao, not understanding what was happening, exclaimed, brother Hu Fang." Fang Shu replied, "Just run, there's no time." Then the ghostly female doctor suddenly stood up, glancing around, muttering continuously, "Knife, knife, knife, knife." Meanwhile, Fang Shu and Zhao Hao quickly ran out of the hallway. Entering a large hall, which is very empty and quiet, Fang Shu suddenly feels something. After opening his intuition, his 5 senses become increasingly sharp. It seems he can easily hear the hurried breaths of 2 people and the thumping hearts filled with anxiety. Soon after, he stares at a pillar and is certain that there are people here. Is it them? They're hiding well behind the pillar. A man and a woman are peering out with fear in their eyes. At the same time, Zhao Hao looks at Fang Shu with a troubled expression and asks, there are 4 doors here. Which way should we choose now?" As soon as he finishes speaking, the 2 people behind the pillar come out after observing. Zhao Hao, not knowing what's happening, jumps in fright. Then the girl looks overjoyed, almost to the point of tears, and says, "Great, you 2 are okay." The man looks at them with a serious expression. "Fang Shu, you should lead the way. We've been waiting for you for a long time." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao immediately glares angrily and shouts, "Just a moment ago, you 2 ran away quickly. Now you still have the nerve to ask who to lead the way." The 2 people feel awkward after hearing this, only managing to smile sheepishly, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Fang Shu didn't pay attention to the 2 people, and instead at the 4 doors with a very calm expression. After thinking for a while, Fang Shu answered Zhao Hao seriously, very simply, "Try them one by one." As soon as he said that, the 3 people next to him were stunned, staring blankly at Fang Shu. The man seemed displeased. "We're racing against time here. There's no time to try each one." At this point, Fang Shu didn't care and walked toward one of the doors. He irritably said, "Too much talking. Follow or not, it's up to you." And Zhao Hao immediately followed him. Seeing this, the 2 colleagues behind them didn't know what to do and could only anxiously call out, "Fang Shu." Suddenly, a sound echoed everywhere, scaring them both to the point of goosebumps, their bodies trembling. Right after that, the ceiling also started shaking violently. The 2 of them stared up at the ceiling in terror. The girl was scared to tears. A bizarre demon was chasing them, while the man looked puzzled. How could it be? Wang Zidiang and Am Dai are 2 people. How could it be so fast? At this moment, Fang Shu's eyes suddenly became sharp. He thought to himself, "It could be because I grabbed her scalpel, breaking her killing rule." Seeing this, they immediately sped up, quickly running toward the large door ahead. He pushed the old door open. Then, with a calm face, he said, "Go!" As soon as they stepped through the door, they discovered a staircase leading upstairs. So Fang Shu quickly let everyone up. They started desperately running upstairs, led by Fang Shu with Zhao Hao closely following. Behind them were the other 2 still arguing. The woman's stamina couldn't keep up with the others, and in a panic, she grabbed the man's shirt in front, saying, wait for me, she's catching up. The man, angry, shouted, "Let go of me, stop pulling me." At the same time, a loud crash echoed behind them, as a figure shot up the stairs like lightning. They saw the ghostly doctor clinging to the ceiling, slowly turning her body, her eyes menacingly scanning the people below. At the same time, she let out a chilling voice, "Give it back to me." She looked at them with a dangerous smile. "Give it back." The ghostly doctor completely ignored the group and quickly rushed towards the stairs leading up. The two coworkers, trembling with fear, looked in the direction where Fan Shu had disappeared. Suddenly, Zhao Hao noticed something was wrong and shouted towards the upstairs stairwell, "Hu, watch out." As soon as she finished speaking, the demon doctor stopped right in front of Fang Shu, glaring at him with anger, and slowly uttered the word "knife." After observing, the demon doctor smirked, stared intently at Fang Shu, then prepared to pounce. In an instant, she leaped to attack Fang Shu. He couldn't dodge in time and was immediately pinned to the ground, his arm grabbed by the demon doctor, who screamed, "Give it back to me." The demon doctor roared in fury, opening her mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. She then viciously bit into Fang Shu's neck, blood splattering everywhere. Once again, Fang Shu died, but this time he understood. The West Gate, it's over. He was immediately revived. After his resurrection, Fang Shu had to experience everything he had gone through before once again. All of your choices are no different from before, once again kicking at the weak spots of Wang Zidang and Wu Daihai. You confidently look at the two of them. Your ability makes the enemy feel pain. Of course, you can't give up the scalpel as usual. You pick it up, thinking, and a scalpel can cut through countless eerie things. Perfect match. The ghostly female doctor immediately stops eating. She angrily glares at Feng Hu and asks, "Where's my knife?" At this moment, Feng Hu raises the scalpel and excitedly shouts at Zhao Hao, "Run, Zhao Hao." Upon seeing the scalpel, he panics and runs off. All right, brother Hu," he thinks, encouraging himself. "I can't give up now." The next door Feng Hu chooses is the north door, and he starts running toward it. And to the north is a working elevator. Feng Hu quickly runs inside and presses to go up to the 5th floor. A figure behind is also chasing him, and the elevator seems too old, making it start up extremely slow. Seeing this, Feng Hu repeatedly presses the elevator button. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a pale hand suddenly reached in, stopping the doors from shutting. The pale hand appeared right in front of Feng Shu. Finally, blood splattered everywhere. Once again, Feng Shu felt confident. Done. This time, Feng Shu chose the south door, which led to an operating room. Inside, everything was chaotic, with broken medical equipment scattered around, and the ghostly female doctor was clinging to a corner of the wall, staring intently at him. Immediately, the ghostly doctor lunged at him, pinning Feng Shu to the ground. Man and ghost, their 4 eyes locked in a stare. Done. The familiar scene again, blood splattering everywhere. Feng Shu died once more, and then revived. Now there was only one path left, the east door. He thought to himself, "This is the only one left. If this door is another dead end, then I'll have no choice but to give up the scalpel." Thinking about this, Feng Shu became extremely uncomfortable and frustrated, but he couldn't accept it. Feng Shu placed his hand on the eastern door and confidently thought, "No, there's still hope." He thought, although her speed far surpasses mine, I can use the repeated deaths and resurrections to predict her attack trajectory. To some extent, dying and coming back to life is like predicting the future, and I remember this place. Suddenly, he turned and started walking. There is an emergency exit on the left. Thinking about this, Feng Shu quickly strode towards it. However, before he could get far, a stream of black mist appeared behind him and grabbed his collar. Then the black mist intensified, wrapping around Feng Shu's neck. A slicing sound. Feng Shu's head separates from his neck. This is the 9th time he has died and come back to life. At this moment, Feng Shu thought to himself, he was very close to the emergency exit. Next time he would surely make it. Reviving in an instant, Fang Shu pointed decisively to the east and said, "Go east?" This time, he didn't attack Wang Ziding and Go Daihai anymore, but without hesitation, he led Zhao Hao toward the east gate. Wang Ziding and Ngo Daihai followed closely behind, but just as they entered the east gate, the familiar, chilling sound of cracking bones hit them again. Wang Ziding and Ngo Daihai heard the sound and immediately panicked. "Ah, run!" They sprinted down the corridor, fearing they would be the last ones left behind. Yet the ghost completely ignored them, leaping over their heads and charging straight at Fang Shu. Fang Shu didn't look back. He just kept running straight, while the ghostly doctor chased him relentlessly from behind. Seeing this, Zhao Hao shouted from behind, "Brother Hu!" Quickly, but before he could finish speaking, the hand of the demonic female doctor reached Fang Shu's back. She aggressively grabbed for his head, but he tilted his head to avoid that pale and bizarre hand. The demonic doctor was surprised, her eyes widened. Fang Shu remained calm, giving her a contemptuous smile. The demonic doctor was furious, her eyes blazing with rage. Zhao Hao behind them was equally confused by Fang Shu's actions. At that moment, Fang Shu took advantage of the demonic doctor's hesitation and quickly turned around, running towards the end of the hallway. Seeing this, the demonic doctor burst out in anger. Her eyes glared fiercely as she lunged with her clawed hands, shouting, "Die!" At the same time, quickly closing in on Fang Shu, she launched a grabbing move at him. After missing a strike, the female ghost doctor immediately unleashed another blow with incredible speed accompanied by a fierce whistling wind, but Fang Shu managed to evade again. Another attack came. Fang Shu simply bent down once more to avoid it, experiencing several near-death moments in that short time. At this moment, the ghost doctor's hands had almost transformed into shadowy images continuously attacking him, but Fang Shu was always calm and easily dodged the attacks, especially after enhancing his spiritual perception. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Hao was extremely delighted. He looked at Fang Shu with a worshipful expression and exclaimed, "Wow! Who is quite impressive." At the same time, the female ghost doctor was infuriated by Fang Shu's actions, gritting her teeth in anger, hanging upside down. Suddenly, she jumped down from the ceiling, then opened her mouth wide and lunged fiercely at Fang Shu. However, just as she charged, Fang Shu stumbled as if tripped by something. Suddenly falling forward, he thought to himself that this time he had indeed predicted her attack trajectory. Immediately after, Fang Hu fell heavily to the ground. The female ghost doctor was also charging towards him at a rapid speed. Fang Hu immediately rolled to the side, avoiding her attack. The spot where he had been was smashed into a deep hole by the female ghost doctor. Fang Hu glanced back confidently, having completely avoided all attacks. Now the female ghost doctor, having missed her attack, became even angrier, muttering, "Die?" Then she suddenly turned her head to look at Fang Hu, continuously cursing, "Die for me." Fang Hu glanced back at her but continued running towards the emergency exit. Zhao Hao and the other two stood there dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Even at a speed our eyes couldn't follow. What just happened?" "Fang Hu dodged it," Zhao Hao replied. "I couldn't see clearly either." At that moment, the female demon doctor became furious, let out a roar, and kicked off to chase after Fang Shu once again, while Fang Shu, seeing the passage glowing with green light, put all his effort into speeding up. Zhao Hao was deep in thought, sweating profusely. He looked at Fang Shu with admiration. "This is the spirit master, isn't it?" After a tough struggle, the emergency exit door was right in front of him. Fang Shu felt secretly pleased. He finally saw the exit sign. Looking at the emergency exit sign before him, he hoped that this was indeed the way out. Then we would be saved. Suddenly, Fang Shu froze for a few seconds. But just then the howl of the demon reappeared. It had crawled right behind Fang Shu. Perhaps he was thinking about how to dodge her next, but unexpectedly, the demon backed away. Her whole body was trembling, stammering a few words, not advancing. Seeing this, Fang Shu was very suspicious, wondering to himself, why did she stop chasing after him? Was she afraid? In Fang Shu's heart, not only was there no relief, but his worry grew heavier. Suddenly, she turned around at lightning speed, running in the opposite direction. At this moment, Zhao Hao and the two others arrived, accidentally running into the demon doctor. Right after that, her chest slammed straight into Zhao Hao's face. He was in extreme pain due to the demon doctor's speed. Zhao Hao was knocked down, stumbling backward, while the two colleagues next to him were utterly terrified. At this moment, Zhao Hao held his face, adjusted his glasses, and with a confused look, asked, "What the hell was that?" It was cold, but soft. The two colleagues looked in the direction where the demon doctor left, then looked at each other in confusion. The man asked, "She's gone, what about Feng Shu?" Zhao Hao hurriedly ran towards Feng Shu, calling, on HU, are you okay? Why did that demon woman run off? Feng Shu calmly replied, I'm fine. He signaled to Zhao Hao that he was okay, while beginning to analyze, logically, the way out of here should be the exit. He hesitated for a moment, but, he wondered. The female doctor saw the sign and ran away. At this moment, Zhao Hao looked at Feng Shu with a puzzled expression. What do you mean, on HU? Looking at the glowing emergency exit sign right in front of them. Feng Shu didn't answer Zhao Hao but continued thinking to himself, it means that this might not be the way out, but rather a place that harbors something that terrifies her. At this moment, Feng Shu looked at the sign. It was clear that behind the sign was a passageway, and the passage was very dark, only relying on the sign to illuminate it. He could vaguely see the iron door at the end of the passage. He thought to himself, behind this door, there's only darkness, like the entrance to an abyss. At the same time, the female colleague behind him saw the emergency exit, and immediately smiled brightly. An emergency exit? The male colleague, seeing Feng Shu standing still, anxiously asked, why aren't you moving? Is there something wrong with this path? Hearing this, Feng Shu's face remained expressionless as he turned to look at him. He didn't share his thoughts with everyone. Instead, he reminded them, let's rest for a bit before continuing. After saying that, Feng Shu sat down right where he was. At the same time, Zhao Hao and the others also sat down. A short break wouldn't hurt. They had been running for several dozen minutes. The female colleague took a deep breath and exhaled, while the male colleague sighed. I never thought I'd live to see a ghost. Feng Shu closed his eyes and began to rest. After a while, Feng Shu suddenly opened his eyes. Then he jumped up, startling the three others in confusion. With a serious expression, Feng Shu said to them, let's go. Feng Shu walked along the wall towards the pitch-black emergency exit ahead. He remained very alert, glancing around at his surroundings as he walked, while Zhao Hao and the others followed behind him, looking gloomy and exhausted. The space became very quiet, silent enough to clearly hear each of their footsteps. The atmosphere was extremely cold and gloomy, frightening the group, making everyone sweat profusely. Feng Shu glanced around with an assessing look, silently reflecting on the smoothly traveled path ahead. In just a flash, they reached the emergency exit, but it looked eerie, an old door covered in stains that resembled blood. The more they looked at it, the more it emanated an overwhelming sense of darkness and gloom. But even so, it was their last choice to escape this cursed, terrifying place. Feng Shu reached out toward the door. He suddenly hesitated. Then a doubt arose in his mind. He wondered, could the real danger be behind this door? It seemed to beckon them to step inside, as something eerie began to seep from behind it. Despite his thoughts, Feng Shu pushed the door open and stepped in. Seeing this, Zhao Hao quickly stepped forward and asked, Brother Hu, is there really a way through here? Is it safe? Feng Shu replied sternly. Even if it's dangerous, we have to go. And so, he was the first to step inside. Feng Shu walks into the dark space without any fear. This place is truly just an encompassing darkness, with no light existing. But Feng Shu continues to walk deeper inside. He walks on and on. As he walks, he reflects that it is so dark here that he cannot see anything. The strangest thing is that this place is eerily silent. He cannot even hear his own voice. No matter how much Feng Shu tries to scream, he cannot hear himself. Feeling a bit confused, He continues to observe his surroundings. The darkness swallows the path. I can only choose to keep moving forward. Move forward. Fang Shu keeps going, moving forward. The sense of time is also consumed by the darkness. This road seems to stretch on forever, without an end. After wandering aimlessly for who knows how long, it seems like some light is shining on his face. Fang Shu gradually focuses on the space ahead of him, a point of light in the distance, like a new glimmer of hope. His vision gradually changed. The space began to shift, and it appeared in a hazy way. Right after that, the place became clearer. Until he got closer, he could finally read the sign, White Willow Library. Looking at the space in front of him, Fang Shu exclaimed in disbelief, I'm out. His face seemed filled with surprise. A long while later, the others who had followed Fang Shu also managed to step out, but they only emerged by nightfall. Zhao Hao was overjoyed to have escaped the haunted hospital, immediately turning to share his joy with Fang Shu. This is great, brother Shu. We survived and got out of that dangerous place. While speaking, Zhao Hao was surprised not to see Fang Shu. He looked around. Brother Hu, the woman beside him, looked confused by the surroundings, nervously asking, "Are we really out now?" Another person, as if escaping a horrific nightmare, immediately bolted away. "Quick, let's get out of here." Zhao Hao finally found Fang Shu standing there in a daze. He called out to him, "Brother Shu," while telling the other two, "You guys run quickly. What if the monster inside comes out?" Fang Shu's face turned serious, frowning and mumbling, "Something's not right. Where exactly is this?" While silently speculating, he suddenly realized something. That's right. The Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. It's gone. Faced with this new discovery, Fang Shu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. His expression became more confused as he started reconsidering everything. Why is only the Bailu Library left? Why haven't we encountered any danger? Could it be that the female doctor can't leave the psychiatric hospital? Seeing that the dangers seemed to have passed, Zhao Hao spoke up to Fang Shu, "Tonight's ordeal wore me out. Brother Shu, let's go back and rest." Then he turned and walked away, calling back to Fang Shu, "Tomorrow we have to work, or you can just take a day off." Fang Shu was dumbfounded upon hearing that, repeating unconsciously, "Go home, go to work." Zhao Hao immediately responded, "That's right, go home tonight, work tomorrow." Upon hearing those words, Fang Shu's expression became serious, as if he realized something. Fang Shu quickly turned around, glancing around, feeling increasingly anxious and uneasy. No, he couldn't see it anymore. It's gone. It's all gone. Fang Shu sprinted away, unable to accept what was happening. No, it can't be. No, this isn't right. His strange reaction left Zhao Hao surprised. "Who? What can't you find? What are you looking for?" The city's lights shone peacefully, but deep inside Fang Shu was overwhelmed with disbelief. Danger. Can't see them anymore. I can accept myself running away for no reason. I can accept losing the mental hospital. While thinking, he raised his hand to hail a taxi on the road. Seeing this, Zhao Hao anxiously shouted, "Brother Hu, what are you doing? Turn back, it's dangerous." Fang Shu was filled with anxiety, but the only thing he couldn't accept was that strange disappearance. They disappeared. How am I supposed to take revenge? He panicked to the point of standing in the middle of the road. Amidst the bustling traffic, the glaring headlights shone directly on Fang Shu, but he didn't care much at this moment. His mind was solely focused on his beloved wife at home, especially his dearest wife. "You can only die by my hand." Fang Shu's face was filled with rage as he thought of this. His eyes were resolute. "Wife, you must be waiting for me at home." Truly, he was the ideal husband. No matter what happened, he always thought of his wife. Finally, Fang Shu managed to catch a taxi to return home. The driver looked at him with fearful eyes, while Fang Shu bowed his head in silence, muttering to himself in a chilling manner, "No, no, no." He trembled all over, his mouth still insisting. No, you cannot disappear. Cannot disappear? At least, my wife absolutely cannot disappear. Wife, you must not go, must not go. Fang Shu seemed to be going mad as all these strange beings suddenly vanished like this. To him, the vengeance was still not settled, and they dared to disappear. This truly made him very angry. The taxi gradually stopped, and the driver announced, "We've arrived, the fares in total." Hearing that they had arrived, Fang Shu startled and turned to look. He immediately dashed outside to check. While the driver was very startled by this action of Fang Shu, he shouted, Hey, don't run! You haven't paid yet." Fang Shu was currently too preoccupied to care about that. He ran straight into the house, ignoring the driver. His footsteps became more hurried. While running, Fang Shu prayed that his wife wouldn't disappear. Anyone in the world could vanish. Only you. The door was right in front of him. Fang Shu immediately flung the door open, shouting for his wife. Only you can't. But behind the door, there was no sign of her, just a bleak, gloomy scene. The atmosphere inside was cold, as if nothing existed in there. Fang Shu's hands began to tremble. He was utterly shattered by the sight, collapsing onto the floor, his expression filled with despair. His face was covered in cold sweat, and he muttered hopelessly, "You could kill me 18 times, but without you, how will I live afterward? My wife. Fang Shu was like a soulless body. He began to stand up and move inside the house helplessly. His steps were unsteady, and in his heart, Fang Shu was reflecting on everything that had happened. He had died dozens of times. Tortured by his wife and that female doctor to this extent, the hatred he harbored for them was the only thing keeping him alive. He swore he would get his revenge, so they could also feel the suffering. At this moment, Fang Shu's eyes showed no sign of hope or life, only a despair that had no escape. He lay on the bed staring at the ceiling above him, but now the strangeness was gone. Fang Shui stayed awake all night until the morning light gradually shone through the window. I asked myself, with hatred filling me, where could I release it? Where is the meaning of continuing to live? At that moment, Zhao Hao suddenly called. Seeing this, Fang Shu gently picked up the phone. On the other end, Zhao Hao's anxious voice came through. "Brother Shu, check the news. The Balliu library is on fire. 7:49 p.m. last night." As soon as Fang Shu heard this, his eyes widened in shock. He immediately sat up straight. Then, he looked at the phone. At that moment, the phone displayed an article from Daily Consultant. The content mentioned the fire at the Balliu library at 7:49 p.m., which burned an area of 1,000 square meters. The fire claimed 11 lives. After identification, the victims include Wang Ziding, Wu Dehai, Fang Shu, Zhao Hao, and Li Feifei. Fang Shu was silent for a moment as he read these things. He began to realize all the strange points in this matter, and the corners of his mouth gradually turned up in a smile. Fang Shu covered his face and laughed loudly. Possessing the ability to be resurrected after death, it truly is miraculous. This can also be considered an unfinished strange story. We know they are just playing hide and seek with us, he laughed joyfully as he realized. There might not even be this strange world, or it could all just be an illusion they created. Thinking of this, Fang Shu couldn't help but break into a happy smile and called out, "Wife! Wife!" He could meet her again. Fang Shu smiled oddly as he knew he could meet his beloved wife. His phone displayed a message from Ngo Daihai, who tagged Fang Shu in the group chat, questioning him, "Drunk Fang Shu, why aren't you coming to work?" Immediately after, a series of identical messages were sent by him in the group. The notifications flooded in, and the tinging sound from the alerts rang out continuously. Fang Shu stared at the notifications on his phone. He burst out laughing, wondering when he saw this. Ngo Daihai was dead. Interesting, it really is interesting. Messages from him kept ringing, while Fang Shu kept laughing mockingly. The dead are still telling me to work. Looks like after death, has still true to his nature. Suddenly, Streams of fresh blood began to flow from the screen of the phone in Fang Shu's hand. He looked at it in slight surprise. The blood formed eerie writing, asking him, "You think by staying silent, I wouldn't know where you are? You think by staying silent, I wouldn't know where you are?" The bright red streaks gradually gathered into a mass. It grew larger and larger, looking sinister. Suddenly, it rushed out of the screen toward Fang Shu. That was an eye of Ngo Daihai. He began to raise his sharp voice. "I see you, Fang Shu." His eye widened as it ordered him, "Right now, immediately go to the unit and get to work." Fang Shu not only didn't refuse but directly agreed, "Okay," and after replying, he immediately reached out to grasp the eye tightly. Then he pulled it out from the screen of his phone and Fang Shu coldly continued, "But I am really sorry. I only have this one phone. I hope you won't take it." The eerie eye was dissipated by him. Fang Shu looked at his hand and wondered, "Is it an illusion? This is getting more and more interesting. Let's see what he wants to do." He took his bicycle out, deciding to go to work to clarify what was happening. Fang Shu directly got on the bike and rode off. Just a moment later, he arrived at the Balu library, which had been set on fire. Fang Shu walked in, exclaiming, "It's really burning." He glanced around the scene and continued, "I can still smell the burning. The effect is really something." While looking around, Fang Shu unexpectedly made eye contact with Li Feifei, who was standing over there. As soon as she saw him, she hurriedly ran over with a happy expression and asked, "Brother Hu, you're here. You're early today." Fang Shu ignored her and directly reached out to touch Li Feifei's chest, asking, "Is it real?" He acted this way because he wanted to confirm his suspicion. Li Feifei shyly touched her cheek, smiling mischievously, "Brother Hu, you're so naughty." After confirming, Fang Shu immediately pushed her aside, his face showing a confident smile as I thought. He quietly walked up the stairs. Just as Zhao Hao came out, he immediately asked Fang Shu, "Were you also taken to work?" He calmly replied, "No, I like going to work." He then casually asked about the boss who had been yelling on the phone earlier. "Where's Ngo Dai Hai?" Zhao Hao was a bit surprised by this question, but he quickly pointed inside and answered, "In the office." Inside, the scene was of employees who looked completely worn out, yet all were sitting at their own desks, silently working without saying a word. The atmosphere inside was eerily unsettling. Fang Shu silently questioned himself upon witnessing this. In his memories before he died, they were all living quite well. What was the truth after all? In the business director's office, Ngo Daihai's loud shouts echoed throughout the room. "Fang Shu." He angrily confronted him. "Why are you just coming to work now? I've tagged you in the group. Why didn't you respond? Do you even know?" Before he could finish, Fang Shu interrupted him. "When will I get my commission?" Hearing this, Ngo Daihai became even more furious. He slammed the table hard and shouted, "You still have the nerve to ask for your commission with that work attitude of yours." Fang Shu cut him off again. "Even in death, you're still so annoying." Ngo Daihai frowned upon hearing that. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he shouted, "What did you just say? Who's dead? Do you even know how to talk? Am still very much alive here?" At that moment, Fang Shu suddenly reached out and stabbed him. Ngo Daihai was hit. His eyes widened in pain. Blood started gushing out from his neck. Yet, Fang Shu remained calm as he pulled out the surgical knife from his hand. His gaze was cold as he glanced at him. Meanwhile, Ngo Daihai began to cough up a large mouthful of blood. After that, there was no more. He directly collapsed onto the floor. Fang Shu gave a creepy smile and asked if he was dead now. As he was speaking, he suddenly sensed something unusual and turned his gaze. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted, becoming eerily silent, and the staff all stood up, frozen in place. Seeing this, Fang Shu waved his hand in front of the eyes of Zhao Hao, who stood there, and called out, "Zhao Hao." But at that moment, Zhao Hao bowed his head and said nothing. Suddenly, something emerged from his body. It was a monstrous demon that had taken residence within him, tearing apart Zhao Hao's body to pounce swiftly towards Fang Shu. He calmly watched and wondered, "You want to transform now?" The monster rushed forward to attack Fang Shu without a word. He gently drew out a scalpel, ready to confront it. "I have to interrupt now," he said, immediately lunging forward with a strangely bright gaze. Right after that, in the blink of an eye, he flew through and attacked each demon present there. They began to reveal their true forms when Fang Shu sliced through them like that. Each demon gradually collapsed onto the ground, their bodies pierced with a large hole. After finishing his strike, he gently asked, "Are we done playing?" Fang Shu coldly replied, "If we're done playing, then come out now." From the floor, a thick, pitch-black liquid began to rise up. That liquid enveloped all the corpses on the floor. The space here seemed to have been disturbed, cracking apart into shards. Seeing this, Fang Shu immediately knew that her previous guess was correct. Indeed, it was all just a dreamscape created by those strange beings. The three of them, Zhao Hao and the others, gradually returned to normal, no longer possessed by those monsters. The man was choking himself and kept screaming. "Stop!" Fang Shu remained calm, standing still as if to confirm that it was all just a dreamscape. At this moment, Fang Shu covered her face with an expressionless look. "It seemed this was your ability." Soon after, a wisp of smoke drifted over slowly and condensed into an eye. "Why?" Then a strange, hoarse voice emerged. "How can you see the dreamscape?" Fang Shu remained calm, as if to say, "You understand humans very well, so your dream is very realistic." After that, Fang Shu raised her hand and said, "It's a pity you don't understand. About the silicon of Lei Feifei in the dream, the feeling in my hands is too soft now." Hearing this, the demon's eyes showed a look of doubt. "Gel, a feeling in the hands. Why do you have no fear?" As soon as it finished speaking, Fang Shu smiled and stared at it, seeming to imply that you rely on fear to kill people. No wonder there are those lists of names. The dead who come back to life all call me to work. Fang Shu said, "To be honest, having to work even after being dead is indeed very frightening." Fang Shu said this while slowly advancing towards the demon's eye, staring at it with a cold expression. "But thanks to you, in order to scare me, you deliberately created these horrifying events, rekindling the hope of living within me, and helping me understand how to escape the illusion." At this moment, the black smoke said nothing and just stared intently at Fang Shu, as if wanting it to remember his appearance. In the next moment it slowly left, saying casually, "Humans have no fear. I will remember you." Fang Shu walked slowly, holding the knife in his hand, radiating a murderous aura. At this moment, Fang Shu finally understood. It was the supernatural entity controlling this nightmare that scared the female doctor away. If he wasn't mistaken, the doctor wielding the scalpel was the weakest type of supernatural being in this mental hospital. Fang Shu turned to look at the man writhing in pain nearby. It seemed that these entities manifested from human experiences, one of the things escaping from the ward, each with different abilities and qualities. Fang Shu approached to check Zhao Hao's breath, and confirmed that he was dead, having strangled himself to death. At that moment, Fang Shu recalled the scene in the storage room where Zhao Hao had cried out miserably, saying, "Brother Hum, taking you with me." He stood motionless for a while, looking at Zhao Hao kneeling on the ground. Thinking of this, Fang Shu drew the scalpel and stabbed it into his own neck. His consciousness started to fade, and then he woke up again at the exit door. Seeing this, his two colleagues were overjoyed. If the emergency exit had any supernatural ability to control the nightmare, then the best approach would be, "Don't fall asleep," Fang Shu calmly said, then pushed the door open and went ahead. The other two immediately followed. But this time, just like before, they ended up at the same strange library. The familiar tree-lined path led them there. Fang Shu looked around, but there was no eerie world. Fang Shu thought, "It's a dream again," and decisively pulled out a scalpel and stabbed it into his own neck. After trying multiple times but still falling into the dream, he finally realized, it seems we can't avoid entering the dreamscape. To pass this stage, it will all depend on Triugo Engo Ta mastering his fear. He then turned to everyone and said, "Inside the emergency exit, there's another eerie entity. It will create countless strange occurrences in its illusions, even tricking us into thinking we have left the danger zone. But it's all fake." Hearing this, everyone was shocked, their mouths wide open. "What? There's still something here. Meow, ow." At the same time, Fang Shu put an arm around Zhao Hao's shoulder, staring intently at him and warned, "Today you must remember, as long as you overcome your fear, you can definitely survive." Fang Shu continued, "By the way, if you see Lai Fei in the illusion, you can touch her. Whether she's real or not, the feeling in your hand will be different. That's the key to the illusion." Hearing this, Zhao Hao froze, his face flushing red. But, I've never touched her before." Fang Shu experienced several similar dreamscapes again. "Soon, I will be liberated. But no matter how awakened they are, in the end, they still cannot overcome their fear. They keep struggling in terror." Fang Shu bent down, pondering and observing. "Through examination, I discovered that the dreamscapes were all created by the bazaar, and each person's dreamscape was different. In other words, at the same time Zhao Hao was desperately choking himself, his face pale, looking as if he was about to suffocate. Seeing this, Fang Shu hurriedly reached out. Zhao Hao could only break through his own dreamscape. By twisting his hand like this, Zhao Hao would be able to breathe freely, but his condition was still not stable. Immediately after, he pushed Zhao Hao and shouted loudly, "NHTTN, wake up!" But it was all in vain. It had no effect. At this moment, Fang Shu directly slapped Zhao Hao hard, trying to wake him up. Fang Shu slapped Zhao Hao on both cheeks multiple times until they were swollen and red, but he still didn't wake up. Seeing this, Fang Shu had no choice but to kick him hard in the groin. At that moment, the pain made Zhao Hao immediately clutch his groin, his whole body trembling, but it was still useless. He remained unconscious. Fang Shu was extremely distressed, scratching his head. Neither slapping nor kicking was effective. This just wouldn't do. With no other options, Fang Shu had to take out a scalpel. It seemed he could only try this method. Therefore, he decisively stabbed Zhao Hao in the lead. He even didn't hesitate to use a bit of his spiritual power. Immediately, Zhao Hao's expression became more painful, his mouth continuously emitting cries of agony. "Don't, no. Cough, cough." But Zhao Hao still did not wake up. After a while, he suddenly tilted his head and died right before Fang Shu's eyes. At this moment, he stared at the dead Zhao Hao. With a sorrowful expression, Fang Shu wondered how he could save him. Was there really no way left? After thinking for a while, Fang Shu decided to try one last time. If it still didn't work, then he would have to give up. He took a scalpel and made a cut on his own neck. Then he could only let it go. Fang Shu died once again. After being reborn, Fang Shu fell into deep thought. Zhao Hao, overcoming his fear, happily said, "Fang Shu, let me tell you secretly, last night I dreamt of that ghost pressing down on me, and she was a very beautiful female ghost dressed in soft fabrics." Thinking about this, Zhao Hao sighed again. Just when he was about to kiss her, it all turned out to be a dream. What a pity. At this moment, a colleague pointed to the sign ahead, the emergency exit. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao excitedly shouted from behind, "Once I get out, I will definitely find a woman." Hearing this, Fang Shu suddenly came to his senses. He thought of a way to immediately redirect attention by turning to look at Zhao Hao. Although his personality was introverted and fearful, his biggest trait was that he was lecherous. Although the fear was unmanageable, if he used another strong energy to avoid repeating this instinct, this made Fang Shu feel he had found a breakthrough. "Rio, you should immediately take out your phone and turn the volume up to the maximum." Hearing this, Zhao Hao showed a puzzled expression. "Oh, what do you want to do?" "Hugie." With a rare smile, Fang Shu said, "Put on the loudspeaker and play your favorite movie." As soon as Fang Shu said this, Zhao Hao began to doubt his ears, his face turning red. The movie he loved featured only a seductive woman in a costume. The teacher, holding a ruler, had enchanting eyes and blushing cheeks in the private class after school with the beautiful teacher. Hearing this, Zhao Hao immediately blushed. Ah! The beautiful teacher continued. Student Trey Ango, you got this wrong. Accept your punishment obediently. Zhao Wu panicked. Brother Hu, what kind of joke is this? If you want to watch, wait until we get out of here. Watching something while on the road isn't any different. Zhao Hao couldn't help but blush. As soon as Zhao Hao finished speaking, Fang Hu sternly shouted, I'm not joking. This is to save your life now. Immediately, open it up. Seeing this, Zhao Hao reluctantly took out his phone. Fine, fine. He opened his favorite movie. As soon as Zhao Hao started the movie, the fearful atmosphere in the dark hallway seemed to dissipate, with everyone's attention focused on the phone screen, showing a pair of seductive cherry lips sticking out a tongue. Right after that, a teacher in a uniform suddenly sternly held up a ruler and shouted, Lie down. That answer was wrong. You'll get a spanking. At the same time, Fang Hu pointed at the phone. Watch carefully. You have to immerse yourself as the student in the film. Get excited, and when you enter the illusion, no matter what happens, ignore it. Just close your eyes and move on to the next scene. Zhao Hao excitedly responded, Got it. Seeing that, his two colleagues looked at him with strange eyes. The male colleague seemed confused, thinking there was nothing left to see in this situation, while the female colleague blushed when she heard the voice in the movie. At this moment, Zhao Hao looked incredibly embarrassed, but all he could see in the movie was the teacher using a ruler to spank the student. Does it hurt? Do you know where you went wrong? It was clear that the two other colleagues didn't have the same sexual desire as Zhao Hao, so they had no movie to watch on their phones and had to follow him to see it. At this moment, everyone gathered around the phone, watching intently. After a while, Zhao Hao became so absorbed that his blood was boiling. Suddenly, with a loud bang, he reached the peak like a volcanic eruption, unable to control himself any longer. He was completely immersed in the film, imagining himself as the student, and the teacher sitting on his lap, putting her arm around him, asking, How do you solve this problem? At this moment, Fang Shu looked at Zhao Hao. Seeing how engrossed he was, calmly said, All right, that's enough, let's go. However, Fang Shu specifically reminded them to remember this, no matter what they see later, it's all fake. Find the flaw in the dreamscape, and they won't die if they aren't afraid. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the emergency exit. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel bored. After all, he had entered dreamscapes many times before. He even started to miss his wife, wanting to go home. As they stepped into the emergency exit, the dream quickly took over. His two colleagues, just like before, had terrifying expressions as if they had experienced something horrific, collapsing to the ground and losing their lives. Seeing this, Fang Shu wasn't surprised. Those two still couldn't make it through. Fear is something hard for anyone to overcome. He hoped Zhao Hao could do it this time. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Hao tore off his clothes, revealing his chest. His face flushed, pouting his lips and mumbling non-stop. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked the air around him. Seeing this, Fang Shu helplessly held his forehead. It seemed that the beautiful strange illusion had really worked, as if the spirit had truly possessed him. Suddenly, Fang Shu's eyes became dazed, unable to believe it. He stared at Zhao Hao, realizing that something unusual had appeared on him, and even the Sunslayer showed signs of life. Fang Shu couldn't help but be astonished. He had awakened his spiritual sense. Zhao Hao drooled in ecstasy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly, Fi, Fi. At that moment, his lower body was swaying quickly and rhythmically. Right after that, Zhao Hao jumped up from the ground, his face filled with reluctance. Still unsatisfied, Fi Fi, don't run, oh my God. But when he saw his surroundings clearly, he was immediately stunned. Zhao Hao asked, This is the emergency exit, right, Brother Hu? Have I succeeded? Fang Shu's eyes looked dazedly at Zhao Hao. Suddenly, Zhao remembered what Fang Shu had said earlier. So he immediately put on a fierce expression, continuously showing off his dragon claw technique. You are Brother Hu. Let me feel it. Seeing Zhao Hao react like that, Fang Shu couldn't help but feel happy. He pushed Zhao Hao's hand away. Your brain's making progress, huh? Though not much. Then, to prove this wasn't a dream, Fang Shu closed his eyes, sighed, and put on a helpless expression. The plumber's revenge, the giant female patient, the private service of the flight attendant, Ultraman. As soon as Zhao Hao heard those words, his face flushed red. He hurriedly charged towards Fang Shu, trying to stop him. Stop talking. How dare you peek at my phone? Fang Shu quickly dodged to the side. At this point, Zhao Hao couldn't stop himself, stumbling and falling face first to the ground, landing right on top of two of his colleagues who had died earlier. Zhao Hao struggled to stand up. Seeing himself lying on two gruesomely dead bodies, Zhao Hao couldn't help but shiver, too scared to speak, staring blankly at his colleague who had died with eyes wide open. Looking at the two who had died, Zhao Hao panicked. Are they? Fang Shu calmly replied, yes, they didn't make it. Then Fang Shu walked to the door and said, let's go. He gently pushed the large door, and it turned out that the door they had previously opened was just a strange dream created by the ghost. This time, Fang Shu didn't think much, and forcefully pushed the door open. As soon as the door opened, light immediately flooded in there. The blinding light stood in stark contrast to the dark corridor as the two entered. Now there was nothing around them but a dazzling light. As they stepped through, they suddenly appeared on the street. Seeing this, Zhao Hao looked around in disbelief. Immediately after, he was overwhelmed with joy. This is amazing, Brother Shu, we've escaped. Hearing that, Fang Shu looked up at the dome. The strange scene that words couldn't describe once again appeared before his eyes. Yes, they really escaped. Then he coldly said, Nat Than, do you have some kind of sixth sense or something? Immediately Zhao Hao froze, his eyes wide open like two bronze bells. Sixth sense. Access to I and thou, in mirror. Dai mei, in right. Ju soul. Or on way ye, all shape. Suddenly, Zhao Hao thought of something. Just now, in the illusion, there was a very strange feeling, almost like an intuition. Even his strength had increased. Seeing this, Fang Shu looked at him in confusion. So, what power did you awaken? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Hao burst into laughter, then cried. It seems like I can't sense any power, but the prince said everyone has a sixth sense. I hope I'm not the only one who doesn't. At this point, Zhao Hao was no longer as cheerful as before, and lowered his head. So Hugh, what is your power? Fang Shui remained silent for a moment. Then he said seriously, my ability is to predict the future. Hearing this, Zhao Hao had a dazed look of astonishment. No wonder he knew which path to take in the strange realm, and was aware of the eerie presence in the rare exit. Fang Shu calmly nodded, then looked up at the dome as if deep in thought. If this world truly had spirit masters, the ability to predict the future would be even more valuable to me than the ability to escape pain. Besides, after entering, I could obtain even more useful information from the organization. Fang Shu wanted to become strong quickly and then take revenge on them, especially for my beloved wife. Suddenly, Fang Shu realized that, in his perception, the Qingshan Mental Hospital was a piece within the sales department. He was confused about why he couldn't see it. Then Fang Shu speculated that perhaps the scenery had been obscured after the strange realm integrated with reality, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunate that this time he encountered a dream realm that couldn't attack. If the other side of that door was another anomaly. Fang Shu darkly gazed ahead, fearing that even if they escaped death, they would likely be trapped inside. He then glanced at the shadow beside him, facing the absolute power before him. And that shadow was Zhao Hao, who was staring at him in confusion, fearing that going back 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times would be useless. Seeing Zhao Hao made Fang Shu reflect, and moreover, the glimmer of intuition from Zhao Wu had become a spirit servant. Why was there no reaction when facing this world? Suddenly, Fang Shu calmly said, Rai Tian, look around us. Is there anything different? Hearing this, Zhao Hao was startled. Where's the strange thing? At this moment, the full moon had risen to its zenith. Zhao Hao was confused. What are you talking about? Hu Jie, you must be mistaken. Fang Xiu subconsciously frowned, thinking that perhaps he had mistaken those birds for something strange. At the same time, Zhao Hao was fearfully glancing left and right, while a ghost was glaring at him, even placing a hand on his arm, but he remained unaware. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu was deep in thought. Could it be that even his intuition couldn't detect anything strange? Another possibility crossed Fang Xiu's mind. Perhaps Zhao Wu was too weak. He hoped that besides himself, someone else could see them. At this moment, Zhao Hao stared at Fang Xiu with both admiration and jealousy. He then muttered to himself, my abilities haven't awakened yet. While Brother Xiu can predict the future, I am so envious. I'm scared for my brother's suffering, but also afraid if they lead the way. Is this attitude of mine wrong? After thinking it through, he said, Brother Xiu, this is really cruel. Let's just leave. But Fang Xiu ignored him and walked ahead on his own. Seeing this, Zhao Hao hurriedly chased after him. Suddenly, Fang Xiu slightly turned his head and asked, by the way, how did you escape the dream? Hearing this, Zhao Hao's face turned visibly embarrassed. Zhao Hao then replied, how else could I break out? It was thanks to the method you taught me, Brother Xiu. Don't worry about anything and just charge straight in. At the same time, Fang Xiu glanced at Zhao Hao, thinking to himself, the first time, I was the only one who revived. The strange ghost appeared. After that, everyone revived, and I committed suicide before the ghost appeared. But this time, did you see why more? Well, you're getting way care, man. Why for this time? But this time, that everyone's dream ended, and it didn't show up. More than likely, this guy did something. He then calmly looked at Zhao Hao and asked, so, why were you touching and kissing the air in your dream? Hearing that, Zhao Hao blushed to his ears. Did I really do that? Fang Xiu seemed to have something on his mind and said, it's not just that. There's also the sound. Moreover, at this moment, Zhao Hao hurriedly waved his hands. Don't say any more. You don't need to say anything else. Hu Ji, I beg you, don't say any more. It's too embarrassing. At this moment, Fang Xiu calmly turned his head. I'm just guessing. Perhaps the lack of ability was due to some mistake when you woke up from the dream. Hearing this, Zhao Hao helplessly clasped his hands together. Fine, but you have to promise not to tell anyone else besides us. Do you agree? Okay. Okay. Immediately after, Zhao Hao's face turned bright red as he began to explain. Actually, there's really nothing special at all. Zhao Hao started recounting. After I entered the illusion, I tightly closed my eyes, and all I could think about were the beautiful teachers giving lectures. Suddenly, that beautiful teacher gently blew into Zhao Hao's ear. This action immediately made him excited and blush. In Zhao Hao's head, terrifying sounds echoed constantly. Stay with me. Kill. Zhao Hao fearfully continued speaking, then heard many complex sounds. And he even said, there was also another doctor with cold hands constantly stroking me. Zhao Hao was being touched by strange hands. He screamed, and then I thought about what he said to shift my focus elsewhere. Fang Xiu responded, so you acted on your own. Those strange hands became more aggressive. Zhao Hao's face flushed red. He squeezed his eyes shut, opened his mouth wide and shouted, I only did it to divert my attention. He started being touched on the neck by the hands. Drenched in sweat, he muttered, shift focus, but it became harder and harder to speak. Shift, ha ha ha. Fang Xiu could only feel helpless, standing frozen, watching. In the empty, eerie classroom, suddenly it felt warm, blooming in an unusual way. A smooth hand touched Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao immediately grasped that hand tightly, surprised. A woman with a full chest spoke gently. Classmate Zhao Wu, pay a little attention in class. Zhao Hao blushed, startled, stammering, Li. Lai Fei moved closer to Zhao Hao, her chest pressing against him, causing Zhao Hao to bleed uncontrollably. He stammered her name, Lai Fei. Lai Feifei stood up and said, "Here, here, here." When she stood up, her firm round breast jiggled, making Zhao Hao even more heated, and he opened his mouth wide. Aside from her firm breasts, Lai Feifei also had a large round butt that swayed sexily as she walked. Li Feifei leaned against the teacher's desk, sticking her butt out in a provocative pose in front of Zhao Hao, which made him burn with desire and jump in excitement. Zhao Hao couldn't control his urges and pounced like a starving tiger. According to what he said, this test was something every man had to go through, and Zhao Hao pinned Lai Feifei against the wall fiercely. Zhao Hao's face, full of desire, thought to himself, "Right. Brother Hugh said it's okay to touch a little to feel it." Zhao Hao's hand reached closer to Lai Feifei's chest, but he couldn't tell the difference. Zhao Hao nervously closed his eyes, his face flushed with vitality, touching first before speaking. Now Zhao Hao's eyes are filled with love. He stutters, "Here, here, here, this is." Zhao Hao imagines himself sinking his entire body into Lai Feifei's breasts. He enjoys this pleasure, so soft. Zhao Hao can't control himself and puckers up to kiss her. Right in front of Zhao Hao is a large, sharp set of teeth about to reach his lips. Zhao Hao kisses Lai Feifei's forehead gently and passionately. At this moment, Li Feifei reveals her true form as a fierce female demon with a terrifying face and sharp teeth, saying, "Are you afraid of me?" Her appearance frightens Zhao Hao, making him fall back in fear. Now Zhao Hao is on top of Li Feifei, but she has reversed the situation, gripping his wrist tightly with both hands. Zhao Hao is lifted high like prey, while Li Feifei bares her sharp teeth and laughs heartily, satisfied like she just caught her prey. Li Feifei kept getting closer, baring her teeth as if she wanted to devour Zhao Hao alive. At this point, Zhao Hao screamed in fear, cold sweat pouring out like a shower as he recounted, "I really thought I was done for. I felt like my life was over." Fang Shuiyu immediately asked, "Then how did you manage to get up?" Zhao Hao continued his story, saying that he jerked his hand away from Li Feifei's grasp. Zhao Hao said, "But then I thought, dying like this would be too embarrassing, such a waste of my life." So, Zhao Hao fought back and pushed Li Feifei away. He pinned Li Feifei to the ground and shouted, "Even if you're a freak, and I'm going to fulfill my last wish before I die." Zhao Hao aggressively ripped off Li Feifei's shirt, revealing her full chest. Li Feifei, now tearing up, said, "Let go, release me." The shouting echoed through the cool, quiet night. Fang Shu, helpless, held his face and thought to himself, no wonder those eyes didn't appear this time. Probably scared to death by this spectacle, too embarrassed to show up again. Zhao Hao continued, "They're dead anyway, so why worry about it? Life's like that. The most important thing is to live without regrets. Right, right, what do you think?" Brother Hugh Fang Shu responded, "I think you should head home now." After they finished talking, Fang Shu left, saying as he walked away, "I'll call a cab and head home to sleep. Contact me if anything comes up." Suddenly, Zhao Hao's face showed fear. He raised his hand and shouted, "Brother Hugh, our colleagues are all dead, and we could run into something strange, and you still want to go home to sleep." Fang Shu coldly replied, "So what? Are you planning to call the police or something?" Zhao Hao awkwardly scratched his face and stammered, "I." Then he chuckled softly, "Yeah, you're right. No one needs to look for anyone." Fang Shui kept walking. "Someone will come looking for us eventually. Since there are strange occurrences and spirit tamers in this world, there must be an organization that handles them. Otherwise, the world would have been in chaos long ago." Fang Shu said quietly, "When the time comes, if someone looks for you, say this." The moonlit night was dark and gloomy. Birds were soaring high above. The wife was still sitting at home waiting for Fang Shu to return. "Darling, are you back? Have you eaten yet? Do you want me to make you something to eat?" Fang Shu smiled lightly and agreed, Then, the wife's expression changed, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Fang Shu. It was still the same question, "Can you see me?" A loud noise. Blood splattered all over the floor. But at that moment, Fang Shu was holding a surgical knife in his hand, smiling triumphantly. The wife is shocked as he strikes her in the neck. The blood-soaked face of the person stares blankly at Fang Shu, who calls, "Wife. You're so beautiful," he says, while continuously slicing his wife's body with a knife. Suddenly, Fang Shu jolts in surprise, utterly astonished. The bright streetlights illuminate the silent scene. Fang Shu is standing in front of his house once again. Thoughts begin to surface in his mind. I am dead. He opens his eyes wide in contemplation, not knowing how he died this time. Is this really his wife's true strength? Fang Shu gently touched the door lock without saying a word. This time, he firmly twisted the door handle. Fang Shu coldly walked into the house. His wife was still there, saying, "Honey, you're back. Have you eaten yet? Do you want me to cook something for you?" He kept thinking, analyzing the strange occurrences in this world. It seems the gap between strange and strange, or between people, is still very large. I made the right choice not to follow the director's instructions in the office, opting instead to continue searching in the mental hospital. My current strength is very weak. Since I don't understand the spirit tamer well, nor am I familiar with intuition, the city is immersed in a quiet night. I'll wait until I can contact the relevant organization, get important information, and then make the next move. In the Polar Defense Strategy for Spirit Taming and City Logistical Protection, the Global Investigation Bureau cooperates on strange events. The people in the Joint Investigation Bureau, a group of them, are holding a secret meeting. They are about to hold an urgent meeting. Director of the Investigation Bureau, Vyong Duke Hai, sat at the head of the table and announced, "I'm sure you've all heard by now, 5 hours ago, a strange phenomenon occurred at Baliu Library. The dangerous area is the library's sales office. For now, no signs of the phenomenon spreading have been detected." On the association screen, images of Zhao Hao and Fang Shu are being displayed, and their actions have been recorded. At this moment, Xiao Lin, who was checking the computer from behind, said, "Director Wang, this is the surveillance from the surrounding areas of the Bai Library." Wang Dehai told everyone, the internal surveillance lost signal due to the intrusion of strange energy, which led to the loss of data. These two are the lucky ones who survived and made it out. The more handsome one is Fang Shu, and the slightly awkward-looking one is Zhao Word. They both work at the library's business office. Fang Shu, 20 years old, male from Lusdang City, an orphan, graduated this year. Zhao Wu, based on the investigation. These two seemed ordinary before they went inside, probably just regular people. Wang Dehai didn't say anything more, his face contemplative for a long time. Then he asked, "What do you all think?" As soon as he finished speaking, a man wearing sunglasses leaned back and said disdainfully, "If even ordinary people can survive leaving the other world, the danger level must only be D. We just need to send a few people in." Suddenly, a voice came from in front of the man with the sunglasses. "I don't see it that way." Investigator Shen Lingshu spoke up, noting that when monitoring the person named Fang Shu, his gaze didn't look like that of someone who had survived the otherworldly realm. He seemed unusual. Shen Lingshu's assistant, Lai Wenji, also chimed in, suggesting that even if he was an ordinary person before, it doesn't rule out the possibility that he became a spirit master after entering the otherworldly realm. The man wearing black glasses, unable to contain his emotions, sat up straight and pointed at Shen Lingshu's group, criticizing that any newly awakened spirit master could survive escaping the otherworldly realm. The danger level is classified as C, and sending someone in to gather information would suffice. Don't jump to conclusions about things you haven't experienced. Maybe they were just lucky. Newly awakened spirit masters rely on luck to survive and escape, and the danger level is manageable. Before he could finish, Wang Dehai slammed his hand on the table. He angrily shouted at the arguing crowd, "Shut up, all of you." Wang Dehai pointed at Shen Lingshu and said, "Shen Lingshu, tomorrow, you will take Lai Wenji and approach them. Determine if they've awakened their powers and assess the level of psychic resistance. Decide whether they need to be brought back to the Investigation Bureau. Shen Lingshu stood up boldly and accepted the order from the director. Understood, Director Wang. In a high-end apartment building, Fang Shu's phone rang. He was lying asleep, woke up, and fumbled for the ringing phone. His wife lay on top of him and said, "Honey, don't mind it, let's keep sleeping." But Fang Shu grumbled into the phone. "Speak." From the phone came, Brother Hu, I found out what my power is." Fang Shu asked what power. The person on the phone chuckled and said, "I'm afraid it'll scare you. But yesterday I couldn't feel the power because it only activates after 11 p.m. and it appears on its own and lasts for another hour." Fang Shu quickly sat up, put on his jacket and said, So what kind of power is it, exactly?" The person on the phone continued, "Brother Hu, don't be scared when I tell you. Even though predicting the future is strong, mine is the power every man in the world dreams of having." Fang Shu fell silent, deep in thought, while the person on the phone coughed a few times and said, "You have no idea, I tested it all last night, it's simple." The tedious conversation made Fang Shu impatient to listen, so he decisively hung up without any unnecessary actions. Fang Shu placed the phone on the bed, holding his head in thought, his mood tangled like a ball of yarn. Then he opened his eyes. He picked up the phone and continued talking. "If you waste more words, I will block you." The person on the phone immediately replied, "Fine, my ability is to become more handsome after 11 o'clock. My physique also improves, and my muscles become more defined." Fang Shu coldly responded, "Is that all? Delete it." The person on the phone quickly said, Wait, I haven't finished talking. The best part is still to come." Fang Shu gently got off the bed. He went to the window to listen to the phone conversation. The improvement in physique was just a minor point. What could truly improve was when his wife behind him called out, "Dear, your kidneys are really good." The person on the phone shouted loudly, "Sexual ability." Fang Shu was speechless, not wanting to say anything more. His wife, dressed in something sexy, sat on the bed and said, "Honey, see you tomorrow. Don't forget to add it to the bookshelf and update it, okay?" Fang Shu was still in his room, answering the phone. On the other end, it was the same person bragging about his abilities. "Brother Shu, you have no idea how strong I am. Yesterday was just a test, bigger and more refined. I can lift 100 kilograms." Before he could finish, Fang Shu hung up. Fang Shu said nothing and put the phone down. Then he went to the kitchen, fried himself some eggs, but his mind kept thinking, "I should have realized earlier. The power of a spirit master reflects spiritual strength. It manifests in one's innermost desires. Only after 11 p.m. can it awaken." His face was emotionless, his gaze distant, staring at the pan. Every day at this time, lying on the bed all day, what exactly is one supposed to think to awaken their powers? Fang Shu carried his plate to the table, holding a hot cup of tea, sipping it. "I didn't expect him to awaken such a powerful ability, but I also didn't expect it to be this absurd. What's with becoming more handsome and having stronger powers? Isn't this like a male idol in an AV?" His wife, seeing him, happily said, "Honey, it's time for breakfast." On the road, a luxury car sped by like lightning. A woman steps out of the car. Shen Lingshu, dressed elegantly, gets out of the car and asks, "Did you manage to listen in on their call?" The driver promptly informs Shen Lingshu. From their conversation, it seems that both of them were ordinary people before, but after being in the other realm, their spiritual abilities awaken in the library, turning them into spirit masters. Shen Lingshu, uninterested, opens the door and confidently says, "So what if they have powers?" Lai Wengshu is stunned upon hearing this, and can only stare at Shen Lingshu's departing figure. Li Wengshu continues, "Fang Yu's abilities weren't mentioned in the call, but from what they said, it's not too bad. As for Zhao Hao, according to him, after 11 p.m., he becomes more handsome, his physical traits improve, and he gains muscle, primarily enhancing his strength." Li Wengshu coughs a few times and says sternly, "That ability." Shen Lingshu's sharp gaze shifts to the side, and she says, "His power is only enough to become a crow." Then she started walking up the stairs. Right now, The investigation department is short on manpower. If Fang Xiu really has strong abilities, passing the psychic test could lead to recruitment. Shen Lin Tuyet slowly entered, leaving Lai Van Kiet standing there. As for Triu Go, forget about him, but make sure to monitor him closely, in case he uses his powers to cause trouble. Lai Van Kiet bowed. Understood. The scene switches back to Fang Xiu's room. His wife is still sitting there calling him, "Honey, can you see me?" Fang Xiu sits like a statue, holding the TV remote, but his mind is filled with thoughts, and yet he hasn't heard any news about the procurement department employee who had an accident. The news is playing on the TV. Is it because the eerie energy is too great, or is that special organization's power too strong? The sound of footsteps steadily approaches Fang Xiu's room. With his keen hearing, he immediately realized someone was at his door. He whispered. The footsteps stopped at the door. His wife stuck her head out from the TV and said, "Honey, where are you going? Look at me." Fang Xiu suspiciously walked to the door, wondering if it was something strange or human outside. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he looked through the peephole to observe outside. The scene outside was Tam Lin Piquet along with her assistant Li Van Kiet standing there. In Fang Xiu's mind, he kept thinking defensively. The strange entities can't interact with the real world unless they're being seen. Assistant Li Van Kiet stepped forward and knocked on the door again. Fang Xiu stared at them for a while and then realized they were human. He opened the door and looked at the two of them. The assistant immediately asked, "You're Fang Xiu, right?" Li Van Kiet took out a business card and handed it to him, saying, "Hello, everyone." Fang Xiu accepted the card, glanced at it for a moment and said, "You arrived faster than I expected. Come in, have a seat, and we'll talk." His wife, who had been trailing closely behind him, asked, "Honey, do we have guests visiting?" Both Lin Tuyet and Van Kiet looked at him in surprise. Tam Lin Tuyet whispered to Li Van Kiet, "He knew we were coming." The two entered the house and sat in the middle of the living room. Fang Xiu thought to himself, "They just sit there watching me, as if they don't see my wife, just like how I'm pretending not to see her. Or maybe whether someone can see spirits has something to do with spirit masters. I'll gather some useful information and look for a chance to test it." He then spoke up, "Live and how?" Li Van Kiet responded, "That's right." He pointed to Lin Tuet and said, "This is Tam Lin Tuet, an investigator. I'm her assistant. We work for the Bureau of Post-Incident Protection and Defensive Operations, conducting joint investigations into global supernatural events." Fang Xiu's eyes were full of suspicion as he looked at the two of them. Shen Lingxiu also looked at Fang Xiu nervously. Then she spoke. "Have you ever heard of the Investigation Bureau before?" Fang Xiu, still standing tall and composed, replied no. But if the supernatural really exists, it wouldn't cause a stir. It's not hard to guess that there's a force behind the scenes protecting social order. Shen Lingxiu then said, after experiencing such supernatural events, and still being able to calmly speculate, "You're not ordinary." Shen Lingxiu crossed her legs. In the tone of a superior, she spoke to him. "The Investigation Bureau is officially selecting spirit masters, a special department dedicated to dealing with the supernatural. Today we came here partly to investigate the related information at the library, but also to see if you're qualified to join us." Fang Xiu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The wife leaned in close to Fang Xiu's face, and Tam Lin Tuet continued, "Though there is no shortage of spirit masters outside, only the Investigation Bureau holds a large amount of top-secret information that spirit masters want. This is an opportunity for you." The wife moved closer and said, "Honey, you can't look at her. Am I not beautiful? Don't you love me anymore? Can you see me?" Fang Xiu gazed off into the distance, deep in thought. To him, his wife's face looked like it was doing the disco. He looked at his wife's face, imagining it dying in his hands, with only one expression left. Fang Xiu let out a sinister smile, thinking it would probably be quite enchanting. Tam Lin Tuyet crossed her arms and closed her eyes, saying, "Then, first, tell me the information you know about the other world at Ba Liru Library." Fang Xiu slowly stood up and said before answering her question, "I have a few questions I want you to answer." Tam Lin Tuyet's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Her body began to emit a dark aura, and Lai Van Kie, sitting nearby, jumped in surprise. Tam Lin Tuyet's entire being transformed, radiating a deadly energy throughout the room. She exclaimed, "You!" Lai Van Kie quickly waved his hand, gently calming her. "Investigator Thom, calm down, calm down." He then turned to Fang Xiu and said, "I sense through my own intuition that Investigator Thom is also a spirit master." Fang Xiu replied, "But Assistant Li is not." Fang Xiu's face darkened as he said, "A spirit master working together with an ordinary person. Could this be the arrangement of the investigation bureau?" "Ow!" Fang Xiu sneered arrogantly. The spiritual power of a spirit master disturbed by something eerie. Indeed, they all have strange personalities. Being with someone so mentally sound only increases the supervision and restraint. Tam Lin Tuyet, ablaze with purple fire, demanded angrily, "Are you provoking me?" In a chilling tone, she told him, "You want to die, don't you?" Lai Van Kie then shouted, "Mr. Piexing, if you have any questions, ask quickly. Don't agitate Investigator Thom. If she gets mad, I really can't save you." "There are so many times I've had to write reports for her to the director as well," he said while trying to calm down Tam Lin Tuyet. Fang Xiu finally spoke seriously. "First of all, what exactly is this eerie thing?" Fang Xiu, with sharp eyes, asked the first question. "What is the strange thing?" Just as he finished speaking, his wife appeared right behind him. This question is something that most people who have returned from the anomaly want to ask. What is the strange thing? Where do they come from, and what is their purpose? The investigation agency provided the initial definition as follows: a distorted spiritual entity carrying its own source of pollution. They exist in various forms. Some are flesh and blood, while others are spiritual entities. Some may even be mere concepts. The images from before flashed in his mind. The strange entities generally appear unexpectedly and without pattern. They harbor great hostility towards humanity and tend to want to eat humans. To be precise, they want to consume the spirit of humans, or their mental energy, or use it to strengthen themselves. Each strange entity is a source of radioactive pollution, constantly emitting strange energies around. The sinister aura will take over a person's soul, stirring negative emotions and distorting reason. Lai Van Hao adjusted his glasses and continued, "The energy of a spirit controller is the result of the soul being stimulated by the pollution of malevolence." Fang Xiu calmly asked the second question, "How are the powers of spirit controllers classified?" He fumbled for something in his jacket pocket. It seems Mr. Fuang already has some understanding of spirit controllers. Sitting next to him, Shenling Xiu was visibly uncomfortable, showing clear impatience. The powers of spirit controllers are classified based on how much spiritual intuition is awakened. In his hand was a small notebook with some written lines. Fang Xiu and his wife both simultaneously looked at it. His wife licked her lips in excitement. "There are many types of spirit controllers," she said, and then laughed. "Usually, spiritual intuition is awakened from 1% to 20%. For example, a novice spirit controller like Mr. Fuang here, we call that level 1. Once the power is obtained, it will increase depending on the rise in spiritual intuition. The illumination point for spiritual energy, from 21% to 40%, indicates a level 2 spiritual master. Strong energy will result in mutations. The illumination point, from 41% to 60%, indicates a level 3 spiritual master. With my rank, I can't know their specific abilities. Based on this classification, there are also levels 4 and 5 beyond that, but that information is scarce. The higher the rank, the harder it is to achieve the illumination point for spiritual energy, and the amount of energy decreases." He quickly grasped the information and asked further, "What about an illumination point of 100%? Li Wenhao quickly continued, "As far as I know, there currently isn't anyone in the world who has reached 100%. Even those who reach level 5 are only theoretical. The more spiritual energy one illuminates, the more one has to seek out strong anomalies, continuously facing life and death, but this will also directly increase the mortality rate of spiritual masters. He raised his glasses and continued, spiritual masters and anomalies are two opposing yet mutually supportive forces. The stronger the anomaly, the stronger the spiritual master. However, currently, the records show that even the strongest anomalies are not enough to create the most powerful spiritual master. Fang Xiu still posed his third question, indifferent to the wife leaning against him. Shen Lingshu had remained silent all this time. She snapped angrily, I don't have the energy to listen to you ask so many stupid questions. Lai Van Hao, give him the entire address of the Global Bazaar Forum. Let him find out for himself. Whatever information he wants, it's all on there. She threw the notebook to Li Van Hao and he quickly replied, yes? She glared at him and warned, I'm kindly reminding you, this is a global secret forum, not under the Investigation Bureau's supervision. I advise you not to carelessly accept packages from strangers. Now, tell us about the strange things in that library, in as much detail as possible. If you lie and cause unforeseen consequences, you'll bear the responsibility yourself. From her expression, he could sense the danger. He still ignored it and asked another question. I have one last question. This made Lai Van Hao shout, you, oui sir, or, Kirstadierjari, Wong Fraudier, or Fick. Have any of you seen my wife? He calmly pointed behind him, where his wife was standing. His wife's eyes lit up with heart shapes, her face slightly flushed as she said, honey! Have you seen my wife? His question made Tam Lin Turet silent. The vision around him became blurred. Everything became chaotic. The environment around him began to distort. He said in confusion, what are you talking about? The records say you don't even have a wife, not even a girlfriend. Lai Wenhao thought to himself, you, a single dog, whether you have a wife or not, you don't even know yourself. After seeing him ask like that, the wife was very excited. Husband, I know you see me, right? Do you really not see it? Or do you intentionally pretend not to see it? Replied Igo. Both Lai Van Hao and Tham Lin Tuye remained silent without saying a word. He timidly whispered, the investigator, a normal person who had just become a spirit master, was in an unusual state, but he was very calm, but now he was having hallucinations. I suspect that Fang Xiu's condition is problematic, even serious. At this point, her face turned dark. Fang Yu, are you playing with us? She angrily said, her hands already clenched into fists. He observed their facial expressions and attitudes, silently thinking, not pretending. Fang Xiu glanced slightly behind. A sinister expression crossed his face as he said, wife. Hearing her husband call her, the wife immediately paid attention. He saw you, ow, wall. Just that one sentence completely changed the atmosphere. She remained displeased and said, Fang Hu, if you don't want to cooperate with me, just say it. Don't make me. Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Lingshu noticed the strangeness and change. Her perception of the surroundings became distorted. It was as if she was falling into an illusion or a different environment. Honey, a female voice calls out. As her feet touch the ground, an ominous aura surrounds them. The wife says with delight and happiness, you see me. It seems her gaze is directed at the wife's back. The wife then turns her head 180 degrees backward. The wife laughs loudly and says, humanity. Now both Lai Van Hao and Tam Lin Chua have seen the wife. Both are very surprised. What is that? The wife's mouth starts transforming into sharp fangs. The wife's face also gradually changes with her body. The wife's gaze towards both of them is filled with desire. It's been a long time since I last ate a spirit master. I miss it. The beautiful appearance from before has vanished, replaced by a terrifying look. Both are horrified. Damn, there's a demon, Fang Yu. What kind of person are you really? Shen Lingshu stands up in fear and asks. She is suddenly surprised when seeing his silhouette. Didn't expect this, did you? My wife turns out to be a demon. Even I didn't expect it. As soon as he finishes speaking, he laughs loudly, his face showing clear treachery. Only realizing it now, Fang Yu gives a sinister smile. It seems that because I answered my wife, it triggered a means of communication, which led to the wife and the illusion entering reality. That's it. Ow, maybe the whole world can only see the bizarre path. Only I am always tense. Every time I am accidentally discovered, I will suffer the pain as if thousands of knives are stabbing me. Shen Lingshu's hand then appeared with a small energy ball. She clenched her hand, accumulating energy to prepare for an attack. Super warm fire, she started to attack him. Fang Yu only needed one hand to block this super warm fire. Making the air in the room heat up, she yelled, "Die!" He silently observed her. It seems this is Shen Lingshu's ability. The wife gave a grotesque smile. The wife then let out a loud roar. She paled at the sight. What? She wasn't injured at all. The energy in her hands was also gradually disappearing. She's too strong. We can't handle her. We was odd and shy, wide-eyed, or young later word. Run! Shen Lingshu pulled Li Wenhao away. The wife slightly lifted her finger. With a single horizontal swipe of her finger, with a single word, die. Run before she could finish, her neck snapped. Her head fell to the ground, and Li Wenhao suddenly collapsed to his knees. Fang Xiu quickly rushed forward. Without hesitation, he ripped open Shen Lingshu's clothes, revealing her ample bosom. He looked at the pink fox tattoo on her thigh and thought to himself, so she likes pink. While searching Li Wenhao's clothes, he noticed a pink piece of paper fall out of his pocket, a letter. He picked it up to read it, but his wife's voice startled him. "What are you looking for, husband?" his wife asked, her tongue flicking across his face. His wife opened her mouth wide, facing forward. Horrifying sounds continued to echo. The screen flickered constantly. The death's resurgence button disappeared as he left the anomaly, meaning he had returned home in the previous loop to examine his wife's body using a scalpel. It seemed he had entered the next loop. Until he encountered the anomaly again, he wouldn't be able to change anything. He let out a sinister laugh. So, 8:40 a.m. tomorrow, the time the Bureau of Investigation opens its doors, is also when his foresight ability would manifest to the world. Knowing the Bureau existed, there was no reason not to use them. His wife, standing beside him, said, "Honey, you're back. Do you want a late-night snack?" But relying on himself alone to inflict suffering on anomalies worldwide seemed impossible. He had to seek external help. He notes down the address of the Global Eerie Forum that Li Wenhao wrote for him, thinking he might gather some useful information. His fingers tap continuously on the keyboard. He moves the mouse pointer over the text and clicks. As soon as he clicks, a horrifying face appears on the screen. Fang Yu clicks on the text for China among other countries. The screen remains unchanged. The mouse pointer still there. Immediately a list appears: China, basic information, Eerie, Spirit Master, Strange Energy, Awards. He clicks the mouse again. It's very likely that inside contains the truth about this world, the essence of the Eerie. Suddenly, as the mouse moves, it turns into a miniature version of his wife, saying, "You're so quick, dear," with a soft moan. "Be gentler," my wife says while covering her mouth to moan, her face blushing. He remains unresponsive, lost in thought. Even though the information isn't complete, it's still more than what I could find on my own. On the screen, the words appear: top secret, reasonable inference on the origin of the supernatural, evidence-based, welcome to participate. Fang Xiu murmurs with a serious face, then suddenly counts: 1, 2, 3, 6 zeros, 1 million. The cheap ones only cost 10 to 20,000, but secret or important documents can go up to hundreds of thousands. His wife, standing behind, exclaims, "That's so expensive, honey. Can I help you pay for it?" He doesn't answer his wife and continues, "Our whole family has just a few hundred. Is this the world of the spirit masters? It seems before I can use my future prediction ability to get useful information, I can only view the free sections of this forum. The top hot topic. I've awakened the ability to control space. The mouse pointer hovers over the text. I've awakened the ability to control space. If someone with time abilities has also appeared, then the value of my future predictions will greatly decrease. 5 minutes later. Just like that, I've been awake, like my time-stopping ability. Unlike time-stoppers in movies who freeze time, I can call my ability time-wasting. Those of you who have read this message, like you, have wasted 5 minutes on me. Below is the source of the post, Invincible Sailor Moon. He scowled at what he just read. This is what you get for free, huh? The poster Invincible Sailor Moon. Are you kidding me? You'll remember that. John. At a certain massive building. Achoo. Ah. A girl sitting in front of a computer coughed slightly. Who's talking about me? She rubbed her nose. At his room. Fang Shui sat up straight and sighed. Since this is the web address the investigator gave me, I can try searching for posts from the official investigation bureau, government-verified ones. The information inside should be useful. The next day, the early morning sunlight streamed into Fang Shui's room. After staying up all night, he finally summarized some knowledge about supernatural beings and spirit tamers. Regardless of individual strength, regular supernatural beings are classified based on their threat level. Fang Shui racked his brains, leaning back in his chair. From lowest to highest, they're divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. There's a strange creature abroad called the Plague. Its individual strength is so weak that even a level 1 spirit tamer can kill it with proper preventative measures. However, it can spread across a vast area, decimating a large portion of the population in major cities in a very short time. Thus, its A-level classification. S-level beings have the power to destroy an entire country in a short period, making them a national-level threat. The higher the danger level of a supernatural being, the fewer there are, but the stronger they become. There are many theories about the origin of supernatural beings. The forum says they usually appear out of thin air without any pattern. Suddenly, a pair of terrifying purple eyes appears, but the true horror is always with us. The wife's image still appears on the screen. In a normal situation, there would be no way to see it. It only materializes into reality when certain conditions are met. The wife, lying on the bed, says to Fang Shui, "Honey, good morning." He leans back in his chair, glancing over, thinking to himself, after reading through all the articles last night, there was no mention of anyone seeing an entire street filled with horrors. It's still about earning more money to become stronger. Only then can more useful information be gathered from the forum. However, I did come across quite a bit of information on anomalous objects. The table is extremely cluttered with plastic casings, paper, pens, pieces of wood. The forms of these anomalous objects are diverse, carrying the power of the supernatural with many unexpected functions. No doubt, the scalpel that has sliced through countless horrors has long been tainted, becoming an anomaly itself. He draws out the surgical knife, contemplating. The post said that to maximize the power of heterogeneous energy, besides awakening it, I need to use my spiritual sense to strike at its core and establish a connection with it. A dark green aura began to appear around him. He looked at his computer clock, deep in thought. There were still more than 3 hours until the tea bureau opened. The dark green aura was immediately absorbed by the knife. That's enough time. Fang Shui's expression remained unchanged as he stared at the scalpel. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything, as if monsters were rushing towards his body. His heart immediately began to beat faster. Only at the desperate level, huh? If that's all you can muster, then Hanmin, become my deviant energy. The moment I finished speaking, those streaks of dark green energy instantly condensed into the knife. A strange shape appeared around the knife. Acknowledge your master. A dark, sinister power began to materialize on the ceiling above where Fang Shui was sitting. Fang Shui pensively looked at the knife in his hand, radiating that dark energy. His eyes clouded over. My senses are heightened. 2% illumination achieved. Gripping the sharp knife, Fang Shu thought to himself, "It seems a scalpel isn't just a basic weapon against the grotesque. It can channel all their grotesque power, increasing my senses." He gently squeezed his aching arm. Fang Shu stretched his arms to relieve the soreness with a few simple movements. While doing so, he was deep in thought. These powers are too chaotic. With my current constitution, there's no way I can handle such a large amount. I'll have to wait until my physique is further strengthened. The next day in Fang Shu's sparsely furnished small room, he was leisurely finishing his breakfast when his phone suddenly rang. As soon as Fang Shu answered, a loud voice boomed from the phone. "H-U-H-U. I know what my ability is. Hey, you won't believe it." Before the person could finish, Fang Shu coldly interrupted, "Yeah, calculation." Zhao Hao froze, then yelled, How did you know H-U? Did you predict it?" He calmly replied with a curt, "Yeah." Zhao Hao grumbled, "Yo, that's really no fun. I thought you were messing with me." "H-U, I've discovered the drawback of this power. There'll be no more surprises in life." Fang Shu calmly chewed the piece of bread he was eating and slowly said, "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I have to pick up 2 guests in a bit." The other person on the line panicked. Hey, wait," but before Zhao Hao could finish, he hung up. In a different scene, a black AirPod suddenly fell hard to the ground. A pair of long legs appeared. The person was dressed entirely in black, from their trousers to their shiny leather shoes. Tam Lin Tuyet glanced at him coldly and asked, "What are you doing?" Lai Venhao pointed to his ears, confused, and said, "I heard the power that Fang Shu and Zhao Hao talked about." Tam Lin Tuyet, a bit surprised, asked, "Oh, what power could distract you like that? Tell me." He quickly responded, "Zhao Hao has computational power." After hearing this, her face clearly showed disappointment. That's really enough to shock anyone. Li Venhao, flustered, continued, "No, his power isn't important. What matters is Fang Shu Yu." Van Ho said seriously, "He can predict the future." Tam Lin Tuyet's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. Lai Venhao suddenly remembered something, and quickly reported to her, "He just mentioned on the phone that we need to greet 2 guests soon." Tam Lin Tuyet asked skeptically, "2 guests could he be referring to?" She hesitated, not continuing her guess, but bit her lip in frustration. Does this world really have the power to predict the future? Even if it does, it shouldn't be on a level 1 spirit controller. Li Wenhao, sitting beside her, replied, "The stronger the ability, the more limitations there are. Do you remember the person we met last week who could manipulate space?" The image of the mysterious, large man appeared in Shen Lingshu's mind. She smiled slyly and said, "Oh, you mean the one who could only teleport 10 cm at a time and had to wait an hour for their spiritual energy to recover before using it again?" Wen Hao scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Fang Shu is a new spirit master. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be much different from that person, only able to predict events in the near future. But he was able to predict that we would come looking for him." Shen Lingshu immediately opened the car door and said calmly, "Instead of speculating here, why don't we just ask him directly?" She stepped out with the air of a proud and gorgeous lady, smiling challengingly and saying, "Let me see if his future prediction ability is real or fake." In front of them was an old rusty iron door marked room 501, slightly ajar. Seeing this, Lai Wenhao hesitated, not daring to proceed. Shen Lingshu stared at the door without saying a word. As if she had come to a decision, she quickly stepped forward and pushed the door open, letting out an angry huff. Shen Lingshu froze, stunned by the scene before her. Fang Shu was slowly pouring tea into the cups arranged on the table. 3 steaming cups sat on the table, clearly freshly brewed, as if he had anticipated guests. He sat down calmly, picked up a cup, and said placidly, "Miss Shen, Mr. Li, please have a seat." As his words fell, the clicking of Shen Lingshu's high heels echoed against the floor. With a displeased expression and a cold demeanor, she strode in, followed by the equally serious Lai Wenhao. Shen Lingshu approached the sofa, about to sit, and asked suspiciously, "How did you know our names? And these 3 cups of tea? Did you know we were coming?" Fang Xiu took a calm sip of tea and replied, "Because." Your face suddenly darkened, and a powerful spiritual force began to appear around you. Fang Hu gripped the teacup in his hand tightly, speaking in a low voice, "My eyes can see the future." Shen Lingshu wasn't easily convinced. She sneered and challenged him. "You can see the future, prove it." He spoke coldly. "Both of you are from the Investigation Bureau, here for 2 purposes. Suddenly, Fang Hu's wife appeared, sitting on the table, whispering, "Honey, don't look at her. Do you see me?" Fang Hu ignored her and continued to reveal their intentions. One is to investigate the Yi at the Bielu Library, and also to see if Mei and Zhao Hao are qualified to join the Investigation Bureau. Li Wenhao still couldn't believe it immediately and objected, "Mr. Fang, this doesn't prove your ability to predict the future. Our purpose here is easy to guess. You could have just researched the Investigation Bureau beforehand." Upon hearing this, Fang Hu's eyes showed clear disdain. He smirked and scoffed slightly. Li Wenhao, seeing his reaction, asked with some confusion, What's wrong, Mr. Fang? My deduction is reasonable." Fang Hu laughed, his voice full of implication. "So, how many people know about this actually? You've always." He paused for a moment before continuing loudly, "Been secretly in love with Shen Lingshu." Li Wenhao's cheeks suddenly flushed red, and he jumped up from his seat in shock, while Shen Lingshu also looked astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief at what she had just heard. Fang Xiu showed no signs of stopping, excitedly saying he had already written a love letter and placed it in his left breast pocket. Wen Hao's face flushed even redder as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "What?" He reflexively reached for his left breast pocket. Shen Lingshu looked at him questioningly. "Really?" Meanwhile, Fang Xiu's wife had quickly come over to watch the commotion, wondering aloud, "Secret love?" Fang Xiu continued reading fluently. "The content is, Lingshu, when you read this letter, I will probably be dead. Actually, there's something I've always wanted to tell you." Shen Lingshu approached Wen Hao and inquired, "Left breast pocket here." He panicked and tried to stop her. "Investigator Shen, you know Mei. What is this Fang Xiu rambling about? I really don't, Before he could finish, Shen Lingshu found a pink piece of paper in Li Wenhao's pocket. She immediately opened and read it, frowning as she thought, "It's exactly as Fang Xiu said." Wenhao was so ashamed and embarrassed, he nearly fainted. Shen Lingshu looked at the paper in front of her, lost in thought. She threw the paper to Li Wenhao, saying at the same time, "You knowing the content doesn't mean you can predict the future. After all, this isn't something written in the future, but something written before." He blushed and hurriedly grabbed the paper flying towards him. At the same time, Fang Hu said, "Miss Shen's ability is to control flames. Her measurements are 85, 63, and 80. He held up the white teapot in his hand. The white-haired woman, suffering from the spout on the teapot, asked him, "Husband, guess what my measurements are?" Shen Lingshu's eyes widened in shock after hearing Fang Hu's words. It seemed she couldn't believe what he was saying. She angrily slammed her hand on the table and said, "My abilities in the Spirit Master world are no secret. Knowing those measurements with such accuracy only means you're a fraud." Li Wenhao, sitting beside her, was still blushing, thinking about the 85, 63, and 80 measurements just mentioned. Fang Hu, on the other hand, remained calm, simply lifting the teacup in his hand and replying, "Miss Shen, you have a secret no one else knows. Do you really want me to reveal it?" She arrogantly leaned back and laughed, challenging, "Go ahead. I have no secrets I can't tell." Wen Hao, sitting beside her, widened his eyes and thought, Lingshu's secret. Seeing her determined attitude, Fang Hu only gave a contemptuous smile. "Ha," he said, a dark aura enveloping him. He sat confidently in his chair, one hand on his chin, the other on his thigh. A sinister smile crept across his face as he said, "Miss Shen, you have a great fondness for pink." The white-haired woman, now grown in size, stood happily behind him and asked with a coquettish smile, "Husband, what color do you like?" He stroked his chin, imagining taking off Shen Lingshu's outer clothes. A very hot scene. Fang Hu said, the lingerie she's wearing is all pink. She even has a pink tattoo. As I said, there is indeed a pink abstract fox tattoo on her left thigh. Suddenly, a blazing pink fire appeared from nowhere. Shen Lingshu sprang to her feet, surrounded by pink flames she herself had created. Her face was filled with killing intent, as if she wanted to devour him alive. She glared at him and said, this is not some prediction of the future, but clairvoyance. You and Zhao Hao are cut from the same cloth, both worthless. Her eyes widened, full of anger and murderous intent. He looked at her, seething before him, but felt no fear. He didn't react much, simply saying, predicting the future doesn't mean arbitrarily knowing what will happen. Last night, I predicted that you would come. I wasted my intuition to see the future in the darkness. Assistant Lai reading a letter and Miss Shen packing her clothes. Fang Hu took the full brunt of her murderous aura, causing his hair to stand on end. But he remained fearless and calmly said, these words hit Lingshu right where it hurt. Her murderous aura disappeared, and she stared straight at him, her face flushed. Finally, she sat down on the chair, unconsciously adjusting her posture, thinking, always feeling that Fang Shu didn't just see these things. After all, where that tattoo was tattooed, she stopped thinking about it, raised his voice. Now you say these things basically cannot prove whether the future prediction is true or not. It is better than you telling me tonight's winning lottery numbers. Okay, he replied, taking the pen and writing a series of numbers on paper. He gave it to Lin Tuyet, thought, write down a series of numbers, wait for the lottery to end and then die and come back. Enough time to gather some information. She took the piece of paper, looked at it thoughtfully, thought of a few things about how he could be rich thanks to these lottery tickets, and asked in return, you have the ability to predict. Why don't you buy the lottery yourself and rich? He calmly replied, have you heard of the butterfly effect? So don't try to take advantage of the power of the investigation department and take any additional measures. If the numbers don't hit, she offers one possibility. He interrupted her. If I don't get it, I can take my own life. The smile on his mouth became somewhat evil. You! She angrily stood up, her hands ready to attack. Van Hao next to her quickly stopped her. Investigator Tam, calm down. Anyway, the dialing has already started tonight. Meanwhile, Van Hao also turned towards him and said, Mr. Fuang, let's continue discussing what happened in the other world at the Beilu Library. He looked pensively at the teacup in his hands, saying nothing. Finally, he recalled and began to tell the story. That other world is called Dansun Mental Hospital. Someone objected, saying only the Investigation Bureau has the right to name an other world, not you. He continued, it appeared very suddenly. By the time we noticed, it had already blended into the library's sales department. Many black thorny vines appeared, entangling the corridors in his mind. Fang Shu added seriously, everyone went inside the mental hospital. The abilities of a first-level spirit controller are limited. You can choose what to talk about from the experiences in the other world, he thought. As the table was now empty except for 3 half-drunk cups of tea, he shook the teapot in his hand. Fang Shu thought to himself, and the appearance of the surgical knife will also bring unnecessary trouble, so for now, its existence should be kept secret. That's basically what happened. Because my abilities are limited, I could only use my foresight ability once in a critical moment. Seeing 2 images in succession, he said as he set the teapot down. One showed me, and Triu Hao escaping through an emergency exit, successfully getting out after encountering strange entities in the dreamscape. Fang Shu remembered the blood-red eye of the strange entity approaching him, saying, how can you see through the dreamscape? He replied, I understand humans well, so your dreamscape. The other image was connected to many hospital rooms, revealing many terrifying, ghostly auras. Triu Hao and I were chased by a female doctor. The image of him and Triu Hao fleeing from the doctor's pursuit came to mind. I conclude, so we guess inside Dansun Mental Hospital, there are at least dozens of anomalies. The surrounding space gradually turns into a blood-red color, feeling extremely eerie and bizarre. Dozens of anomalies, are you sure? Van Hao next to me was terribly shocked, asking again, while Lin Toit seemed somewhat calmer. Fang, Shu, do you know what you're talking about globally? There's never been a precedent where dozens of anomalies were found in one place like this. Mostly, anomalous zones appear with anomalies, or there's a misunderstanding, or a fusion phenomenon occurs. A gloomy scene gradually appears with a girl bowed over a bed. But among anomalies, there's no way they can coexist peacefully. They can only be devoured. Therefore, it's fundamentally impossible for dozens of anomalies to gather in one place. If you didn't see wrong, then those are just slaves controlled by the anomalies. Although there are many, their power is small. A female demon with red eyes is frantically creating glowing threads, surrounding a human lying on an experiment table. I think you're scared, plus you fundamentally don't understand anomalies, so you mistook them for anomalies, Lin Tuat summarized, mockingly smiling at Fang Shu. I then said, with your level, it's very hard to understand what I'm saying. You just need to report it as such to your superiors. Weakness, strength, or ignorance isn't an obstacle to survival. Arrogance is, he said, closing his eyes leisurely. You, Tam Lin Tuyet flared up again, her eyes turning red with anger. Van Hao quickly stepped in to mediate. Mr. P. At Sheng. Thank you for reporting the truth, but the ability to predict the future is very important to the Investigation Bureau. So we still need you to come with us to the Bureau today. Upon hearing that, Fang Shu immediately stood up. He turned his head and said, let's go, leaving the other two behind. Van Ho was also taken aback by this swift action. An hour later, the car carrying the three of them came to a stop. The destination appeared old, with the car parked not far away. The car door opened and Fang Shu stepped out from the back seat. All three got out of the car, led by Li Van Hao, followed by Lin Tuit, and lastly Fang Shu. They entered the building. At an old black door, with strange writings pasted on the walls beside it, Van Echa gestured towards a door and said to him, Mr. Persheng, please enter. It seems that spirit mediums also need specific conditions to see the supernatural, otherwise the Investigation Bureau wouldn't have so many wandering spirits. He looked on, lost in thought. The path leading down from the previous door has opened, revealing a gloomy passage filled with a strange, dense, black, murderous aura, obscuring all vision. Finally, he gave a terrifying smile and said, Paranormal Investigation Bureau, huh? Don't disappoint me. The three of them descended the dark staircase one after another, with Wen Hao still leading the way. We're finally here. It was a simple office. This scene made him think. He hadn't expected the main headquarters of the Investigation Bureau to be underground. The above-ground building was just a facade. Suddenly, a man came out of the office. He was on the phone asking, Hello, who is this? I'm not selling rooms, borrowing money, traveling, or health products. He walked past Fang Shu, while responding to the person on the other end of the line. What? Massage? In a straight man seemingly misunderstood, he quickly explained. Where is your address? Quick, send me a message. His voice trailed off as he walked further away. At the same time, when Hao said to Fang Shu, Mr. Fang, please come this way. I walked in and it looked like a typical office. People were sitting at different computers, working diligently. One of them stretched and bumped into a girl, spilling her water. She exclaimed in surprise. He didn't even know what happened, just said, I'm so sorry I didn't see you, he said, taking the opportunity to be a little too friendly. I can handle it myself. Hey, you touched me, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Stop it. They argued for a while, and all of this was observed by Fang Hu. Finally, the three of them went into a separate room. Fang Hu didn't hesitate to sit down on a sofa nearby, commenting, Your office is lively indeed. Ignoring his remark, Ling Shu said, Wait here for a moment. Lai Wenhao, come with me to report to the director. Lai Wenhao put down his teacup and said, "Yes, Mr. Fane. Please wait a moment." The two left the room, slamming the door shut. Fang Hu watched them go, still holding his teacup. Alone in the room, Fang Hu closed his eyes and began to sense his surroundings. A black aura gradually enveloped him. His intuition, aided by the strange energy in the surgical knife, was growing stronger, his senses sharpening. The black aura was thicker than before. He mused. His five senses were becoming more sensitive, allowing him to perceive the expanse of the surrounding world, yet he couldn't reach its boundaries. He opened his eyes, absorbing the entire space within this building, concluding that there was nothing unusual about this investigation bureau. Shen Lingshu mentioned wanting to report the situation to the director. The director's office was located. He followed his intuition, trailing after her. He found his targets. A sign outside read director's office. Suddenly, Shen Lingshu abruptly turned her head, as if she had sensed something. "What is it, Shen, the spirit master? Is there something unusual about the bureau?" Wenhao questioned her with suspicion. "Nothing," she replied. Meanwhile, Fang Hu was leisurely sipping tea in his office. "Ha! She's quite sensitive," she thought to herself. "Are you certain his ability is to predict the future? Besides you, who else knows?" Wang Di asked, after being briefed. Ling Shu answered, "There's one more person who came out of the anomaly with Fang Hu. Zhao Hao. Predicting the future is crucial. Whether it's real or temporary, we need to keep it confidential. Do not reveal any information under any circumstances." He placed the glass of water down and continued. "Zhao Hao also needs to take security measures." "Is that clear?" As he finished, Lin Shu said, "Understood." "Where is the winning number sequence?" he asked. Li Wenhao immediately presented it respectfully. "Here." He took the paper in his hand and scrutinized it. "It's fine if he doesn't guess correctly. Perhaps he has already arranged for a helper." He continued to instruct, "Li Wenhao, you go find someone to constantly monitor those who receive the two letters. Ensure that the lottery results tonight are completely random." After speaking, Wang Dehai slammed the paper onto the table. His face darkened. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment before continuing. "I want to see how great Fang Hu's abilities are." Wang Dehai and Shen Lin Shu sat opposite each other in the office, maintaining a quiet atmosphere. Wang Dehai suddenly spoke. "Xiao Shen, you are also a spirit master with profound talent. With your experience, do you think he is lying?" Shen Lingshu raised her eyes and replied, "If it's fake, then he must be a con artist with strong psychological abilities. Moreover, predicting the future is easily debunked. He has no reason to lie to us." She smoothed her hair, looked at the man drinking water opposite her and said, "However," Shen Lingshu stated firmly, "I feel like he's lying." Wang Dehai, who had just taken a sip of water, was startled by her words and choked, spraying water everywhere. Shen Lingshu lowered her head, full of confidence, based on a woman's intuition. Wang Dehai put down the water bottle and coughed a few times. Waving his hand, he said, "True or false, well, know tonight." By the way, in the recording, he mentioned there are dozens of different beasts inside the Qingshan psychiatric hospital. Shen Lingshu held up two fingers. "Director Wang, do you actually believe him? Currently, there's no such different dimension in the whole world. As for Fang Zhuyu, even if he knew everything, he couldn't have escaped alive. I estimate there are only two anomalies in the Value Library different dimension." She thought of the first spirit master, the anomalous female doctor, codenamed Ghost Doctor. Her rule is to kill at close range, one person at a time, only attacking again after consuming the previous victim. Based on the description, she's only D class. The image of the giant constricted eye appeared in Shen Lingshu's mind. The dream manipulating anomaly, codenamed Dream. Its rule is to force those who approach it into a dream, using their deepest fears to kill them. I suspect it uses a non-physical attack method. But considering its special ability to draw multiple people into the dreamscape simultaneously, it's temporarily classified as C class. Next, Shen Lingshu imagined the building surrounded by black thorny bushes, she continued. Because the Bailu Library is a fixed alien area, and the population around here is sparse. In conclusion, the danger level is at. Her eyes filled with seriousness, she said, "See, how well I'm there." Hearing those words, Wang Dihai narrowed his eyes and placed his hand on his chin, thoughtfully asking, "Well, what is the level of terror in the dream scenario of the dream spell?" Shen Lingshu rubbed her fingers and replied, "It's only enough to scare ordinary people." Shen Lingshu waved her hand proudly and continued, "Even someone as cowardly as Zhao Hao could rely on a film to suppress his fear and survive. Then the spirit masters with deep potential would be unaffected. Its power, once predicted, is not even as dangerous as a female doctor." On the table at this time the glass of water was only a little bit left, as was the silence in the room. Wang Dihai lowered his head and said, "Okay, have you bring Fang Hu over here for me to meet for a while?" Shen Lingshu was suddenly surprised. "Director Wang, I'm afraid this is not in line with the regulations. If he loses control, safety comes first. It's still better to have the captain or vice captain meet him." Wang Dukhai speaks slowly, the two of them. In another development, an image of a man holding a cigarette appears. Simultaneously, Wang Dukhai mentions that the two are not at the station right now. They've just gone out to investigate the ghost-headed person. He stretches his long arm inside the house. Concurrently, Shen Lingshu replies, "Wasn't their relationship always tense? Why are they working together this time?" At this moment, the man is walking up the steps with a long trail of cigarette smoke. Suddenly a foot appears from behind. When the man looks down, someone has already jumped up from somewhere. The two start jostling at the exit. The smoking man is Yang Ming, captain of Lu Tang City's investigation team, and the young man charging at him is also from Lu Tang City's investigation team, Deputy Captain Bai Chao. As rumored, they don't get along. Now Yang Ming shouts, "What are you pushing for? Let me go first," but Bai Chi doesn't back down. "No, I go first." Meanwhile, Wang Dukhai sighs and says, "No way, compete and see who can solve it first." In the end, Yang Ming is the one to rush out first, heading straight for the white car. Bai Te was no less stubborn. He hopped onto the car roof. Yang Ming yelled from inside, "Bai Te, get down here, don't follow me." Bai Te coolly replied, "Just going with the flow." Seemingly anticipating their actions, Wang Dehai sighed wearily. "Go get Fang Hio." Shen Lingshu heaved a sigh and replied, "All right, I'll check his spiritual pollution level to avoid any danger." In another room, Shen Lingshu sat with Fang Hio. Gesturing to the machine on the table, Shen Lingshu introduced, "This spiritual lie detector works by detecting fluctuations in spiritual energy." She glanced at Fang Hio and said, "If your words and thoughts don't align, it will react. Every new spirit master has to pass this test." Fang Hio, with an expressionless face, calmly placed his hand on the machine. "Ask away." With a serious expression, Shen Lingshu began. First question: if a powerful anomaly were rampaging through the city, slaughtering people, what would you do? Fang Hio lowered his head, looking down. Shen Lingshu continued to list the options. 1. Fight the anomaly. 2. Run for your own safety. 3. Try to save as many people as possible, then run together. Fang Hao's eyes darkened, but he didn't flinch at the question. Shen Lingshu continued, "What will you choose?" Fang Xiu's eyes were cold. His whole body radiated a gloomy aura, and said, "I choose sentence 1, fight with ghosts." The space suddenly became quiet, only to see that the polygraph machine did not emit a signal. Tam Lin Tuyet secretly thought the machine tested showed that Fang Xiu did not lie. She looked seriously and considered, after all, he was someone who could make others give up life. A thought appeared in Fang Xiu's mind. "I hate all strange things, so even if I can't fight, I will fight. If I can't kill him once, then I'll kill him twice. If I can't kill him twice, then 3 times, many times." Returning from the dead can also find the opponent's weak point and kill it. After deciding, Fang Shu without hesitation raised his voice. What about the second question? Tam Lin Tuet tensed. She continued. The second question, if in the future it will be difficult for humanity to fight against the ghosts, then a smart ghost will appear and invite him to join that side, and at the same time promise will give you unimaginable power. Power and status. Will you participate? Ow, man kerr, shoushage mean, in vow. Fang Shu did not hesitate and replied decisively no. Tam Lin Tuyet could not hide her surprise, unconsciously exclaimed, Huh! After a brief moment of surprise, Tam Lin Tuyet regained composure, her eyes probing if the ghost gave him great power, and at the same time pledged to protect his family, lover, and friends, would he participate? Fang Shu kept his cold expression without wavering and said, No. In the room, Tam Lin Tuet looked at him and asked again, So if your family surrenders to the devil and invites you to join? Fang Shu replied calmly, I don't have family, don't stop. Tam Lin Tuet cornered him. Thu said, So friends, as I know. You and Zhao Hao have a very good relationship. He is your only friend. What if he wants you to betray humanity? For a moment, Fang Shu's eyes became deep. He replied, So I don't mind not having friends. Tam Lin Tuyet was silent for a moment. She seemed to contemplate the answer just now. After a moment of contemplation, she continued to speak, the third question. Just like that, questions were thrown continuously, and without any sign of lying, Tam Lin Tuyet spoke with a serious voice, but also filled with expectation. The last question, after becoming a spirit. Teacher, what is the thing you want to do most, or what is your ideal? Fang Shu's eyes did not blink. He said with determination, Kill all the monsters in the world. Tam Lin Tuyet was surprised by Fang Shu's answer. Her eyes opened wide, not hiding her surprise. After that, Tam Lin Tuyet lowered her face and silently remembered the past. The distorted psychology of the spirit master, the dark side of human nature, was infinitely exaggerated. The answer was also very mysterious and perverted. At that time, Tam Lin Tuyet stood in front of the two people and asked the question, she said. The first question, she remembered the answers she had heard before. The original text was, What? The world of strange killing. Then I will kill together. See who can kill more. There are also memories of the answers of a few people with distorted psychology. When responding to her, they all wore extremely fierce smiles and said, If you don't fight, then join. Whoever is strong, then follow that person. Whoever is good to me, I will follow. I really like that weirdness. Ideal. Make money in a chaotic world. Marry 100 wives. Be weak in flesh and blood. Soar in the strangeness. Become a reasonable devil. Rescue humanity. Rescue world. Time changes again. In Tam Lin Tuyet's mind is the image of Fang Shu, standing like an angel on a high platform, while she is below looking up. Tam Lin Tuyet's expression was full of admiration and tears, thinking to herself, when did a person appear in the spiritual master team, who loved and cared for the human world, with such clarity and integrity, if the spirituality testing machine did not say so? Wrong. So he is a human little angel? No. Doe. Fang Shu's cold face appeared. Tam Lin Tuyet silently said, He is a saint. She took a towel and wiped away her tears. She couldn't help but think, on the outside he seemed like a cold person with ice on his face, but inside he actually had a warm, sincere heart. Could it be that he was cold on the outside and hot on the inside like the legend? In comparison, we are just a silent bug. Tam Lin Tuyet took back the lie detector. She was suddenly surprised. Fake, the detector is broken. At this moment, Fang Shu smiled. Another thought appeared in his mind. Not only do I want to kill all the ghosts, but I also want to brutally torture my beloved wife. Fang Shu narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes looked far away. A voice appeared in his heart. Moreover, she must not die too easily. She must feel 100 times more than what I have to go through. 10,000 times more than that. That's the only way to suffer. Not another way. Suffer. This thought is like an undercurrent, revealing Fang Xiu's cruel nature and willingness to sacrifice everything to achieve his goals. The room door is opened. Fang Xiu and Tam Lin Tuye walked in. She closed the door and spoke, "Vong Bureau, you're here." Wang Dehai took the paper she brought, and Tam Lin Tuye reported that he had passed the test. Wang Dehai looked at the information written on the paper and said, "Okay, Fang Xiu, right. Let me introduce myself first. I am Wang Dehai, currently the director of the Lukdang City Investigation Department." He continued, inviting him to sit, but when he glanced up, Wang Dehai slightly paused. He looked at Fang Xiu sitting with his arms crossed in front of him. His voice surprised. He was already sitting. Fang Xiu replied calmly, "Hello, Director Vrong." Wang Dehai was sweating in shock. Standing next to him was Tam Lin Tuye. She was extremely angry. Wang Dehai continued to look at the paper. He was surprised and thought to himself, that's not it. Quickly, Wang Dehai pulled out his glasses from his pocket. He put it on his eyes, sweating profusely. Couldn't help but be surprised, but glued it close to the paper, saying, "Unbelievable, really unbelievable, so perfect." Wang Dehai took off his glasses, made two sounds, coughed, then looked up at Tam Lin Tuye and signaled, "Little Tam, really." She closed her eyes and said nothing. But Wang Dehai really understood everything. He turned to the table, sighed, and said, "Phew, just this report." The next second, Wang Dehai held Fang Xiu's hands tightly and cried, saying, "Mr. Fuong is too perfect. Even if you don't have the ability to predict the future, I want to invite you to join the investigation department." Fang Xiu withdrew his hands, looked straight, and replied, not in a hurry after watching the prize draw. He spoke again. He secretly thought, "I want to test me. Joining the investigation department has no meaning based on the person's identity to predict the future. Hybridization to get legal numbers in exchange for resources is our goal." Seeing that, Wang Dehai thought to himself, not taking the bait, "It seems that he may really have the ability of a strong person." He continued to speak. He said he has the ability to predict the future. So there is a time limit, time and number of times. Immediately the space changed according to Fang Xiu's words. In another world I can travel between the past and the future, witness countless deaths and rebirths, experience limitless possibilities. With a serious expression, Fang Xiu emphasized that the future for me is nothing more than a drama that can be changed at will. Hearing that, Tam Lin Tuye swallowed her anger and thought, "Can't I speak straight? I have to beat around the bush." And Wang Dehai also stiffened. "Oh my God, it's caught me." Wang Dehai began to speak out. "Currently, the two strongest spirit masters in our department are holding the positions of captain and deputy captain. They are all level 2 spirit masters, about to enter level 3. For example, suddenly, someone opened the door and rushed in, interrupting the conversation. Wang Dehai turned and raised his voice. How many times have I told him not to do things so hastily, but he still continued to run in and say, 'Director, things are not going well.'" His face was urgent. He announced, "Deputy Captain Bach, he died." As soon as the news was said, both Tam Lin Tuye and Wang Dehai stood up in surprise and said in unison, "What?" On this side, Fang Xiu still calmly sat there thinking, "Oh." He put his hand on his chin, sinking into a contemplative space. How strong is the spirit master who is about to reach level 3? It would be a pity to die early, but you can lend it to me. Wang Dehai's voice rang out. "Bhakte is the person with the greatest fighting power in us, and is also the head spirit master of Lukdang City. If an ace like him falls together, then the city Lukdang will become a mess. What is the situation? Please explain clearly." The scene changed. The blue-haired man began to narrate the incident. After Deputy Captain Bach found a deformed person in an apartment on the outskirts of Thanbak town, he did not report to Captain Duong. Bach rushed forward to attack the strange creature. The blue-haired man said, thinking that with his strength he could deal with this strange person. Immediately, another strange ghost appeared under Bach's feet. The blue-haired man continued, but did not expect that there was another strange ghost lurking on the other side. Bakte had no time to prepare. The blue-haired guy continued to recount the events at that time. While the deputy Captain Bach was fighting with the strange-headed man, he was accidentally attacked by that strange monster. Blood suddenly splashed out. Bakte was no longer seen. Wang Dehai immediately slammed the table and shouted, "What?" He angrily raised his hand to question. "There is one more child. What kind of business do you guys do in intelligence? Why do you even know if there are strange ghosts hiding in the Thanbak area?" The blue-haired man replied in fear and confusion. The previous intelligence had thoroughly investigated the whole city. It was true that there was no more strange monster. It seemed like it suddenly appeared. Wang Dehai sat down, calmed down, and asked, "Where is Duong Min?" The blue-haired guy nervously replied, "Captain Duong has already left for the Thanbak area." Fang Shu on this side slowly placed his hand on his forehead. He was silent, his eyes filled with analysis. When his emotions were stabilized, Wang Dahai pointed at Fang Shu and said, "Little Vuong, you take Mr. Fulong to the room to rest first. Chu Tham, come with me to the meeting room later." Fang Shu stood up and left the chair. He walked towards the blue-haired guy and said a word, leading the way. The blue-haired man turned and walked forward. Fang Shu began to think. At this time, Fang Shu seemed to be exercising his superpowers. In a space that only he could hear, there was someone's voice. Organization, 30,000 spirit coins, and 10 sticks of spirit incense. Fang Shu followed the blue-haired man through the crowd of people who were in a commotion because of receiving bad news. Fang Shu silently thought about the words she had just heard, the spirit coin and the spirit incense. Fang Shu's eyes were dim, thoughts constantly swirling around in his head. "I heard they were all researched and produced by the General Investigation Department. I just saw the photo on a strange forum, but had never seen it before. Real thing." Fang Shu's head flashed images of the armor and spirit coins he saw on the forum. Spirit coins actually refer to a type of material made from iron and steel, which can convey spirituality, mostly used to cast weapons or crafts. Defense tools are the main currencies circulating among spirit masters. Fang Shu's memory continues to change to the image of a person tied tightly to a chair. In front of his eyes are the spiritual incense on the forum, and the spiritual incense is to prevent the level of spiritual pollution. Solving the problem of losing control in the spirit of Endulin Master is a very precious resource. Still that image. Sitting in the room, Fang Shu looked down at the hot cup of tea, reflecting contemplation, while the blue-haired guy kept a worried and uneasy look as he looked at the situation outside. Fang Shu took a sip of water and thought to himself, the top spirit master of Luke Dang City could die so easily. They were just two strange creatures. Fang Shu bowed his head and imagined the image of a demon. It was just a low-level demon like that female doctor. Its skin was as hard as steel, and there was no way to fight it with normal weapons. Through the glass door, everyone inside the investigation department was in a commotion. One person was holding a file and said, "So what should we do, Deputy Captain Bach? It's all due to negligence in our intelligence work." Fang Shu witnessed it and could not help but criticize humanity. He stood up and said to himself, his body is weak, his error rate is too low, he is afraid that having a premonition, facing the devil is just a disadvantage. Coming to the window, Fang Shu threw open the curtains, calmly said one sentence, "Okay, what's the use of rushing?" The blue-haired guy was puzzled. Then the blue-haired man turned his head back and called out, "Miss Fuong. Nyai Xiaotian Rander. Why not got Xiaotian Rao?" A hand quickly slapped the blue-haired man's neck. Just after completing the action, Fang Shu's eyes turned cold, so the weak spirit masters were not me Fang Shu. After a while, Fang Shu reached out to tighten his tie. The blue-haired man's suit was now worn on Fang Shu's body. He was confident and thought to himself that he could take advantage of the chaotic intelligence situation to get some information. Fang Shu walked in the hallway. The people in the department were running up and down noisily. Meanwhile, there was a girl and a guy talking together. Unexpectedly, Deputy Captain Bak's strength was due to Captain Duong didn't go with him. How could that be possible? Being attacked like that, is there any conflict? Fang Shu, as he was walking, stopped slightly. His eyes glanced towards the voice that was speaking. It was said that Vice Captain Bak was upset when he lost to the captain in a match, but Captain Duong's luck was just a kind of talent. Passive force, why? Except for bad luck, the vehicle has no damage at all, and is always called a weak captain by other spirit masters in the city. Fang Shu's eyes stopped at the blue-haired girl. She said, but Vice Captain Bak is one of the 2 level 2 spirit masters who has no opponent. So how could he lose? Fang Shu was waiting for what was being said and whispered, luckily, this kind of ability is also interesting. The blue-haired girl continued to say that winning depends on luck. During the match, Vice Captain Bak had a stomach ache and didn't use all his strength, and no matter how weak Captain Duong was, he was still a loser. That level 2 spirit master. The guy wearing glasses opposite her seemed surprised. Then why didn't the competition pause or change the time? The blue-haired girl continued to answer, wasting words. Deputy Team Leader Bak was a cold and arrogant guy. He told him to pause the competition to go to the bathroom and would rather kill him. Remembering Bak's shameful appearance, the glasses-wearing boy replied. So he used the appearance of nothing happening to fight, thinking that others didn't know he was running away. But at that time, there were countless spirit masters who had both hearing and sight, you say. Fang Shu passed by the 2 of them, thinking uninterestedly, what a stinking story, not even a bit of information. Suddenly, someone in front of him opened the door and said, quickly go to the meeting room. Captain Duong is back. The Vong department is about to hold an urgent meeting. As soon as the announcement was made, a group of people dressed in black immediately rushed in. Fang Shu looked at this scene and thought in his head that the urgent meeting would probably announce a lot of important information. Moving inside the meeting room, there was a long row of tables, with many people sitting on both sides. A group of people in black shirts stood solemnly, with their backs against the walls. Sitting at the head of the table was Wang Dehai. Standing quite close to him was Fang Shu, who was watching the meeting in disguise. Not knowing where it came from, the space began to fill with cigarette smoke. Fang Shu suddenly looked and thought to herself, oh, someone dared to smoke in an urgent meeting. His eyes showed a few cautious rays. Fang Shu looked at the person sitting in the corner, behind Wang Dehai. The source of the cigarette smoke turned out to be Duong Min. In the corner, Duong Min was squatting, smoking and muttering. Little Bak sigh. Looking at this scene made Fang Shu think. It seems he is Captain Duong, with this melancholy appearance. On the floor near Duong Min, there was a pile of smoked cigarettes. Fang Shu continued to think. Maybe the relationship between the 2 of them was not as bad as rumored. At this moment, Wang Dehai raised his hand, pointed at the big screen behind him and said, this strange thing is the shadow ghost. The ability that was used was the ability to hide in the dark. This battle of the vice captain. The white and strange human head was limited by intelligence and could not detect shadow ghost's existence in time. Fearing that his speed would be even faster, the monster on the screen also turned black with a prominent orange eye. The screen shows shadow ghost attacking Baktae from behind. Wang Dehai said, it was impossible to avoid the shadow behind him, so he was accidentally attacked by shadow ghost from the darkness, leading to serious injury. Miowani, Mayadner, Edward Shiang Sir. Shadow ghost continued to kill the target. Wang Dehai also followed suit and finally died in their hands. In the corner, Duong Min silently held a cigarette. Wang Dehai's voice continued. Captain Duong Min has solved the strange human head, but the shadow ghost is still the same, never showing up. So next we have to do your best to find Ghost Shadow and completely solved this problem. He continued to speak, and, avenging Bhakte in the corner, Duong Min extinguished another cigarette. He changed his tone to announce, but now there is one more good news. That is our Captain Duong Min successfully promoted, becoming a level 3 Spirit Master, ranked in the highest level Spirit Masters. Everyone suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God!" On Fang Shu's left arm, the pink-haired guy standing next to him raised his glasses. "Our Loose Dang city is so powerful." The person next to the pink-haired guy added, "That's it. It's level 3. There aren't many people in the whole country." Fang Shu bowed his head slightly, thinking, that is to say, his spirituality had surpassed 41%. How effective could level 3 luck be? At this time, Duong Min stood up on his knees. His hand held the cigarette pack tightly. Duong Min looked at the emptiness in the cigarette pack, then remained silent. He tried to down the cigarette pack, even urging him, "Hey!" After a while, without seeing any cigarette fall out, Duong Min turned his head back, feeling uncomfortable, and asked if there was still a cigarette left. Seeing Duong Min being so absent-minded, Wang Dehai immediately turned around and taught him, "Duong Min, you are now a level 3 Spirit Master. The future safety of Luke City needs your protection. Guard. Then he seriously said loudly and commanded him, "You regain my spirit." Hearing that, Duong Min did not react but put his hand in his pocket as if searching for something. After looking for him, he immediately put his hands in his pockets and calmly turned around and said, "I'll go out for a while." Seeing Wang Dehai's attitude of disregarding the current situation, he clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth until he was shaking, as if he couldn't accept it anymore. Wang Dehai slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly, "Stop for me, Don, you want to avenge Bhakti." Hearing this, Duong Min immediately stopped. But then he turned around and continued walking forward. When Duong Min walked in front of Fang Shu, he immediately pulled his hat down to avoid being discovered. As he walked, his face darkened and he wondered, "Revenge, revenge. Will the little white half can live again?" When Wang Dehai saw him scolding him like that, he propped up his hands to relieve his boredom and sighed helplessly. He had no other choice but to reach out and give an order, as if he wanted to take something and give it to me. Then Wang Dehai immediately threw the cigarette bag towards Duong Min and said, "Take it, there is medicine in my place." Duong Min reacted quickly without having to turn around. Just reaching out his hand back was able to grab the cigarette packet and calmly grasp it. Of course, there is no need to say it too early. Duong Min immediately sat down, took out a cigarette and teased Wang Dehai. "What kind of royal family is he? He smokes every day." Wang Dehai heard that and immediately shouted angrily, "Shut up!" and Fang Shu did not. Staring at him, his face darkened. He looked at Duong Min and secretly sighed in his heart. This Captain Duong was interesting, rational, calm, and restrained, already a level 3 Spirit Master, without the slightest appearance of haste or panic. While he was thinking, suddenly a soldier did not knock on the door but spontaneously rushed in and called out, "Vong Department!" Wang Dehai saw that this guy was not at all polite and got so angry that his eyes turned red. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly to emphasize, "Pay attention to discipline. Discipline, how many times have I said it?" and was about to scold him when he immediately recognized this soldier and asked, Why you?" The blue-haired guy arbitrarily rushed in. Seeing that Wang Dehai was angry, he was so scared that he cried, trembling all over his body. His nose and tears were pouring out, but he still tried to report the situation. "The Vuong Department is not aware. The person you ordered, when I took him back to the room to rest, he knocked me unconscious. Then after running away, he even took off my uniform." When Wang Dehai heard the news, it was like lightning struck his ears and he was startled. "What did you say?" Fang Shu ran away. Immediately he quickly stood up and raised his hand to give orders. "All the staff pay attention and found me." All the remaining people also quickly stood up to listen to the order and answered in unison, clear. While the situation was chaotic, people were running everywhere. Fang Shu calmly stood still and pulled down his hat. He was still very calm and thought to himself, he had just been unconscious for such a short time and had already woken up. Again, it seems that the skills are not professional enough and need more practice. Just as he was thinking, from somewhere someone recognized him and shouted, Fang Shu, causing him to be startled and look up. It turned out that the first person to recognize him was Tam Lin Tuade. She was a little surprised and slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "You're actually here." The group of soldiers also reacted and turned their attention towards him. Fang Shu. They immediately pulled out the hot goods. They all pointed guns at Fang Shu, blocking him from all directions, leaving him no way to escape. Meanwhile, Duong Min was still very calmly sitting in front of Fang Shu, continuing to smoke. One of them was worried about him and warned him. Team leader Duong moved away from him, while Fang Shu looked back towards Duong Min without saying anything. But Wang Dehai was not worried like the other soldier. He only paid attention to why he was standing here and immediately questioned, "Fang Shu, you know that impersonating an employee of the investigation department is a crime?" "No. What exactly do you want to do, or should you say, who are you?" While Wang Duke Min was fiercely questioning Fang Shu, he still calmly walked closer to Duong Min without answering his question. Fang Shu stood in front of Duong Min, but it seemed he didn't care about the current situation and continued to smoke. Then suddenly Fang Shu sat down and asked Duong Min if he wanted Bok Chi to come back to life. Having said this, Duong Min immediately stopped. Then the scene flashed in his mind again. Duong Min's face began to change color. His cold voice rang out, "Kid, no matter who you are or where you come from, you must not make fun of a dead person like that." The more Duong Min talked, the angrier he became when he touched the deceased, causing the cigarette in his hand to bend unconsciously. Then Duong Min's sharp eyes looked directly at Fang Shu and warned him, otherwise he would die. Fang Shu was not afraid of this pressure, but also looked at him silently and thought to himself, feeling a part of the pressure from his spirituality. This is the strength of a level 3 spirit master, but with personally speaking, this is basically nothing. After thinking about it, Fang Shu immediately asked again, "You just need to answer me, don't want to win." Seeing this attitude of his, Duong Min looked at Fang Shu with mixed eyes. Fang Shu's face at this moment became even colder than Duong Min's, as he continued to ask, curious. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room was strangely heavy. The soldiers did not put down their guns, but kept pointing at Fang Shu, constantly alert. Then Wang Dehai became angry at Fang Shu's unreasonable words and pointed at him and shouted, "Fang Shu, what are you babbling about?" Then he ordered the soldiers to quickly arrest him. "Give it back to me." The group of soldiers was about to take action when Duong Min immediately raised his hand to stop them. He looked into an unknown space with absent-minded eyes and said to himself, "The dead cannot come back to life, not to mention Tubok was eaten up by a strange ghost." But then Duong Min raised his face to look at Fang Shu and continued, "But I thought I might be crazy, but I felt he was telling the truth." The more Duong Min spoke, the more heartbroken he became. He covered his face and told Fang Shu, so he could really bring Tubok back to life. Fang Shu still kept that cold face and asked to find out more information. "Where were you when Bokta died, and how far were you from him?" When repeating it again, Duong Min clutched his head and recounted, "At that time, because of the wrong clues, I was in the mountains near Than Bac Town. If I discovered it and went to the town first." The more he spoke, the more he blamed himself and his voice trembled. Maybe he wouldn't have died. When Fang Shu received important information, he was satisfied, and then he reached out and said, "Good, give me your phone number, it'll tell you a secret." When Duong Min heard him asking for his number, he stopped and asked, "Phone number? Secret? Aren't we talking about bringing the little white back to life? Fang Xiu closed his eyes and calmly said, I cannot bring the dead back to life. Duong Min heard these words and immediately fell silent with sharp eyes. Fang Xiu didn't stop there and continued talking, but still, at this moment, he showed a strange expression and slightly curled his lips. I could return to the past and reverse the future. Hearing this, all of the soldiers' eyes widened in bewilderment, not understanding what he was saying. None of them believed what he said and scoffed. This story was even more exaggerated than bringing the dead back to life. Another guy also chimed in and said, what a fantasy! Does he really dare to write, come to Vaughn, come to Vaughn? Du Kai was also surprised by him and froze. Duong Min was no exception. All around him were question marks. He didn't expect that he could say that. He was a spirit master. How could his ability be so perverted? Seeing that no one believed what he said, Fang Xiu just smirked and explained, in the foreign world, I'd moved between the future and the past, and before my eyes I had died and been reborn countless times. Experienced countless times. Then he looked at them with sharp eyes and continued to say, to me, the future is nothing more than an arbitrarily written play. Tam Lin Tui listened to his steadfast words and thought in surprise, so what Fang Xiu said at that time was not a pretense, but used another way to talk about her abilities. At this point, she truly realized his ability to return to the past, move to the future. Then Fang Xiu raised a finger to discuss his plan. I will return before the wedding. If something happens, I'll call you to tell you to come save him. So I need a secret so you can trust me. Fang Xiu continued to persuade Duong Min, team leader Duong, that he had nothing to lose if he tried it once. Duong Min's face was thoughtful, but he didn't say anything. As if he had finished thinking, Duong Min lowered his head and scratched, then agreed and said, it makes sense if you try once. If you fail, there's nothing to lose. After saying that, he immediately gave him the information, phone number 138. ***725, because I don't know the way. When Chubak happened, the phone was connected to Bluetooth and navigation was on. It could definitely be heard. As for the secret. Speaking of this, Duong Min's face changed a bit as if he didn't want to reveal it. But there was no other way but to say it. So I will tell a secret about Chubak that only I know, originally from the past. I don't want to say it out loud. I'm afraid Chubak will risk his life with me if he knows, but now that he's gone, it's okay to say it out loud. Duong Min clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he said each word. That was the secret. He closed his eyes tightly, hesitant and sweating profusely, but then in the silence of the room, Duong Min revealed the secret. In fact, the original captain selection contest was not because Chubak ate something wrong and got a stomachache, but because I did. For laxatives, but because my ability is luck. No one has ever doubted me. Hearing this secret, Tam Lin Tuiet gasped in disbelief and was speechless. The soldiers pointing their guns at Fang Xiu were also bewildered by Duong Min and suddenly lowered their guns. Wang Dahai also stood frozen in place. His face darkened. As if unable to withstand this attack, Wang Dahai immediately became angry and shouted loudly, not expecting that his kid, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would play this game. Duong Min held his head helplessly and said, can you blame me for this, if it weren't for that idiot Chubak? Just as he was about to blame Chubak, Duong Min suddenly stopped, his eyes shining with an indescribable sadness. There was silence for a while, then he stood up, rubbed his head and sighed and said, Sigh, let it go. You're dead too. Don't mention it anymore. Fang Xiu also stood up, put his hands in his pockets and said, this is enough of a secret. Wait to receive the phone call. After listening to what he said, Duong Min suddenly burst into tears again, tears and nose running down his face. Wang Dahai, who was questioning him, was surprised to see this scene and had to freeze. As for Tam Lin Tuiet, her eyes widened in surprise when she first saw Duong Min burst into tears like that. Indeed, there were too many surprises today. Fang Xiu saw him crying and didn't know what to say. The whole room was now enveloped in a strange silence. To break this atmosphere, Fang Shu immediately turned aside and said, "Why are you looking at me? Let's continue the meeting." Then Duong Min immediately asked him again, "That don't you want to return to the past? We are waiting for you to act." Fang Shu immediately smiled and said, "I said, I'll be back soon." Duong Min thought he was going to turn his face. His face darkened in anger. He raised his fist and said loudly, "Uncle," but before Duong Min could speak, Wang Dehai immediately pointed his finger at him and stopped him. "Okay, Duong Min, you take this babbling crazy guy back to the cell. His mind is not normal. He is about to lose control." When Duong Min saw him giving such an order, he turned around and took a look. Then he pointed his finger at me and signaled for you to follow me. The scene changes to the prison cell. Duong Min and Fang Shu are locked in this room. The two sit silently on the wooden bed. Duong Min then turned to Fang Shu and explained, "The Vong department probably has a new plan for me to bring you here. Don't think too much." In his heart, he secretly calculated that the hope that he could bring the little white back to life was on him. Whether real or fake, he could not offend him for the time being. Fang Shu didn't mind and replied, "I understand. Otherwise, you and I should talk a little about the news of the human-headed ghost, the ghost image, and the vice captain Chi Bai." Speaking of this, Duong Min took out a cigarette and a lighter to smoke. While sucking him, he said, "Tubak, his ability is speed. He has speed far beyond his peers, so in combat he has an absolute advantage. Unfortunately, this time, it's even worse." Duong Min feels even more sorry for the little white. Then just like that, the two of them stopped talking. The smoke from the cigarette continued to rise. A nearly burned cigarette was thrown to the ground, still burning smoke. Time passed like that. Many cigarette butts were smoked by Duong Min, until the next morning, when dawn had just risen. The birds also flew in flocks past the headquarters. In the cell, a person who seemed very angry kicked open the door and entered. Wang Dehai and Tam Lin Tuyet rushed into Fang Shu's cell. She got angry and threw a piece of paper at Vong Hu and questioned, "Fang Shu, the number you wrote didn't even hit one number." A piece of paper flew towards Fang Shu. Tam Lin Tuyet's voice still shouted loudly, "You should check it yourself." Upon receiving this news, Duong Min was so angry that his hands shook. He clenched his fists, causing the cigarette in his hand to be extinguished. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter until the cigarette was broken in half. Duong Min looked at Fang Shu with a face full of indignation and said, "I told you making fun of a dead person will kill you." There. As for Fang Shu, he was still very calm and not impatient. He gently picked up the paper and made a loud noise. He smiled slightly and wondered if this was tonight's winning number. Tam Lin Tuyet looked at him with eyes full of murderous intent and snorted contemptuously in response. "That's right. Didn't you say before that if you guessed wrongly, you die? Hey, I'll see how you can cover it up now." As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Shu immediately pulled out a dagger. Making Duong Min startled by him, he stood up and retreated. Fang Shu raised the knife close to his face with a scary expression and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep my word." The scene at this time was truly chaotic. Duong Min thought he was planning to attack everyone, so he reached into his shirt to grab a weapon to defend himself, shouted loudly, "Put down his weapon," and Tam Lin Tuyet and Imranigate, "Fuon, who? What do you want to do?" Unexpectedly, Fang Shu pulled out that knife not to attack people, but to commit suicide. He stabbed the knife straight into his head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Fang Shu's face was now filled with his own blood. He looked towards them and said, "Well, see you tomorrow morning." Right after that, time and space seemed to have been disturbed by some force, and nothing could be seen. Moving to another scene, a car is driving at breakneck speed. Fang Shu successfully returned to the past. At this time, a purple-haired man opened the door and walked in. When the door opened, Tam Lin Tuye and the purple-haired man entered first. Fang Xiu also followed closely behind them. He stepped inside with one hand in his pocket and thought to himself, this time when he comes back, he has to write a letter. That winning number is for Tam Lin Tuye. Just walked a few steps when the phone suddenly rang in this quiet room. Fang Xiu immediately predicted that at the turning point ahead, there would be a male employee answering the phone. As soon as he finished speaking, a gray-haired employee immediately approached and picked up the ringing phone. He immediately picked up the phone and answered the line from the other side. Hello, someone. I don't buy a house. I don't borrow money. I don't travel. I don't have health care. What massage? You're a decent person. When he answered the phone just as Tam Lin Tuye and the purple-haired man were approaching. Both of them were surprised to see that everything was happening exactly as Fang Xiu said. While these two people were standing there in shock, he walked away, leaving the two of them still staring at that employee, wondering if he had predicted it. Entering the employee's office, this room is still very quiet, only making clicking sounds from the keyboard. Fang Xiu walked to the middle of the room and stopped. He put his hands in his pockets and looked in one direction. The man was stretching in the middle of the second row and would bump into a female employee. As he finished speaking, a blue-haired employee was stretching and accidentally bumped into a passing employee, causing the glass of water in her hand to spill out. That employee quickly stood up and tried to wipe the water spilled on the employee's body and said in confusion, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. And the other employee saw that he was about to touch her and said in surprise, let me do it myself. Where did you touch that? The employee continued to apologize and grabbed the girl's hand and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. The employee didn't do it on purpose. She still calmly shouted loudly and let go. Tam Lin Tuye saw this scene and gasped in surprise. The purple-haired man was so shocked that sweat poured down his face and exclaimed, he could really predict it. While Tam Lin Tuye was still very stubborn and didn't want to admit it, but consoled himself, here it is, it's just a logical inference. Still not stopping there, Fang Xiu walked to a room. He reached out, opened the door, turned around and told them, as for the restroom, it was on this side. After stepping inside, Fang Xiu pulled out a drawer. Behind Fang Xiu was Tam Lin Tuye, and a purple-haired man looking at him with a puzzled expression. Then Fang Xiu opened two drawers. One side was a green coffee, and the other was a brown coffee. Then he very naturally made 2 cups of coffee and gave them both. Tam Lin Tuye and the purple-haired man looked at the coffee cup in their hands in bewilderment. Tam Lin Tuye glanced at him with a skeptical expression and asked when he went to the investigation department. Not receiving an answer, Fang Xiu continued to pick up a sugar cube. He put a sugar cube in Tam Lin Tuye's coffee cup. When the purple-haired man saw that, he panicked and said, how did you know that the investigator would add 5 sugar cubes when drinking coffee? Fang Xiu picked up his cup of coffee to drink and calmly replied, I once said, my eyes can see the future, and Wang Dahai has time right now. You guys have to come and report, all ready for him. Fang Xiu predicted the future again, causing the two of them to continue to pile on surprises. The scene changes to a forest. There's a car speeding along the trail. The driver of this white car, it is Du Wangmin. While driving, someone called Du Wangmin's phone number. He picked up the phone and answered in an annoyed tone. Calling someone the other end of the line got straight to the point. Half an hour later, Bak Tae would die. As soon as the other end of the line ended the sentence, the car that was driving at breakneck speed quickly braked, causing the wheels to squeal on the trail. It took a few seconds for the car to come to a complete stop. Du Wangmin of the past heard that his teammate was about to die and was startled and asked again, what did he say? He was skeptical and asked the person on the other end of the line who you were. The person on the other end of the line immediately introduced himself. I'm Fang Xiu. I can predict the future. I am currently in the investigation department. If there are no incidents, in the future I will become everyone's colleague. Man, I see that in half an hour. Bok Chi will be killed by a strange ghost. You should come and save him now, there's still time. Still with a familiar saying, Duong Min's face darkened and warned Fang Shu, no matter who he was. But he had to know that joking would kill people, knowing in advance that the Duong Min of the past would not believe him. Said Fang Shu had prepared in advance and immediately revealed a secret that only Duong Min knew. The captain selection contest was that he gave Bok Tae a laxative the night before, making he couldn't develop his normal ability. But because his ability was luck, no one doubted him. When this secret was revealed, Duong Min's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately lost his temper and shouted loudly, "Oh my God, why do you know this? This is a secret I have never told anyone before." Not wasting too much time, Fang Shu immediately revealed Bok Tae's location to Duong Min to come to the rescue. Bok Chi was currently in an unbuilt building in the Tran Thon Back sub-area, chasing a human-headed ghost, but there is another demon image there. At a critical moment, that demon image will appear and sneak attack. He will be seriously injured in the head and die. After speaking, Fang Shu immediately hung up, leaving a quiet space inside the car. As if he believed what he said, Duong Min of the past frowned and exclaimed, "Hateful." After finishing speaking, Duong Min immediately pushed the gear lever down. Both hands quickly turned the steering wheel. Then he drove the car at the speed of light towards Thon Tui Town. On this side, Fang Shu placed his cup of coffee on the table. He looked at his phone and thought to himself, next he has to watch Captain Duong perform. As for Tam Lin Tuye, she suddenly kicked the door in, holding many documents in her hand, and said, "Fang Shu, next, you have to take the spiritual pollution test." She curled her lips and smiled, thinking complacently, "Is that so calm? Let's see how long you can act in front of the lie detector machine." After thinking about it, she immediately handed the lie detector machine to Fang Shu. He was not afraid, but gently placed his hand on the phone and asked. Tam Lin Tuye was even more surprised by his action and thought to himself, how can he be so skilled? Then she immediately sat at the table, holding a pen and paper in hand to write down the report, and began checking. The first question, before Tam Lin Tuye could ask, Fang Shu quickly answered, "I choose one, fight with the devil." Fang Shu answered before asking the question, causing Tam Lin Tuye to startle and gasp in surprise. Fang Shu did not stop there and continued to answer. The second question, "I did not join a strange organization. If Zhao Hao gets involved and makes me betray, then I will personally send him on his way." Before Tam Lin Tuye could ask, Fang Shu answered the last question. "After I became a spirit master, the thing I wanted to do most was kill all the monsters in this world." The more he answered, the more angry he became. Tam Lin Tuye was speechless and stiff, not knowing what to say. After answering the 4 questions that Tam Lin Tuye planned to ask him, Fang Shu immediately stood up. He opened the door and walked out of the room and said, "The test has passed, let's go. Let's go see Wang Dehai." And Tam Lin Tuye was petrified on the spot. The pen in his hand also fell. She didn't believe the truth and immediately hugged the lie detector machine and cried and lamented, "What a fake! Is it broken?" The scene changed to Wang Dehai's room. He sat opposite Fang Shu and said worryingly, "To be honest, Mr. Fong, you are a new spirit master, but your power level surpasses the others. This makes it very difficult for me to trust your ability to predict the future." Hearing that, Fang Shu closed his eyes and crossed his arms and said, "Director Vong, there exist people who cannot be judged based on common sense. They and I are not of the same class." Wang Dehai saw this arrogant attitude of his and thought uncomfortably, "I really want to hit him, but unfortunately, I can't beat him." Then he stretched out his hand towards Tam Lin Tuye and ordered, "Tu Tham, Spiritual Pollution Inspection Report." Tam Lin Tuye immediately blushed and confusedly said, "I haven't written a report yet." Before asking the test question, Fang Shu had already told me the answer. Moreover, the answer was perfect. The tester didn't check it, Clown cried. Seeing that he had predicted many things but they still did not believe him, Fang Shu thought to himself, it seems that I need to find a weakness in this ability to predict the future to dispel their doubts. After thinking about it, he crossed his arms and told the two of them, but although the ability to predict the future does not cost much, because each prediction makes the brain receive a large amount of information, there is a price to pay. Very expensive, out of control intuition. Having said this, he immediately looked dangerous and continued, this means that I cannot predict the further future, but can only use it in a few prominent cases, precisely to be able to receive trust, duty and join the investigation department, so that he can get Lin Huang to stabilize his spirituality. Upon hearing that, Wang Dehai immediately understood this cyclical nature. The ability to predict leads to losing control of spirituality. Losing control of spirituality leads to stable Lin Huang. Stable Lin Huang leads to the ability to predict. He stroked his chin and nodded, thinking, so that's it, closed circuit logic, reasonable. After thinking about it, he wanted to accept Fang Shu and immediately asked him, Fuang Tian Xin, what salary he expected when joining the investigation department. Huang Lin was not a problem. The spirit master was capable. The ability to predict the future, I must definitely keep it. Fang Shu immediately raised a finger to suggest the conditions. The salary of a level 2 spirit master, plus a spirit fragrance card each month. In addition, if you need to use my ability, you have to add money after the job is done. Seeing his condition to add more money, Wang Dehai said a little hesitantly, if you can really predict the future, I can completely meet your requirements, but adding more money, I'm afraid that. Seeing that he was still undecided, Fang Shu sat back in his chair, crossed his legs, raised his head high, showing an arrogant demeanor and said, Your Majesty, it seems you still do not realize the value of the ability to predict the future. Fang Shu had anticipated this, so he prepared in advance and continued with a sinister expression. But it's okay, I deliberately prepared a grand ceremony for the investigation. Seeing this look on his face, Wang Dehai frowned and thought, why do I have a strange feeling? But then he immediately asked him, what kind of ceremony was he? Fang Shu immediately smiled lightly. He looked directly at Wang Dehai and said, Bok Chiu's life. When Wang Dehai heard him say that, he was startled and shouted loudly, What? Wang Dehai slammed the table hard. He was so angry that he pressed the black line, and he used Bok Chiu's life to threaten me. Fang Shu calmly said, if you are worried, you can call him now. He signaled to Lin Tuyet, Dianer, Outer you will war Tiet, war out an. She understood what he meant and approached him, patting his shoulder in warning while he was looking down, not knowing what he was doing. He clearly showed a triumphant smile. Suddenly someone burst in and threw open the door while he was preparing to pick up the phone to contact Bhakti. He got angry and said how many times I told him there was no need to work so hastily. It turned out that Duong Min was rushing in. Vong department, our department has a person named Fang Shu. He stood up with a confused look on his face. Why did you come back here, Bhakti, didn't you? And he chased the human-headed ghost together. He turned left and right to search. Tubak Chubak was injured and was in the hospital, but that didn't matter where Fang Shu was. Lin Tuyet almost turned into a raccoon, her hands still burning, threatening Fang Shu. What have you done to Vice Captain Bach? He seemed to have known everything in advance, so he still calmly thought to himself, it's just that he's injured. It seems like he can be saved. There was no way for the Vong Bureau to tell him, right in front of the guy who just said he wanted to give the investigation department a gift. He rushed in to report Bakhta's injury. He looked down and continued, "This is truly a great gift. Who would have thought?" That Duong Min gave a thumbs up. "Ah yes, that's right, it's truly a great gift." Tam Lin Tuya on this side saw this and suddenly became speechless, not knowing what else to say. Duong Min approached him and happily recognized the person. Was this boy Fang Shu? He suddenly hugged him and was moved to tears. "This time, luckily, thanks to your phone call to remind me, I was able to come in time to save Chu Bak, otherwise he would have been in real danger. After I arrived at the scene, I discovered that everything was exactly as you said." The other two were stunned, not understanding what was going on. He smiled complacently as he was still stuck tightly. "Wang, are you satisfied with this gift from me?" He glanced at someone else. There was also Miss Tam, who had strong skills. She was trembling with anger. Fang Shu could save the life of Luke Gadang City's head spirit master with just one phone call. Could it be true? And now, I would say. In the end, Wang Dehai decided to end this conversation. "If Bakhta's matter was not caused by humans, your ability is truly of high strategic value. I can agree to your request. But right now, little Tham is taking Fang Shu back to the room to wait for some things to be discussed. Next time, Duong Min stays behind." Hearing the Vuong Bureau mention his name, Duong Min turned his head and hugged Fang Shu tightly with a runny nose. I don't know if he went to see the movie Flip Honey 7, but he flipped faster than flipping rice paper. His tears were all gone. He nodded calmly. "Oh." He bowed his head and whispered to Fang Shu. It sounded mysterious. "I will be there in a moment, you understand." Oh. Only he and his sister, Tam Lin Tue, were left in the waiting room. She sat facing him, doubting his abilities. This person could not only predict his passion. Her face turned red when she thought about the secret he discovered. She even saw the secret tattoo on her body, and always felt that in front of him she had turned into a transparent person with no secrets. As for Fang Shu on this side, he still had a cold and expressionless face without saying a word. Tam Lin Tuyet thought a little confused. Moreover, he was always staring at his neck. Fang Shu firmly held the knife hidden in her pocket. Her neck resembled her wife's, white and long. His thoughts began to become perverted and cruel as he imagined the killing scene. He really wanted to use a knife to cut a line. Unfortunately, human blood was very warm, unlike his wife's, but his wife could also bleed. Duong Min opened the wooden door and quickly entered. He cleared his throat and signaled, coughed. "Lin Tuet, go out for a moment. I have something to tell Fang Shu." Lin Tuet went out, her arms clutching her chest tightly with red cheeks mixed with anger, making Duong Min confused and full of questions. He suddenly sat down with a serious face. Fang Shu remained silent and did not react, as if waiting to see what the other person was going to do. He naturally raised his voice in a flattering octave. "Fang Shu, have you told anyone about me drugging Tubok?" Fang Shu, who did not foresee the situation, suddenly remained silent. Even though the director was faced with the ability to predict the future, his attitude was extremely cautious, but he only cared about drugging himself. "Does anyone else know if this captain is interesting?" He assured Duong Min that right now, I was the only one who knew. He held his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second his tone was a bit threatening. But after that, he wasn't sure. Duong Min was startled when he heard that. "What do you mean?" he answered decisively, meaning to give more money. It seemed like he had fallen into the trap of capitalism. If he felt guilty, it was fine. He was still negotiating with a bit of a superior tone. "Fang Shu, you probably also want to join the investigation department. I'm your team leader. Don't you understand? The water in the investigation department is very deep. You're just a newbie. You're just a newbie." And the share and Melwine there, Raini. Bikers allure Yao Gao. I travel Mary. Fang Shu was not satisfied either. He immediately offered the price, not forgetting to remind him, Captain Duong probably didn't want Vice Captain Bak to know about you drugging him. Right, 110,000 coins. Duong Min shouted in dissatisfaction. You haven't joined the investigation department yet, but do you believe that with just one sentence from me, Fang Shu still calmly raised the price without paying any attention to him? 200. Duong Min was a bit hesitant, still trying to bargain. My monthly salary is only 10 ling coins, so go ahead and tell me ID. Rather be beaten to death by Tubok. He hadn't finished his sentence yet. Fang Shu said, Speaker is ready to call Duong Min. He had to weakly compromise. Hi, don't stop joking, Brother Hugh. That's 1,000,000, okay? Fang Shu doesn't give up so easily. Refuses to call again. Duong, the number 200 weighed heavily on Duong Min's shoulders, and somberly agreed. If he got 200, he would give him 200. The clock shows the time until 20 minutes to 7. The scene changes back to Wang Dehei office. 3 people are watching something on the computer. Only Duong Min sits in the corner bored and sad. He was so upset that he asked Lin Tuet to borrow money. Lin Tuet, could you lend me some spirit coins? Hearing that, she got angry and wanted to kick that guy. The captain's monthly salary is 20 spirit coins. Mine is only there are 5 spirit coins. You asked me to borrow money, but I didn't give it to you. He sighed and thought to himself, the grass is green. Next time I'll have to scoop up a bunch more from Duong Min. It's true that cruel people often live leisurely lives. The host's voice signaled that it was time to open the prizes. The first balls rolled out, people called out. Today's winning numbers were 1, 12, 17. Lin Tuye looked at the screen in disbelief. The host continues to say the next number, 1826. Duong Min was surprised, my goodness. The last 2 numbers published, 27 and 5. This time even the director had a hard time keeping calm. He hit it. Lottery results have come to an end. Duong Min lost his shame and jumped up to hug him tightly. Brother Hugh, since today you are my biological brother, help me predict the next period's numbers. Seeing this, the king immediately angrily criticized him, confused that Fang Shu's ability to predict the future would increase the loss of control over his spirituality and could not be used to do this trivial thing. Duong Min pouted and puffed his cheeks. Say, how can this be called a trivial matter? I would rather lose control of my intuition than be poor. Wang Dehai held his hand intimately. This ability to predict the future is really real and must be absolutely kept secret from the outside. Just say it is the ability to feel. His eyes sparked hope. I, Fang Shu, officially invited you to join the investigation department, and the benefits you previously requested can be fulfilled. He was neither fast nor slow, just leisurely said, okay. Captain Duong was worried. If it was kept secret from the outside, how would he plan to report it to higher authorities? He calmly explained how to deal with the above situation, reported it to the General Investigation Department, and recommended that it be included. The Global Spirit Master's reserved talent list and related documents will be placed in a top-secret archive. His secret code is Fang Shu with the S-level Prophet's code name. He is proud that he has gradually succeeded in this revenge. He will not waste this time to revive and return. The next time he has the documents of the investigation department to help the target of revenge is getting closer and closer. Wife, please wait. Duong Min is still worried that Fang Shu will be transferred away. Fang Shu's abilities are of great value. Shouldn't he be afraid of being robbed by higher authorities? Suddenly he was dissatisfied with Wang Dahei's favor towards Fang Shu. Why was I not listed as a Global Spirit Master Reserve talent? There is a problem, Wang Dahai radiates an aura of integrity. That's why he can go to bigger playgrounds to develop. Frequent incidents of strange events around the world. I feel like there are too many changes. If Fang Shu comes to the headquarters, he will definitely be able to promote the value of our Lustang city. Duong Min is speechless. He is noble and incomparable. He remembered something important to tell you. That's right, Fang Shu's documents say you and Zhao Hao are good friends. He, like you, was resurrected from another world. I think he can join too. Investigation Department. I and I me. Also she was cellular. Gan. I know you well. It's true that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets, Wang Dehai secretly thought. This would not only bring closer the relationship between the investigation department and Fang Shu, but also be able to ask him for help while going to Lutang city headquarters. With another love card, this plan of mine is perfect. Tam Lin too had protested, but the king's ability is such a human ability that we still need it. He spoke up to appease her. It's okay. I believe there will be times when we need him. Moreover, when his spirituality increases, his abilities can also achieve qualitative evolution, so that he joining is only beneficial, not harmful. On the surface, Fang Shu didn't care. It's up to you. But in his heart he knew everything, and wanted to borrow Zhao Hao to take advantage of him. Old fox. Wang Dehai mentioned the case where Duong Min recently confronted a mysterious person. If Fang Shu was also one of our people, Duong Min, could you tell me if Bakta's unusual incident was a coincidence or someone else, intentionally arranged? Duong Min immediately answered firmly. Although there is no evidence, I feel it is possible that it was arranged by someone. He recounted the time he encountered a strange shadow. I once fought with a strange shadow. Even though my whole body was covered by a shadow, it looked very strange. But while fighting, the feeling it gave me was very similar to fighting with people. If it weren't for my luck in killing the human-headed ghost first at the scene and breaking through to level 3, I am afraid I wouldn't have been its opponent at all. He remembered the scene of chasing that black shadow again, and continued. Moreover, the opponent was very strange during the fight, almost dropping water when they saw me break through, and immediately blend into the shadow and disappear. The story ended when he spoke, as if he was waiting for my promotion. Then Duong Min pulled out an Ace of Spades card from his chest. That's right, I also found this at the scene. He held the card tightly, and held it up for everyone to see. Fang Shu recognized it, the Black Ace of Spades. He had doubts about this card. This was a card made from a strange spiritual steel plate. Did he even know how to use this thing? The king's department looked at it thoroughly. Yes, if it was a strange shadow that dropped it, then clearly his rank could also be a spirit master. There must be a large organization behind it. He rubbed his chin and thought, things like this aren't simple. We should think carefully about Tade's situation. Little Tam, Fang Shu is new. For the time being, you can take him and the two of you to do the paperwork. Panty Wayne, Fang Shu returned to his old house and sat on the sofa, studying, but his demon wife was still hanging around. Husband, you're off work. I miss you so much. In his hand is an identity verification card. He opened his briefcase. Gold coins flowed out. The other wife complimented. Wow, husband, you really know how to make money very well. He picked up a coin to research, and it turned out that in the black market, the supply is greater than the demand. One coin can buy 90 or even hundreds of thousands of high-quality coins. He thoughtfully fiddled with the spirit coin. As expected of team leader Duong Min, being able to get so many spirit coin artifacts in exchange for a normal spirit master, selling himself would only be a waste of effort. He thought about the previous incident and felt happy. If he said that he had blackmailed him, it would be better if he thanked him for notifying him in advance to save Baktae. It could be seen that the relationship between the two of them was very good. Me, Nan, and more baby, Walls body, and day. He flicked the coin. As for the reward of 200 spirit coins, he quickly caught the spirit coin that was about to fall. He smiled mysteriously and evilly. thinking about his next move, how to exchange it for the greatest benefit. Fang Shu thought about buying a security robot, but it didn't seem very promising. Creating a defense tool, but the error rate of the regeneration ability was relatively high, and 200 spirit coins created a defense tool. Full-body defense is also not very practical, ruled out. He reached out and shuffled the coins in front of him again, thinking to himself, as for weapons, actually having a surgical knife in hand, the requirements for weapons are not very high, and 200 spirit coins is only enough. This is basically not enough to make a sword. He rummaged through the inventory to find something. Actually, the power of suffering did not require a weapon with too much damage, just small, sharp enough to make the enemy unable to dodge. He pulled out a sharp surgical knife, such as a perfectly suitable surgical knife, but it was a foreign gas that could not be revealed. He considered turning the surgical knife into an upgraded version. If that was the case, it would be better to train a surgical knife to use it as a weapon while concealing the existence of the foreign gas. He also considered using the remaining balance, which was left over, to buy news on the Global Ghost Forum. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, causing him to stop thinking. He quickly cleaned up the pile of spirit coins. The investigation department or Zhao Hao would probably call him in advance late at night. It could have been a strange call at the door. He walked closer to the door. He looked into the cat's eyes to see. Suddenly his pupils shrank. It seemed like there was something terrible outside. An evil red eye surrounded by black smoke stared inside. The image of him appeared in the bottom of his eyes. He was affected by it and gradually lost consciousness. His eyes slowly opened, revealing an image of a strange place. He gradually regained consciousness, still not used to the darkness, so he was dim. He shook himself back and forth, trying to wake himself up. His eyes were gloomy, silently assessing the surroundings. The smell of rotten meat was so strong that it was like the taste of meat on a rotting corpse. There were long blood stains on the table. The fishing hook tool, which resembled a hanging torture device, also had blood on it. His face turned pale when he saw the situation where he was tied up and where he was. There was a shapeless black shadow reflected on his body, catching his attention. 3 monsters with strange shapes, one bearing fangs and half mouse, half dog. One is half snake, half human. The other is a long-toothed octopus. All 3 are huge and hideous, surrounding him. On Shuina and Al Ray and Arver. The wind turbine blade was still bloody. He fell silent when he saw it. The guy in the tattered and strange jacket was typing something, and suddenly stopped. He slammed the wrench into the machine. Then he suddenly turned around, making his face clearer, no longer pale and strange. His eyes were red and happy, like an animal enjoying its trapped prey. "You're awake." After that strange guy's words, a series of monsters with all sorts of strange shapes surrounded Fang Shu. The appearance of the guy wearing the hat was no different from a ghost. Even more evil thoughts. His bloodshot eyes were still hungry for something. Fang Shu calmly thought to himself, "He was the one who secretly attacked me. The eyes I saw through the cat's eyes before falling into a coma were him." His next words were enough to make the hairs on the back of a normal person's neck stand up. He woke up really quickly. Not at all like a normal spirit master. "It seems like you, like me, are both geniuses. It's really amazing. It's amazing. My favorite thing is killing geniuses." His eyes were bloodshot and veins appeared from excitement. Hi. Fang Shu has guessed the pervert's special ability. It seems that his ability is related to those eyes. He smiled faintly, secretly scorning in his heart. The spirit master, besides his appearance, was very similar, and said he was a genius. He calmly tried to interrogate him. "Wang Ziding's cousin. Repair equipment. Finished yet? In never. Or and of Maome. Sure we you the Gordaden. Which Tio Wow O Far Dao were how." He didn't hide it and admitted, "You know me. Not bad. Lam to Duong is the genius cousin of that trash. He turned around again with his passion for repairs. But I'm sorry, I rarely kill people lately. And my old weapons are broken. Just wait quietly for a while, and it'll be almost done. Fang Shu spoke calmly like a longtime friend. Oh, I heard him mention it. So quickly fix it, I don't like wasting time. He was momentarily stunned. Then he burst out laughing with excitement. Ha ha ha! Fang Shu couldn't help but say that you are also very interesting. I like it very much. This psychopath still refuses to give up his intention of harming people. But unfortunately, you are about to die. Please bury him with my younger brother. He sarcastically said, You really look like a sick person. But deep down, he realized this guy's mental problems. His language and actions were crazy and chaotic, like his intuition was out of control, like on the show. Dan said. He smiled contemptuously. It's funny that your younger brother tried to pull me into the water before he died, using his bloody hand to grab my pants. Do you know how I responded at that time? He also didn't expect such a thing to happen, what? His face was distorted with joy, looking even more terrifying than a ghost. My foot stepped on his hand, pressing down, and I even heard the sound of his bones breaking piece by piece. Crack, crack, a pitiful sound. The sound that came out of his mouth was truly beautiful. Lam Tu Duong became more and more crazy. He suddenly reached into his pocket and took out a piece of paper, continuously cursing Fang Shu. You deserve to die! You deserve to die! Lam Tu Duong proudly raised the red piece of paper in his hand, then continued to scream threateningly. I want to torture you to death, then throw you into a meat grinder, then feed it to stray dogs and cats. In exchange for a caregiver certificate, I asked if you were afraid. However, Fang Shu still didn't seem to be scared at all. On the contrary, he mockingly asked him back. He was just a waste that had lost control of his spirituality. He didn't expect to have strange power at this level. Can also turn you into a crazy dog. You are truly a trash. Lam Tu Duong was immediately angered by Fang Shu's attitude. You did it on purpose. He couldn't believe it and thought to himself, no, it can't be like that. He must be scared. He must kneel down and cry and be forgive, because in his mind, oh wow, she will say you well in man. Those brought to this situation can only desperately and weakly beg, please, please forgive me. As long as you don't kill me, what do you want me to do? That's okay. Lam Tu Duong immediately stepped up and shouted, I have to torture you. He hastily searched through his tools as if he was anxious to deal with Fang Shu immediately, while continuing to threaten, I must torture you to death, waiting until your bones are completely healed. Broken. Let's see if you can keep your mouth shut. Lam Tu Duong lost patience and picked up the tools one by one, but it still didn't seem to be enough to satisfy his crazy, perverted nature. Small, too small, still too small. I need to find an execution tool. Most cruel, teach you again. Fang Shu looked at him and let out a bored sigh. He immediately kicked him, as expected. He was a waste. Just choosing the execution tool took half a day. Lam Tu Duong heard that and immediately shouted in anger, then shouted again, You shut up! His hands continued to frantically search through his pile of execution tools. His indignation was increasingly brought to a climax. He just kept screaming loudly, Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Ah! Mei Wei and Mer, and all he would died was Shui and Oh! Lam Tu Duong's eyes were now glowing red with anger. Blood streaks in his pupils outlined his scary and crazy face. And then, very quickly, he decisively grabbed a pair of large pliers. Lam Tu Duong immediately became excited when thinking about the image of how Fang Shu would be tortured, and how pitiful it would be. Pulling out your teeth and pulling out your tongue. I will pull out each of your teeth. Tell you quickly. Scared, quickly beg me to spare your life. Quickly. At this moment, Fang Shu suddenly turned gloomy and asked him back, "What about you? How do you want to die?" He looked up with sharp eyes, continuously asking questions in a bland and emotionless tone, wanting to use a hammer to break every bone, or wanting to pound the flesh into mud with each punch, or cut the flesh into mud. And why out rainbow el. Fang Shu kept looking straight at Lam Tu Duong. Deep in his eyes it seemed to be pressing down on an invisible pressure. He still calmly asked, "Say, how do you want to die? I will try to make you satisfied." No-eyed. Is it chewing old cow bar? Lam Tu Duong was stunned by Fang Shu's series of questions. His throat was choked, and he couldn't say another word. Fang Shu now continued to step forward. He suddenly showed a strange smile, then excitedly evaluated the person in front of him. Fang Shu immediately gave a suggestion. "Is it difficult to choose?" The expression of his cousin Wang Ziding makes me kind enough to help you choose. Lang Tree, Shiyar. I just found out I have a surgical knife here. I can cut your meat piece by piece. He slowly and carefully described every detail as if he wanted to imprint those images deep into the other person's mind. But I'm not very professional. It could take a few hundred or even a few thousand knives for you to die. That's impossible. Makes you feel the pain of blood flowing all over your body, flesh and bone separating. Lam Tu Duong at this moment seemed to be suffocated by Fang Shu's every word, gasping continuously in fear. Finally, Fang Shu gently added another sentence, hoping to be generous enough to ignore it. Lam Tu Duong was so manipulated by Fang Shu's words that he screamed in panic. "What kind of uncontrollable person are you? Crazy? You're the crazy one." He immediately raised that pair of pliers, wanting to continue to threaten Fang Shu. "Now the person in charge of your life and death is me, and you dare to threaten me." Fang Shu immediately coldly retorted, "You are wrong. Your life is always in my hands." Then, Fang Shu suddenly looked at the strange monster that had appeared for some time, and asked with interest, "I see you were there for half a day calculating. Do you really want to eat human flesh?" That strange creature also looked slightly at Fang Shu. When Lam Tu Duong heard that, he asked incredulously, "Who are you talking to?" Fang Shu immediately replied in a wistful voice, "With a strange ghost. Can't you see it? It's coming to take that person's life." Right after that, a blurry space suddenly appeared behind him. At that time, Lam Tu Duong was shocked to realize that danger was approaching, but it was too late. From that space, strange-looking monsters immediately appeared that looked extremely disgusting. Lam Tu Duong immediately fell into extreme confusion when he saw the horrifying scene before his eyes. Where did his wife suddenly appear so strangely? Immediately after that, he turned and pointed straight at Fang Shu's face and madly cursed, You are the crazy one." But that strange space continued to make noise. Fang Shu's voice rang out again. There wasn't just one bird here. He smiled softly and continued, "Evenly appear, go, start." As soon as the words fell, a group of strange ghosts immediately rushed out. Lam Tu Duong remained motionless in place. He screamed in panic, "No, this is an illusion. This is not real." Fang Shu looked at this scene and immediately became excited and laughed out loud. Immediately after that, Fang Shu opened his eyes and suddenly woke up. Fang Shu's wife quickly approached him and happily called out to him, "Husband, are you done with work? I miss you so much." Fang Shu just leaned back slightly to relax his mind. He calmly remembered the scene of the crazy ghosts rushing to bite and tearing him apart, then calmly thought to himself, being divided into pieces by the ghosts was not a bad feeling. The pain added together. Fang Shu's wife was still looking up at him with sparkling eyes full of expectation. Fang Shu immediately stood up and picked up a beautiful small knife on the table. The wife also immediately appeared eager to call out, "Husband, is there a guest in the house?" Fang Shu did not respond but slowly walked towards the murderous aura that was emitting. He decided in his heart, that it was time to kill him. You feel miserable. I will not release all my power to take your life, because I have already agreed to let you enjoy the Dharma of death. Fang Xiu immediately smiled a strange smile, silently thinking, as a human being, you must keep your trust. Lam Tu Duong and Fang Xiu are now only one door apart. One has intentions, the other has thoughts for their own purposes. Lam Tu Duong cautiously held tightly to the door. He tried to close his eyes to observe the movements inside the room, becoming more and more excited. Coming, coming. I heard the footsteps, waiting for him to look through the cat's eyes. Just one look. One eye is enough. I'll worry child. I our Aries where the world shall alive. Fang Xiu's figure quickly approached his sight. However, Fang Xiu inside suddenly decisively waved his hand. Next, a sharp knife immediately broke the glass from the cat's eye hole. And then immediately after that, crimson blood splashed everywhere. Lam Tu Duong held one eye in pain and let out a pitiful scream. He fell down. The pain suddenly came, making Lam Tu Duong only writhe and scream. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Lam Tu Duong was so exhausted that he collapsed on the floor. His appearance at this time looked extremely miserable. Blood flowing in streams, his eyes, which were already red from crazy anger, were now just a bright red slimy blur. Only then did Fang Xiu calmly walk out. He held Lam Tu Duong's leg with one hand, then quickly pulled him up and away. After that, Fang Xiu calmly closed the door, not forgetting to withdraw the knife that was just stuck in the cat's eye hole. He then carefully searched Lam Tu Duong's entire body. Lam Tu Duong just lay flat on the ground. Fang Xiu and his wife quickly searched for traces around them. Fang Xiu immediately read a line of content that said, "I like the last post. Can help me great. Turn the table, but I don't like someone else getting the last card." Fuang Han's wife looked at him and couldn't help but curiously ask, "Husband, who is this?" A moment later, Fang Xiu found a love certificate, a set of keys, a phone, and a few coins. But Fuang Han's attention was quickly attracted by another item. He silently assessed that he could still feel a bit of a strange aura on this item. In Fang Xiu's hand at this moment was an object shaped like a jade candlelight. Looking at the strange aura surrounding this object, Fang Xiu couldn't help but be surprised. It was a strange aura. Fang Xiu gently put the item down, then thought to himself, "It seems that Lam Tu Duong's status is not low. There is even a strange gas, although clearly not as good as his surgical knife." Fang Xiu continued to pick up Lam Tu Duong's phone, silently assessing his strength. He was also knocked down by his own blow, probably not yet at level 2. On the phone screen, an interface about an organization called Quan Min Club quickly appeared. He immediately came across a long list of spiritual incense items. Fang Xiu immediately spit in his heart. It was just an organization of free spirit masters, people whose souls were robbed by strange energy, and yet they took the name. Quang Min is Fang Xiu suddenly saw another scene. He also ordered food from the warehouse. The delivery person at that time was still enthusiastic, smiling and talking happily as he came in to deliver the goods to Lam Tu Duong. But he was unaware of the danger that was right before his eyes. Fang Xiu also saw Lam Tu Duong's cruel actions afterward. The delivery man was tortured to death, and the spirit master lost control. Scarier than the devil. Wei, Ao Cream Sure, Yao Maze Rao. Dazzle So Pao, our own. Fang Xiu immediately clicked on the box to eat outside. Warehouse address, get. Fang Xiu's wife had always been observing his every move. At this moment, she excitedly exclaimed. Her husband was so smart, but Fang Xiu's expression at that moment had darkened as if she had some thought. When, Anyao Alwayan, Shizirimi, Indajarao, Dialwarki, Awalmai. So, He pulled Lam Tu Duong over. Then he gently lifted him onto his shoulder. He smiled mysteriously, thinking, now the role changes, I will make you know what cruelty is. I don't know how long it took for Lam Tu Duong to slowly regain consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and looked up, but it seemed like he was still not completely awake. However, the pain from his bleeding eyes suddenly came, causing Lam Tu Duong to wake up in shock. He looked around bewilderedly, confused, and wondered what was going on, where he was. But very soon, Lam Tu Duong immediately fell into panic when he realized that this familiar space was not his warehouse. Lam Tu Duong wanted to move, but realized he was soon held tightly in a chain. He immediately tried to move his body to escape, terrified that he was tied up. At this moment, there was a sudden gasp, and Lam Tu Duong was immediately stunned. Fang Shi wore a hood to cover his face. He also held a pair of super large pliers in his hand, slowly spoke, "You woke up later than me, but just right." Speaking of this, he suddenly reached out and pressed a button on the wall. Immediately after that, a loud blowing sound rang out in the room. Fang Shu looked at the large rotating fan blade and continued quietly, "The repair is complete." Lam Tu Duong still didn't understand what was going on. He quickly asked loudly, "Who are you?" Fang Shu heard that and coldly asked him, "Oh, you came to my house late at night and called at the door, but you didn't know who I was." When Lam Tu Duong heard this, his eyes widened in horror. He immediately shouted angrily, "Fang Shu!" Fang Shu immediately walked towards him, spoke softly to answered correctly. "The reward is, I will drag you to death." He raised the sharp tip of the knife in front of Lam Tu Duong's eyes, smiled and added, "Originally to prevent your ability, I should have blinded your eyes, but I want you to see clearly. I died miserably." "How? Fang Shu immediately put the tip of the knife close to Lam Tu Duong's other eye. He slowly reminded himself of his words. "I once said, your life is always in my hands." Lam Tu Duong was scared by his indifferent attitude and words. His whole body trembled. He immediately tried to regain his composure and asked Fang Shu, "What do you want?" Then tried his best to explain that I have never met you, have no hatred or resentment, only heard that you are a new spirit master. Just wanted to drag you into the Kwang Min Club. Fang Shu heard that and immediately asked and retorted to expose him. "Oh, you are wrong. Actually, we have a feud. Your cousin was killed by me. Don't you want to avenge him?" When Lam Tu Duong saw that Fang Shu had seen through everything, he was scared and sweating, but couldn't help but wonder in his heart. How did he know my identity? How did he know I was coming to find him? Revenge. But on the surface he still acted as if nothing happened and tried to explain to himself that I, my brother, were nothing good, so if I killed him, I would just kill him. Fang Shu didn't bother to argue with him anymore. He calmly said, "That won't work. The family must be reunited." As soon as the words ended, he decisively waved his hand. Fang Shu coldly glanced down and said one more sentence, "Since I killed your younger brother, of course I also have to kill you." Right after that, Fang Shu immediately made a sharp cut. Lam Tu Duong panicked and screamed in pain. Lam Tu Duong clearly felt the pain as if he had just been cut deeply by a blade. It hurt so much, he had disemboweled me. However, when he looked down, he only saw a very light cut, making Lam Tu Duong doubt his life and wonder, how is it possible? There's only such a small wound like this. Lam Tu Duong immediately shouted in panic and questioned Fang Shu. "Damn, what is on that surgical knife of yours? Why does it hurt so much, this crazy guy?" But without waiting for him to finish speaking, Fang Shu continued to lower the knife. Lam Tu Duong immediately screamed in pain. One blow after another overlapped and cut each other, followed by a series of painful screams from Lam Tu Duong. He was tortured by Fang Shu's every cut and completely fell into extreme despair. Lam Tu Duong at this time could only cowardly ask for liberation, help, Kill me quickly." Only then did Fang Shu stop and speak. "It seems that your disorder of losing control of your spirituality has been cured. So next, I ask, you answer. Lam Tu Duong has just been tortured to the point of death. At this time, as soon as I heard that, I quickly complied. Okay, I'll say it all, as long as you can let me relax a little." Fang Shu immediately calmed down, glanced coldly and asked directly, "What was that bronze candlestick for, and how to use it?" Lam Tu Duong was still breathing heavily, but still answered honestly. "That bronze candlestick was used to block the attacks of ghosts. It was the guild leader who helped me protect myself in a ghost event, to easily attack, break, and a Manhwa and Shoutiens." Lam Tu Duong explained in detail about that strange candlelight. When used, there will be fresh blood of spirituality inside. After lighting the fire, it can defend against all ghosts and ghosts within the candlelight range. The stronger the substance, the faster the blood solution burns. When Fang Shu heard this, he immediately asked, "How enlightened is your spirituality, and why did you lose control?" Lam Tu Duong was immediately shaken by his cold eyes when he looked at him. He cautiously replied, "It's 20%. He can almost be promoted to level 2 spirit master. I don't know. Is there any way to break through level 2? The more spirituality is lit, the more the spirituality is polluted, thus leading to loss of control." Fang Shui continued to give orders in a low voice. All the information, abilities, and levels of spiritual illumination of the members of the Kuang Min Club told me everything. Lam Tu Duong heard that and immediately obediently replied, "Okay." I said. Then he still panicked. "But the Kuang Min Club is relatively free, and I don't know who deliberately hid his abilities. For example, I only know that the president is a second-level spirit master." Time quickly passed half an hour. Lam Tu Duong then hurriedly said, "I have said everything that needs to be said. Quickly kill me." However, Fang Shu leisurely looked at the tip of the knife in his hand, slowly speaking, "Not in a hurry. There are still several thousand knives left, not to mention I have never agreed with you. As long as you obediently answer, I will pay." People on the road. At this moment, Lam Tu Duong panicked and realized that from the beginning he had been captured by Fang Shu, and now he was still being played so painfully that he immediately widened his eyes and let out a bitter sound. "You!" After that, he shouted in anger and cursed Fang Shu helplessly, saying, "You are a fraud and shameless person." Fang Shu saw the pain in him and immediately laughed hysterically with excitement. He softly left a sentence, "Enjoy the pain," then his hand quickly lowered the knife. Lam Tu Duong felt each knife tearing and dissecting his body, but could not resist. He kept screaming in pain. The anger was pushed to the peak. Lam Tu Duong immersed in misery and screamed, "I want to kill you." After that, the room was left with only the echoing screams and Lam Tu Duong's angry screams. "Kill you!" Lam Tu Duong was tortured until foaming at the mouth. His eyes gradually lost focus. He screamed twice, "Kill you! Kill you! Kill you!" And then, in the next moment, everything suddenly fell silent. Lam Tu Duong leaned motionless on the chair. His mouth was still open, but suddenly two strange fangs grew out. Fang Shu also quickly realized that there was something unusual. He steadily stabbed the knife down, calmly asking, "Oh, why don't you scream anymore?" However, at this time, Lam Tu Duong's body suddenly appeared full of acne with a strange blue color. Those bundles quickly moved closer to Lam Tu Duong's remaining eye. Immediately afterwards, a strange aura was suddenly pulled and flew straight towards Lam Tu Duong. Fang Shu immediately became interested when he saw this scene. Is this his spirituality completely out of control? It's about to deform. Right after that, Fang Shu quickly reacted, for the first time witnessing the deformity of the Master Spirit Master, in case he had to cut off his limbs. Thinking of doing it, Fang Shu immediately cut a few precise lines. Lam Tu Duong's arms and legs immediately fell to the ground. But as soon as his limbs fell off, Lam Tu Duong suddenly twisted and cried out incomprehensibly. Then he immediately bowed his head. Seeing this, Fang Shu couldn't help but feel disappointed. He wondered uncomfortably, since he was dead, could it be that this mutation could not be stopped, or was it because he was too harsh? However, while Fang Shu was wiping the blade and planning to leave, a strange sound suddenly rang out on the other side. He looked up suspiciously, wondering what the sound was. Fang Shu slowly approached Lam Tu Duong and observed quietly. He was still collapsed in place, but something seemed to be moving. When I looked back, it was Lam Tu Duong's eyes that were rapidly changing. A strange mark appeared on the iris above, and there were 4 more senses clinging below as if trying to get out. Fang Shu immediately retreated in surprise. That eye immediately jumped out of Lam Tu Duong's eye socket. A terrifying, murderous aura quickly spread out in all directions. Fang Shu was immediately alert and jumped back. That eye now looks no different than a separate individual. It flexibly moves back and forth on Lam Tu Duong's face. Then that eye suddenly looked around as if it were observing and spying. Right after that, it suddenly looked straight in one direction. Fang Shu watched for a moment, then softly said 2 words, "Interesting." From those red eyes, one could also see the image of Fang Shu laughing excitedly across from him. Right after locking onto the target, the other eye immediately released a stream of strange power. Fang Shu carefully observed, and then skillfully jumped and dodged. He concentrated again, looked up and moved closer to the other eye. Then Fang Shu decisively stabbed the knife straight into it, but that eye suddenly jumped up and stuck to Fang Shu's hand. This unexpected attack made Fang Shu stunned. It quickly moved up his arm, continuously releasing a strange, dark aura. It suddenly left behind its sensory attachments, then quickly jumped up again. That eye aimed straight at Fang Shu's face and swung in. He immediately keenly recognized the position it was aiming at. Its target was his eyes. Fang Shu quickly grabbed that eye tightly. He looked at the creature in his hand with a gloomy face, thinking to himself, "I've caught you." But right after that, that eye suddenly continued to release a stream of great power, leaving him unable to react. The evil spirit continuously wiggled to escape from his palm. It was slippery and always wanted to attack his eyes. Suddenly, it cleverly escaped his hand and jumped up and jumped into Fang Shu's body, surprising him and making him unable to react. Its whole body covered his eyes, causing the black void that covered his insides to rise, and he couldn't see anything. Each of its cells tried to penetrate and invade his eyes. One of his eyes was half closed as the tentacle from the evil spirit still wiggled, causing him to frown in pain. The pain gradually spread so much that he couldn't stand it and used his hand to try to pull it out. He pulled really hard, but it seemed to have achieved its will and clung tightly to his eyes, causing him to slip and not be able to hold it. Fang Shu unfortunately had the blood of the evil spirit splashed in her eyes. He reached out to pull it out. Meow suddenly stopped because he saw the evil spirit moving inside. Very quickly, in just a short time, it took over his entire eye. It seemed like there weren't enough of each of the evil spirit's flexible tentacles to find its master organ, the brain. It tried to take Fang Shu's brain. The eyes he opened this time were no longer black, but everything around him appeared before his eyes. Oh, I saw it again. Fang Shu opened his eyes. His face was cold. One eye had turned red. Blood was flowing down the corner of his eye. It moved. His eyes were completely covered in red. The evil spirit that was raging in his eyes began to speak smugly. The black jade did not deceive his weak body, and strangely flew up. Fang Shu replied not very happily. "This is it," he continued to cheer. "I have succeeded. Fang Shu has your body. I have taken it. I will seal your consciousness forever in this body. Forever feel the pain." It moved its body and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Fang Shu curled his mouth at the evil spirit's laughter. Ha! He is sarcastic and mysterious, making us feel the pain. Fang Shu hesitantly continued to say, "My pain is much greater than yours." The evil spirit lost control and screamed in panic. "Wait until I control your body, and I will use it to eat all the people you love the most, to make you feel that life is worse than death." A voice came from somewhere. "Evil, evil, 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 evil." He raised his face in bewilderment to find the source of the voice. "Ha! Evil!" Suddenly I felt like something wasn't right. It was vague. Where is this? But what the evil spirit saw caused its mind to collapse. Fang Shu's image appeared on each piece with a sinister expression. This seemed to make the evil spirit extremely afraid. It's so angry that it's speechless. "Here, this is not human spirituality at all. This is hell." The evil spirit gradually sank deep into his subconscious. It was no longer big but gradually became small. Fang Shu's voice kept echoing. He could only endure this much pain. Why was he too weak? When you're exhausted, it'll make you feel what is called true suffering. The evil spirit was sucked in and submerged after a shrill, screeching sound. It knows it is gradually losing the battle but still tries to scream. No. Outside the dark aura surrounding Fang Shu's body, the atmosphere was truly strange. Blood was falling down his right eye. His eyes were closed. Only his voice could be heard. "Lam Tu Duong is dead. I am the owner of this blood field. The blood copper has the power to produce beautiful spirituality." After a kind of spiritual pollution in his eyes, short for watching someone die, Fang Shu opened his eyes and a seal appeared in his eyes. It seems that the evil spirit's residence has been destroyed, causing it to gradually fade away. Fang Shu said softly, "and can also make others create illusions through their eyes." His eyes had returned to their original appearance. The dazzling red thing was gone. He continued to speak in the air. Could it be that when Lam Tu Duong mutated his spirituality and destroyed it, he became a level 2 spirit master? That's what led to Blood Dong's ability becoming so strong. A heart with black hidden energy surrounding it, illuminating 5% spirituality. Could it be because he lost control of his spirituality and completely poured it into Blood Dong, and then was completely absorbed by him? Fang Shu smiled and satisfied that everything was within his plan. If so, he could completely become stronger through swallowing, and then kill even more strange ghosts. He put his hands on his palms thoughtfully. But how could he devour his spirituality? This time, it was because Lam Tu Duong had turned into a ghost and actively split his body into his soul. It was uncertain what to do in the future. Got this chance again. Suddenly he remembered what the evil spirit said earlier. Then he thought to himself, "Kak Bai is not lying to me. My body is weak, flying strangely. I have succeeded. Fang Shu, your body I have it. I want to seal your consciousness forever in this body, forever suffering." The appearance of K-Bitch led Fang Shu to think that perhaps K-Bitch in other places had a significant effect. The fan blade still rotates continuously. The blade is sharp. Fang Shu stood to one side, his face expressionless, looking at the body being crushed by the death god's scythe. Fresh blood splashed onto his shirt. A fishy smell wafted into the air. His voice was cold. Even though I didn't know who he was, I was very pleased with this result and had the opportunity to thank him later. A dog smelled the bloody smell and quickly ran to it and sniffed the meat lying on the ground. Fang Shu stepped forward and bent down to look at the dog and continued. "As for that bronze candlestick, the club president will definitely send someone to take revenge in the future. We have to find a chance to destroy them and stop the disaster." "Stop." He opened the bag on the ground and pulled out a piece of paper. Oh man, the situation was really troublesome. Killing one person meant killing the whole family. Holding the business card of the Black Rose Pub in his hand, he seemed regretful. "It's a pity that I can't deal with their forces in the Green City right now. It's better to come here first and find a way." Leaving that smelly room, Fang Shu followed the directions to the Black Rose Pub. Inside the restaurant space is quite gloomy, not a headache-inducing party, but just a place for people to come and enjoy alcohol. Fang Xiu glanced around the room and then walked away. He walked to the bar with a mysterious appearance that made everyone pay attention. A guy who was enjoying a drink also had to turn to look. An observant employee saw him as he sat and warmly welcomed the customers to the Black Rose pub, whatever they wanted to order. Fang Xiu at this moment looked very mysterious and calmly replied, "Black roses have 24 petals." The employee used a towel to wipe the glasses placed on the shelf. Hearing the name of the wine, he laughed and shook his head. "Sorry, we don't have that type of wine." Fang Xiu was not disappointed, as she already knew how to answer. "What I want is not wine but flowers." The employee looked at him with suspicious eyes. Then he pointed to one direction and said, "Please follow me." Entering the elevator, the employee started pressing the button. The elevator door opened. The destination is a deep, dark space. That guy pointed at it. "Please go this way. Someone will welcome you inside." As soon as he entered, the door behind him was closed firmly, and Fang Xiu observed carefully. This place was a shelter. His back gradually sank into the endless darkness. He walked along that hallway. Coming to a turn, "Shuadia maybe. Ryle. Door car." Fang Xiu walked alone to the end of the room, where there was a long door and 2 bodyguards standing guard. Seeing the 2 carrying guns at their waists, he exclaimed. The security method was also stricter than the investigation department. Just as he was about to continue, the bodyguard raised his hand to stop and asked, "Please show your membership card. If you want to enter the trading market, you need to line up for internal inspection. Conflicts are absolutely prohibited. Please understand." Shui Yang were. He understood and raised his hands high for them to check. Fortunately, this pub only gave out membership cards to qualified people and did not force them to write names. Lam Tu Duan was not a complete trash. After finishing the job, the bodyguard gave him a red card and said respectfully, "Please take it." Fang Xiu received the card and entered the room. As soon as he entered, the person behind him immediately closed the door and said, "Wishing you a happy transaction." Some sort of shift seemed to transport him to another place. His face did not change color as he went inside. The space inside is a very large place where many people gather. They all dress politely when coming here. He glanced at them and noticed the girl standing opposite. There were less than 100 of all the Anju Lin masters in the Green City. There were a dozen people here, so it seemed like this trading hall was not bad. The employee with blue hair gently asked, "Hello, how can I help you?" Fang Xiu coldly replied, "I want to kill someone." Immediately after that, she led him into a closed room away from the crowd of people outside. Fang Xiu directly gets to the main issue. How much money is the president of the Kwang Min Club worth? The employee quickly responded, "He is an excellent person among the level 2 spirit masters. At least he needs to invite a level 2 spirit master. And moreover, he has become an enemy of the Kwang Min Club. Prepare a lot of people, including human resources and energy involved. I'm afraid." Seeing her hesitation, he didn't hesitate and asked directly how much money it was. She is happy to advise, "We do not charge money for strong people of this level. Only through Lin coins or spiritual materials of equivalent value, roughly calculated around 5,000 spiritual coins." The 2 immediately discussed back and forth. He asked her, "What about Dam Quang Vian of the Kwang Min Club?" She replied, "Although he is not a level 2 Ngu Lin master, he is a key member of the club at least. At most, he needed 1,000 Li coins." He wondered again, "What about Li Chi Vi?" She happily replied, "A little cheaper, 200 Li coins would be fine." Seeing her so welcoming, Fang Xiu immediately asked why he was so cheap. The questions have gone beyond the limit. The employee is very skillful in refusing to avoid revealing confidential information. Your question has reached valuable information. unless you are sure you want to kill Lai Chi and deposit 100 Lai coins, or pay separately to buy this information, so I can tell you. Fang Shu slammed the table and placed a box of money in front of her eyes. Then asked her, say it. The money was in front of her eyes and she had achieved her goal, and happily replied, if you had placed an order. She raised her hand to guide. Lai Chi visibility in the direct combat force. Consciousness system was very low, so the price was okay. Besides, he was also the cousin of the president of the Quang Min Club. Fang Shu was a bit depressed. Is he his cousin? His expression made her a little annoyed, but she couldn't say it, so she smiled and asked if she needed to cancel the order. The deposit would not be returned. Fang Shu replied coldly, oh, the person I killed was my cousin. When can I take action? What if the action fails? She opened her phone to show him. The specific time is secret and cannot be announced, but within a week, she can give you an answer. You can download this app to track the action time and look up the application. Place an order after the assassination is completed. You have 1 month to confirm and pay the remaining amount. If you have a new order, you will automatically receive an application. Please pay attention and follow up. Then she immediately turned her phone back on and scrolled without paying attention to him before replying, I'm sorry for bothering you. It's a bit unprofessional. After finishing, she immediately stood up and offered her rights in case of misfortune. If the assassination fails, there are 2 options for you to choose from. One is we pay half of the mission fee for you. The other is extra money. Stronger assassin accepts the mission. She gave him a set of papers containing the terms and conditions of the contract, all of which were written in this contract, so you can rest assured. Fang Shu took it and slammed it on the table without looking back. Placing his hand on the file, he could somehow feel the hidden aura surrounding him. On the contract, there is the power of a demonic weapon. When she recognized his strangeness, she was immediately proud. Being able to accurately judge the aura of the ghost weapon showed that he could use ghost weapons, and had even used it many times. She sweetly praised him. Your eyes are very sharp. This is the contract used to ensure effectiveness in case you do not pay on time. It is convenient for us to find someone. He smirked and stood up, saying that even if I signed a fake name, it would affect me. Having said that, he signed his name on the contract. Having achieved a favorable transaction, she bowed respectfully, and the customer walked away leisurely, welcoming you back next time. He walked out and the surrounding area was deserted with no one else dancing outside. Fang Shu opened his eyes to reveal that one of his eye seals was still there, so he smiled slightly, not being followed safely. His silhouette walked alone in an empty space, surrounded by many people, but inside he was not afraid at all. 250 coins to blind one eye of the Quang Min Club would be worth it. If you have money, you can directly buy the president's life. It seems like you still have to make money first. The next day, Zhao Hao told Hu Xie, can you really join the investigation department? He coldly nodded, yes. In the office, Director Wang Dahai reviewed documents and related reports, and told everyone that now the situation of the invasion of evil people across the country has become even more fierce. The headquarters must quell the rebellion in the outside world. The situation is complicated. There are several corporations and families secretly cultivating Ngu Lin Su, and some even collude with Ngu Lin's forces outside. So Fang Shu, your superior's idea is to temporarily arrange for you to be trained at our department. Zhao Hao and Hu sat on the side listening to him, and immediately agreed. Okay, Huke, you don't need to be sent away, but Huke still remained silent and did not speak. Duong Min approached Hu Chie and patted Hu Ca's shoulder to advise, Tu Thuong, from now on we are comrades. If you need anything, just say it. Kakao will try to respond to you. Wang Dahai asked Duong Min about the recent investigation, how far Duong Min and a bitch Den were in the investigation, and how Bak Ti was injured. Duong Min regained his smiling expression and reported seriously, for now, He could only investigate that behind a bitch den was a very large organization called Poker. This organization hid itself very well. It was definitely not a force here. The origin of Ratch is related to the headquarters of that side. When talking about Chubak, who was lying bandaged, he immediately became excited. As for Chubak, his mental state was relatively stable, but he was not allowed to act freely. He nodded as if he was satisfied with the compliment. Good. Then you continue to investigate Poker. Let Bak to rest in peace. Without worrying about things in the department, Fang Shu Zhao Hao, you guys are still the new Anglan masters. Pray Mei. Ein Jauber, Anani Mei. Alvis Shelter Day. Agile Way. Join the training first, then arrange the tasks after passing. When Zhao Hao was assigned the task, he happily agreed. Although Tu Fuang is quiet, she has many plans in her heart. Disguised as a ghost is a bitch den. The person who knows how to strangely transform into herself is K bitch den. This organization is interesting. I don't know if there is another kind of god. No matter what, we'll definitely have to find new opportunities to make contact in the future. In theory class, Zhao Hao and Chu Fuang's group were listening very attentively to the lecture. The beautiful teacher above the podium seriously lectures. Zhao Hao's eyes lit up, and his face turned red, paying attention to the female teacher's exclamation lesson and teaching ruler. At the practice class, the initial excited look was gone. Zhao Hao was cowering as bait for Hue to practice. He cried, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Hue Xia, forgive me. Immediately a flying knife came at a terrible speed. He closed his eyes tightly, but when he opened them, he breathed a sigh of relief when the thrown knife hit the watermelon and shattered it. A week later, Hugh Cass' hands were still hot from using the practice gun. He was frustrated. It's been a week. When will he be able to accept the mission to come into contact with ghosts? It's so boring. It's time for the black rose over there to answer. He cocked the gun and made a piercing sound, crystal clear. Behind him, Zhao Hao was complaining that this watermelon was not as big as Li Feifei. Huzo was scrolling through his phone when suddenly a text message asking if he had killed him yet made him so happy that the corner of his mouth smiled. There was a good drama to watch. The message content appears, your order has been completed. Please pay attention to check. The scene outside is of large buildings rising close together. High above the skyscraper, in a meeting room, high-ranking people were waiting, preparing for the meeting. A voice called out, Lam Tu Duong. Next was the bronze candlestick. Everyone's faces were full of tension and sweating. He raised his glass of wine and called his cousin. Bring it up and enjoy it. Not long after, he smashed the wine glass in his hand. His expression darkened. Then he angrily shouted, Whoever did it? He hissed angrily, making everyone in the room scared to the point of sweating. This was definitely someone intentionally targeting me. Targeting our Kwang Min Club. He clenched his fist into a fist to order. Investigate for me. From the door of the room came a voice. Ah. Vong Yen Heen, wearing a tight dress, reached out holding a glass of red wine and sat down on Mathieu's lap. Her voice was sweet and flattering. Okay, Mathieu, calm down. Then she gave him the glass of wine she was holding in her hand. He also raised it to his mouth and smacked his lips. Suddenly he frowned when the taste was difficult to drink and asked her, What is the taste? She didn't hesitate to point at her mouth to make a sign. You guessed it. Hearing that, he frowned in discomfort. He immediately angrily threw her hand away from him and cursed. You bastard! How dare you use your mouth that has licked someone else's to touch me? Vong Yen Heen was not embarrassed and sarcastically said, Don't say such harsh words, making people become so evil after all. They are just a game. Only be honest with you. Stop. She pointed at herself and said to him, Honey, give me this mission within a week. I will make sure you are satisfied. Ha 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 ha. Baktay is lying on a hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages. He was calling Wang Dahai. The doctor said he could basically restore his ability to function, but he still couldn't fight. Wang Dahai heard the news, relaxed his facial muscles, and said softly, "Then, Baktay, you continue to recover. You can only send someone else to Than Sun Mental Hospital in the Ghost area. Let the Duong Khan team go." Duong Min standing next to listen and agree. Suddenly Duong Min pointed forward and said, "Duong Khan, Bang is also considered a senior spirit master. Leading the team to solve the sea-level ghost domain should not be a big problem. But what about Fang Shu? He is fine. Everyone has been to Than Sun Mental Hospital before. Why don't you come along?" After listening, Wang Dahai immediately expressed his opinion. Fang Shu is too important, and he is also a new spirit master. I arranged for him to handle D-level strange events. Wait until after accumulating experience enhancing spirituality was assigned a C-level mission. Duong Min opened his mouth after hearing it, not knowing what else to say. Duong Min sighed. His face helplessly said, "You are protecting him a bit too much. Is there any difference between C and D?" Wang Dahai was angry. His eyes turned red. He shouted loudly, "Damn it! For a level 3 spirit master like him, C and D are of course no different. Originally, if you or Bhakti led the team, he could go, or the more dangerous ghost realm would be fine. But in the meantime, you were investigating the poker cards. Bhakti was still injured. Of course things had to be arranged. Don't you understand this logic?" Hearing that, Bhakti raised the phone in front of his face and added, "Your ability is luck. Whoever dies will not be you. Of course you don't care." Duong Min heard that. His face darkened, showing anger, and said, "Men must be trained through blood and fire, flowers in a hothouse." Before he could finish his words, Wang Dahai shouted, "Damn it! You go call Fang Shu to come here for me. Call someone! Call someone! What are you shouting? It's so noisy that Bhakti is recuperating." Bhakti also heard it. Helpless, put down the phone, covered his face, speechless. At this time, in Wang Dahai's office, Fang Shu was present, sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, arms crossed leisurely. Wang Dahai sternly called, "Fang Shu." His face darkened, as if he was about to say something important. "This time he called you, because he had a difficult task assigned to you." Fang Shu was also not interested in Wang Dahai's words. He arrogantly replied, "If it has nothing to do with strange things, I won't accept it." Wang Dahai immediately continued, "This time I want to send him to investigate and solve the problem. Resolve the strange incident in Hak Thui village." After speaking, Wang Dahai gave Fang Shu a piece of paper. Fang Shu reached out to receive the paper and asked in surprise, "Hak Thui?" Fang Shu slowly looked at the information on the paper and then concluded with one sentence. He had never heard of this village. Wang Dahai still said with a serious face, "Hak Thui village is a small remote village in the Green Mountain City area. Because of the road, this village is sparsely populated, so not much is known about it." Wang Dahai began to tell the origin of this village. In the village there is a Black Tui River. The name Hak Tui village also comes from there. In recent years, the Black Water River has drowned many villagers. At first, everyone thought it was a normal drowning, but the villagers said that there is a strange current in the Black Water River, especially when people swim in the river, which it pulls their legs. Later, an even more strange thing was discovered. A villager was sleeping in the house. As a result, as soon as he woke up, he found himself on the riverbank. "If I hadn't woken up in time, I'm afraid I would have been drowned." There are many similar strange legends in Black Thui village. Fang Shu listened to Wang Dahai's words in detail. He also carefully looked at this village's report more carefully. Wang Dahai continued, "The investigation department had already investigated, and the preliminary judgment was that ghosts existed. Strange code, Nine Enro. Tui Key, preliminary assessment grade C." After listening, Fang Xiu compared the data in the report, was silent for a long time, but inside he was very excited. It seemed a bit interesting. Thoughts continuously popped into Fang Xiu's head. In the event that the investigation department solved a D-level monster, the bonus received 10 spirit coins. C-level received 100 spirit coins. Similarly, B-level received 1,000 spirit coins, and my salary doubled. Fang Xiu thought while looking at the information sheet. That is to say, after solving the strange problem this time, I can buy another life from the Quang Min Club. Wang Dehai is still trying to convince him to join. This is your first mission, and your abilities are absolutely top secret. So I will arrange for Tam Lin Tuet to lead the team. You, Zhao Hao. There is also a new spirit master who joined the investigation department to work together. Fang Xiu's face was proud, his eyes sharp as he said, "Okay." Fang Xiu began to recall the events that had happened, thinking deeply. It had been a while since he had come into contact with ghosts. He really missed the pleasure of inserting a surgical knife into their bodies, even though it was a long time. I've tried to take revenge on my wife several times today. But the gap between the two of us still makes it impossible for me to act in time. I can only be counterattacked by her, die and then revive again. It really doesn't feel like an experience at all. While thinking, Fang Xiu's body emitted a strong source of murderous aura, causing Wang Dehai to be startled. With such murderous aura, this young spirit master certainly looked like he was jealous. Hatred on spiritual pollution reports. Suddenly Wang Dehai's eyes lit up and he said to Fuang Hu, "Oh, that's right. The map has arranged for you a collaborator, a normal person, to help you handle trivial matters like Tim Lin." Snow and assistant Lai Van Hao, the investigation department instructed. After speaking, he immediately picked up the phone. He called someone and said, "Kahan, come to my office." Kahan on the other end of the line didn't seem to be feeling very well, shouting loudly, "Here, okay, Mr. I'll be right here." Fang Xiu listened carefully, as if he heard some noise coming from far away. A woman's voice echoed in Fang Xiu's ears. "Come on, Kahan, you can definitely do it. Spirit masters are not easy to contact. As long as you work hard, you will definitely be recognized." Come on. Then a loud voice from Wang Dehai, "Come in." The appearance of a short-haired girl pushed the door open, attracting the eyes of Fang Xiu and Wang Dehai. Fang Xiu's assistant to Kahan, she shyly said, "Hello to the Vong department." Wang Dehai pointed at Fang Xiu, looked affectionately at Kahan and said, "Kahan, this is Fang Xiu. From now on you will be in charge of coordinating with him." Fang Xiu just glanced at that girl coldly, thinking in her heart, university graduates were specially trained by the investigation department. It was impossible not to know that the spirit master's expressions were superior to normal people. Kahan immediately bowed to Fang Xiu, introduced herself, "Mr. Fuang." "Hello, I am the Kahan, code 1327. After hearing this, Fang Xiu immediately stood up. He walked away coldly, not paying much attention to Kahan. "Stop wasting words. Add me as a friend later and send your phone number here. Unless I proactively contact you, if there's nothing going on then, don't text." Believe me, Kahan's words stunned her. Kahan immediately turned back to look at Fang Xiu with surprised eyes. Fang Xiu turned away but still said back, "His acting was not bad. Next time don't act again." The words filled Kahan with surprise and confusion, her head full of questions. Fang Xiu had just stepped out of the gate of the Global Coordinated Investigation Department for strange events. There was a new notification on his phone. He took out his phone, and it turned out to be a notification about Kahan's new friend. Fang Xiu immediately thought carefully about this girl. This to Kahan was like a strange sugar candy girl. She looked innocent and harmless, but was actually profound and unpredictable. After Fang Xiu agreed to become friends, Fang Xiu immediately agreed to become friends. Han sent a message, "Hello," to Kahan. Suddenly there was a voice calling from far away. "Who, brother? Quickly, just waiting for you." He looked in the direction of the voice. In the distance, Tam Lin Tuye and Zhao Hao were leaning against the car, waving and smiling like flowers to greet him. Tam Lin Tuye looked uncomfortable and impatient, so she said, "Hurry up." The snail crawled faster than him. Okay, man. Wow, 4BA. Fang Shu also slowly got into the car. Inside the car, in addition to Fang Shu, Tam Lin Tuye and Zhao Hao, there was also Lu Soai sitting in the back with an attitude of "I am here," and said, "First meeting, I introduce myself first. My last name is Lu. My name is Soai. I am also a veteran of the investigation department. You can call me Marshal." Investigator Lu Soai said while pointing at himself, "Space Spirit Master. The ability to teleport." After hearing this, Zhao Hao turned around, clasped his hands, his face filled with admiration, and said, "Marshal, did you really teleport? I originally thought that my ability was already strong, but I didn't expect that you even stronger." After listening, Lu Soai asked again, "What is his ability?" Zhao Hao was confused. His face turned red and said, "I'm sorry." Tam Lin Tuyet looked at the rearview mirror and observed the two people, snorted coldly, and said, "To be able to awaken that kind of ability, and not even know to be shy. Speak out." "Now we mayor and not using policy, or are you in? A shadow everyone joined are." Tam Lin Tuyet smiled and continued, "I'm the team leader, so I'll introduce the basics to everyone." After hearing this, Fang Shu didn't pay much attention to this group of people. Tam Lin Tuyet said softly, "My ability is fire. Fang Shu is consciousness. That fat kid has already said it." Lu Zuai also leaned forward on the front seat to listen, turning his eyes to look at Fang Shu. Tam Lin Tuyet continued, "But Zhao Hao himself was afraid to say it. It was because of his ability." Zhao Hao blushed when he heard it, and sat shyly in the back seat. After listening, Lu Suai immediately pointed his finger at Zhao Hao and raised his voice to mock and joke. "Oh brother, you are truly talented. What do you think? How can you deal with this kind of ability? With the devil? Do you want the devil? Do you want the devil?" As Lu Suai spoke, he laughed so much that tears splashed out. Tam Lin Tuet immediately spoke up, "You fat boy don't even know how to be shy about laughing at others. The ability to only move 10 cm in 1 hour. Is there anything to be proud of?" Hearing criticism, Lu Soai said shyly. At this moment, Zhao Hao suddenly woke up, turned on Lu Soai. He laughed loudly. "Move 10 cm. With this distance, not even half as long as mine." Lu Soai angrily said loudly, "That was before, now I've improved. I can move 20 cm in half an hour." The two people in the back seat started teasing each other. Zhao Hao laughed loudly. "Once my ability is activated, I can move longer than you." "Fart, I don't believe it, unless you show it to me." The two people made so much noise that Tam Lin Tuet was speechless. At this time Tam Lin Tuet's face darkened. She gritted her teeth. Her eyes were bloodshot. She emitted a great purple-red power and rushed towards the two people in the back seat. Liu Suai and Zhao Hao had their faces burned black by this energy source. Tam Lin Tuye turned around and said, "Enough, starting from now, who dares to say a word? I can throw that person down and run to Black Dui village myself." Zhao Hao and Liu Suai replied loudly in fear, "I'm sorry." I obeyed. As for Fang Xiu, he sat back, crossed his arms and closed his eyes, thinking about the sea-level strange event, only arranging a private level 1 spirit master and 3 people without the ability to fight directly. Is this copying too simple, or is the investigation department's human resources only limited to this level? Thinking too much won't be of any use. Wait until you get to the village to check out the situation and you'll understand. The wheels suddenly stopped at a place. Down there was Black Tui Village. The group got out of the car. The atmosphere here was gloomy and strange. A bone-chilling wind passed through the people's bodies. The four people stood coldly and seriously in front of this village. Fang Shu stood looking at the road leading to Hak Thui Village. He stood motionless, but in his heart he was prepared to face this incident. Because of the difficult terrain, Fang Shu's group walked towards the village. In front of them was a dim, flickering fire. The fire gradually moved towards Fang Shu's group. The image of the fire became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, Fang Shu spoke unconsciously. There was someone in front of him. Hearing that, Triuhio standing next to him was startled, and his face began to express fear. The sky was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Suddenly a footstep from behind Fang Shu's group. A person was helping an old man holding an oil lamp in his hand out of the darkness, and softly said, "Was it Miss Tam on TV?" The two people in the dim light of the oil lamp were extremely scary. Hearing that, Tam Lin Tuyet replied proudly, "Yes, you are Vong Hukui Vong, the village chief, right?" Fang Shu Kuai's grandson, Vong Fu Qi, was helping his grandfather. Vong Hu Qi also began to approach. The lights were brighter. He could clearly see the two people's faces. He happily replied, "Yes, this is my niece, Vong Fu Kuai." Under the guidance of village chief Vong, Fang Shu and his group also safely arrived at the village. Tam Lin Tuyet still refused village chief Vong's words. "There is no need to bother the village chief. We have already eaten in the car. Still not hungry. Tired from driving all day, everyone should rest early." Village chief Vong immediately said, Oh, it's because I didn't think carefully. Fukuai, go boil some hot water. Warm up." Then the young lady came to their room. Everyone's rooms were arranged. Village chief Vong also left. Tam Lin Tuat immediately rushed into the bathroom to enjoy this refreshing moment. At this time, Tam Lin Tuat immediately reached out to touch the light pink tattoo on her leg, not knowing what her intention was. Suddenly her expression changed. Her eyes were cold. Her face was stiff as a statue. She didn't say a word. Then Tam Lin Tuat quickly put on her clothes. A thought flashed through her mind. She should still be a little more careful outside. She put on her nightgown and went out to the living room. While drying her hair, she looked towards the three people and asked if she had noticed anything unusual. Hearing that, Lu Soai turned his head away with a sad expression. Tam Lin Tuat nodded and said, "If you don't have it, then rest early. Go to the Black Toy River early tomorrow morning. Look in the documents. The strange thing may be related to the Black Toy River." Suddenly Fang Shu calmly spoke up, "There's hair." Hearing that, Tam Lin Tuat immediately turned her head to look at Fang Shu. "What?" It turned out that Fang Shu discovered that everyone's hair quality was too good, especially village chief Wang, who at the age of 70-80 did not have a single gray hair. Hearing that, Lu Soai immediately thought simply it must have been dyed, right? Fang Shu coldly said no need to do that. At the same time, Tam Lin Tuat lowered her head and thought for a while. Then, with an agreeable look on his face, Fang Shu made sense. Hak Thui village is so small. Everyone is enthusiastic. Vyong village chief is an old man. There is no need to be like that. Moreover, the dye also requires a long walk. Going outside town to buy, it's too troublesome. As soon as the words ended, the three of them looked at Tam Lin Tuat, and she immediately said, the three of them guarding the sleeping person in one room, it's best to take turns guarding the night. Suddenly Fang Shu stood up strongly. Tam Lin Tuat suddenly looked. Fang Shu coldly turned away. Zhao Hao immediately called him back. "Hey, Brother Hu, where are you going? Why don't you sleep with us? What if you encounter a strange ghost alone?" Fang Shu gently walked out onto the field, with many thoughts in his head, compared to a person encountering a strange ghost. Fang Shu put his hands in his pockets and stood alone in front of the house gate, thinking. He was even more worried that if there were too many people gathered together, the ghosts would not appear. Thinking about it, what I thought even more was that, moreover, the most important thing that made me doubt was that, since arriving at Haktui village, I discovered Fang Shu's body radiated a red aura. He looked up at the magical full moon. A red eye appeared. Strange characters appeared in the eyes. There was no strange character here. Back in the room, Fang Shu lay down with his hands behind his head, thinking, I have only encountered this situation once, which was in a strange area in the hospital in the heart of Than Sun City. Because the ghost realm integrates with reality, ghosts can turn from fantasy into reality. Perhaps Haktui village is also a ghost area, and strange ghosts have not appeared yet. But the phone inside Than Sun Mental Hospital has no signal, and here in the mountains, although the signal is poor, there is still. After thinking, Fang Shu closed his eyes tightly, but the fatigue could not be relieved. Then he also fell asleep. The clock ticked to exactly 3 a.m. The sound of gurgling water rang in Fang Shu's ears. He fell asleep, then turned around. His body seemed to be sinking into a terrifying darkness. While half asleep and half awake, Fang Shu realized something very strange. Too cold, the sound of water. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked ahead. Then he jumped up, his eyes determined. Did he appear? Fang Shu sat up and saw her body sitting on the bed, surrounded by pitch black where nothing could be seen. He began to reason. The bed was shaking. There was also the sound of running water. Could it be? Then he groped and found the phone on his bed. Fang Shu turned on his phone's light and looked ahead. In front of him was a lake. He silently reasoned, river water. Suddenly Fang Shu opened his eyes wide in surprise. His pupils constricted. As if he had realized something, it was Black Tuye Ha. On this side, Tam Lin Tuit was also struggling to sleep. A white light shone on her body. She was very sensitive. When she saw a white light shining on her, she immediately opened her eyes. She jumped up, took a fighting stance and shouted, "Someone!" Fang Shu's voice rang out. It was me, making Tam Lin Tuit both confused and extremely angry. Gradually Fang Shu's face appeared in the darkness. Tam Lin Tuit immediately turned around, hugged her body and asked Fang Shu, "You came into my room at this time. What do you want to do?" Fang Shu still kept a cold attitude and said, "Look around clearly and then, go. Speak." Alzheimer. Any young man warrior. One of every shooter to show do. Boridar to all more better said way. Fang Shu immediately spoke in the direction of Zhao Hao and Lu Soai, who were sleeping in confusion, waking up every day. Tam Lin Tuyet noticed something unusual. Her face changed color. She also took out her phone. The beds of 4 people were moved by some force to the Black Thui River. Tam Lin Tuit said while shining a flashlight, "Where is this? What happened?" Hearing the sound of people talking, Zhao Hao suddenly woke up, rubbed his eyes with his hand and asked, "Who, brother? What's wrong?" Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed forward and hugged Zhao Hao, making him cry out in fear, "Mom!" That black shadow was Lu Soai, clinging to Zhao Hao in extreme fear, screaming loudly, "Where is this? Aren't we sleeping? Why did it suddenly appear on the river like this?" Zhao Hao said harshly, "On the river, anything on the river, it doesn't make sense at all. Fat boy, don't move anymore. Your weight will cause the bed to overturn. Brother Hugh, save me." But at this time, Fang Shu did not pay attention to the people around him, still calmly saying, "This is Black Thuyiang, strangely appearing. As for us, we are at the moving center of the river, the 4 of us looking towards the whirlpool in front of us." Zhao Hao saw clearly ahead and shouted loudly, "There was a whirlpool. Quickly run away." Liu Soai next to him immediately hugged Zhao Hao and shouted, "Where are you running? This place is full of water." The 2 hugged each other tightly. "Rana yen see me. What aid me? The 2 people's uncontrolled words began to appear. It's okay. I know how to swim. What's the use of you knowing? Maybe the devil is still down there waiting for you to jump in. The actions of the two people made Tam Lin Tuet covered her face, helpless and speechless. Then she stood up, exploded in anger and shouted, "Everyone shut up." Everyone was not allowed to go into the water or use their hands to row. Only now did Zhao Hao and Lu Soai stabilize. So they each moved to a corner and said in unison, "Oh, okay." Fang Shu also sat in a corner looking at the two people, his eyes thoughtful. Strangely, people can be transported to Blackwater River without making a sound. Strangely, people can be easily let go. Lu Soai was curious, so he put one of his hands into the water to row away. But there was nothing that could be done, which surprised the fat boy immediately. Then Lu Soai turned back to look at Zhao Hao, his face scared, and said, "No, it doesn't work. I rowed for half a day without moving at all. Is there something in the water blocking us?" Zhao Hao immediately asked. "Suggest ideas, or we can swim." Tam Lin Tuyet angrily said, "This strange thing can control the water flow. Black Doi Ha is where it lives. Don't go into the water." These words made Zhao Hao gasp in embarrassment. She continued, "And even though I have the strongest fighting ability in the team, the power of fire, which is similar to water, will be greatly limited." While Fang Shu remained motionless, looking into the distance. "Say nothing." Tam Lin Tuit continued nervously. So she was afraid she could only protect herself. Zhao Hao cried, turned to Fang Shu. "What should Hu brother do now? That whirlpool is getting bigger and bigger." Before he could finish his words, Zhao Hao suddenly looked at Fang Shu in surprise. "Huh? What are you doing?" I only saw Fang Shu take out all the things in her backpack. The backpack contains regular rope, a hammer, a pair of pliers, and a bayonet. Fang Shu tied the rope tightly to the shovel, not knowing what he was planning. Then he turned the shovel to fly through the air. He turned faster and faster. The shovel hitting the air made a whirring sound. At some point, Fang Shu used all his strength to swing a shovel. He immediately threw the shovel forward decisively. The shovel was tied to a rope and flew forward like an arrow. The shovel flew strongly, stuck in the middle of the tree trunk, stuck there tightly. The first step was completed. Fang Shu pulled the rope to check its sturdiness. Then he coldly stood up and spoke to the crowd. "Everyone came closer and grabbed my bed." Each person's beds began to be arranged close to each other. At the head of the carriage was Fang Shu, followed by Tam Lin Tuet, and finally Zhao Hao and Lu Soai, holding tightly to the rope, everyone's faces showing heavy tension. Fang Shu confirmed that everyone was in position, so he immediately grabbed the rope and pulled the group and himself to shore. Tam Lin Tuet looked at Fang Shu and immediately felt admiration. In such a strange landscape, he was still calm enough to be able to judge so accurately. Fang Shu's group gradually moved to shore. Not far from shore, Zhao Hao happily breathed more softly and said, "Hu brother, it's still me." Suddenly something made Tam Lin Tuye suddenly turn around and look. She shouted loudly. The whirlpool disappeared, surprising everyone. 4 people with 8 eyes looked bad. The space became terrifyingly quiet. Seeing this, the crowd began to stir, but Fang Shu just glanced lightly, saying nothing and concentrating on observing the situation. In his mind, he began to deduce that the whirlpool was most likely the residence of the devil, but now we can't see it anymore, proving that it could have spared us. But this possibility is not great. Only one possibility remains. It had already come here. Upon hearing that, Zhao Hao immediately let go of the rope and jumped up and shouted, What? All 3 people, except Fang Shu, were extremely scared, gritting their teeth and preparing for the worst-case scenario. Suddenly, Tam Lin Tuit's bed shook, making her unable to stand. Realizing something was wrong, she immediately shouted, "It was pulling this bed." Then Tam Lin Tuit used her phone's flashlight to shine into the dark water to observe. Fang Shu stood behind and watched nervously. Under the water, there seemed to be something darker than water. Quietly deep down, only the clicking sound could be heard. At this moment, Tam Lin Tuit's face lit up. Her eyes were determined. A bright, hot flame was in the palm of her hand. Then she threw the fire in her hand into the water, and a huge explosion occurred. The river water shook strongly, but it did not change the situation. The bed was being swallowed by the Black River. Seeing that, Tam Lin Tuit was not satisfied. She prepared for another battle. Another fierce blow hit the river's surface. But those attacks cannot hit the devil. Just watching the bed gradually sink. Finally, the group's bed sank completely into the river. At this time, Lu Ziwei and Zhao He were struggling and screaming in the dark river. The two of them hugged each other and cried, "Oh, it's me, the fat guy died at you. What are you doing? Don't pull me." Seeing this, Fang Shu immediately hit Lu Ziwei's neck, causing him to collapse. Then Fang Shu went to save Zhao Hao and Lu Ziwei. Zhao Hao immediately scolded Lu Ziwei. "Oh, this damn fat guy, he almost killed me." Lu Ziwei said while vomiting river water, "Thank you, Brother Hu." The rope was pulled taut again. Fang Shu's group clung to the rope and gradually made it to shore. Suddenly, Zhao Hao asked, "Brother Hu, why don't we go ashore?" Tam Lin Tuit also said, "Why, we have already fallen into the water. The ghost has not yet acted." Fang Shu just remained silent and said nothing. Suddenly, Fang Shu's face turned pale. His absent-minded eyes turned back to look at everyone. Tam Lin Tuit was also surprised when she saw it. Her face turned red. Tam Lin Tuit immediately let go of the rope, covered her chest with her hand, and shyly said, "You, what are you looking at?" Then Fang Shu also said, "Tam Lin Tuit, turn on the fire. Water and fire are incompatible. Water ghosts are afraid of your power. Only when your spirituality dries up will it appear. Will we have a chance to confront you? Deal with it." Tam Lin Tuit worriedly said, "What should I do after my aura is exhausted and the strange thing really appears? You guys don't have the ability to fight it head on." Fang Shu held the rope tightly, determined to say, "It's okay, I will take action. I have seen the vitality." When Tam Lin Tuit heard that, she immediately lit her own fire. Zhao Hao stood far away happily enjoying it, and said, "It's so warm like a hot spring." Tam Lin Tuit's fire began to fade away. Weak oil flame weakens, then disappears. Tam Lin Tuit began to grope in the sea of black water. It didn't work. My spirituality had dried up. Fang Shu's face fell, ready for the upcoming battle. Fang Shu heard someone screaming. "Ah!" So it was Zhao Hao. He jumped up in panic and said, "Water! There's something in the water. The water ghost is coming." Fang Shu's face darkened and he stood still, looking at the strange blue water. At this time, Tam Lin Tuit also became wary of things in the country. She asked, "What should we do now?" Zhao Hao held Lu Ziwei, who was motionless, and said, "Brother Hu is always calm, but I feel like he seems to be very excited, like a person who is being restrained. After a long time, I suddenly saw such a free-spirited prostitute." Fang Shu smiled savagely and smirked with intense eyes. Suddenly he rushed straight into the water. Under the dark water surface, Fang Shu activated his skill, opening his blood hole to see more clearly. At this time, Fang Shu was surprised to see something. It turned out that those were extremely long hairs, he thought to himself. Hair very similar to the hair of the village chiefs. Just thinking, Fang Shu approached that clump of hair. The strands of hair immediately wrapped around Fang Shu's body. Fang Shu's eyes evoked sharpness. As soon as Fang Shu turned around, he was able to handle it. He cut the hair into pieces. No thanks to the hair, she cowered and ran away. At this time, Fang Shu was trying to breathe in the water, secretly sighing, "Phew, the most hateful strange thing." He was determined to chase after them, thinking, "Stop pretending to be a god and pretend to be a ghost. Once you encounter an attack, run away. There is basically no way to find pleasure in killing them." The distance between Fang Shu and the hair is getting farther and farther. With his eyes, Fang Shu found the subject. He held the knife and thought, I have found you. In the hair appeared a strange creature shaped like a human. The monster with blue eyes of unknown shape screamed ferociously. At this time, Fang Shu was not afraid to continuously cut the strange monster's hair. The monster refused to give up and fought back fiercely. Strands of hair continuously aimed at his eyes. Then it screamed ferociously. At this time, Fang Shu had also lost his strength, he thought, starting to lack energy. But the strange thing is here, I must kill it. Suddenly the strange ghost reached out and grabbed Fang Shu's neck. When the strange monster's hand wrapped around his neck, Fang Shu thought this strange green aura was as strong as iron pincers, making it difficult for him to breathe. But right after that he told himself, but that's what stimulates him, and after saying that, it seemed like a ray of resentment appeared in his body. The strange hand gradually loosened. Fang Shu thought, feeling painful. Then he smiled proudly, as if he had achieved his goal. Fang Shu cut open the devil's face. The monster screamed in pain. The outer layer of skin was torn off, revealing an extremely scary blood-red head. The strange monster cried out in pain and then fainted. Ack, ack. At this time, Fang Shu looked at the surgical knife in his hand and thought, I haven't yet exerted my full power. The two knives are already dead. Can I provoke the weak point of the strange creature in this river? Suddenly, the monster's head and body began to break off. Only the human body floated out of that messy mass of hair. Fang Shu looked at the corpse and thought for a moment. Then he smiled in horror and thought, interesting. So this is the essence of the water ghost. Crazy. Fang Shu suddenly rose from the water, causing Zhao Hao standing nearby to be frightened. He wiped the drops of water from his face and said, What a pity. The devil ran away, got to the shore first and said. Immediately Tam Lin Tuit and Zhao Hao followed him ashore. Together the two of them picked up Lu Suai, who had drunk enough water, to the shore. Tam Lin Tuit tried to press his chest to push the water out, but it didn't seem to work. She immediately turned to the other two and said, Save people first. Lu Suai needs artificial respiration. Who will do it? Zhao Hao heard that and shouted in panic, Why didn't you do it? Tam Lin Tuye was so angry that she couldn't speak. Uncle. Suddenly Fang Shu approached her from behind. When Tam Lin Tuye saw him sitting down next to Lu Suai, she suddenly blushed and said, Fang Shu, you. Before she could finish her sentence, she screamed in surprise when she saw Fang Shu slap Lu Suai's cheek hard. His cheeks were immediately swollen, and small gulps of water flowed from his mouth. Lu Suai's heart began to beat violently. His nose was covered in blood. He opened his eyes and spit out a large mouthful of water. Lu Suai touched his red cheek and shouted loudly, Who hit me? It hurts a lot. Tam Lin Tuye angrily asked, Did you fake fainting just now? Zhao Hao happily joined in and said, Okay, you damn fat guy, you wanted to trick Investigator Tham, right? When Lu Suai heard that, he was bewildered. Spoke up, what fake fainting so unfair I didn't. I really fainted. Fang Shu, who was behind him, slowly spoke up. Just now, at the bottom of the water, I saw a woman's body. Her hair had left on its own after being attacked by me, so I guessed that hair was hers. The essence of the devil, that female corpse was only controlled by it. He suddenly remembered something and continued, Also, the hair of the village chief and that female body were identical. He couldn't return tonight. Tam Lin Tuit rubbed her chin and thought, The female body hair? Then stay outside tonight. Wait until tomorrow my spirituality recovers. Then I will find a way to deal with the water ghost. Maybe the new spirit master will be like me. You fought back. It can be seen that its fighting ability is not high. As long as we think of a way to lead it to shore, I can use Fire Flame to deal with it. Fang Shu heard that and looked at her with disdain. I wear them shame. Down is a tree, all warrior. He immediately opened the phone and called to Kahan. A voice rang out from the phone. "Hello, hello, is it Mr. Fuang? It's so late," he immediately coldly interrupted. "Your arrangement makes it very difficult for me to believe that you are a spirit." Experienced monk. Tam Lin Tuit, standing next to her, heard that and shouted loudly, "What do you mean? Do you look down on me?" Fang Shu did not answer her, but continued to instruct Kahan to quickly notify the higher-ups to make arrangements for make. A special operations team went to Hak Thui village and brought pumps with maximum capacity. The more the better. She heard that and said in surprise, "Ah, Mr. Fuang, you are going on a mission that requires pumps to do." "What? What? We?" His face suddenly turned dark. He said indifferently, "You don't need to know the reason. Now immediately go and do as I say. If there is any problem, find Wang Dahai, just say it was me." Fang Shu hung up the phone and turned to tell the other three people. Being able to rely on the big tree in the investigation department to mobilize such a large amount of human resources, of course we had to make good use of it. Blackwater River, pointed deep. Just right. Other parts hide people, so we need to drain all the water upstream and downstream. They were immediately confused and asked in unison, "Could that be possible?" Tam Lin Tuyet avoided Fang Shu's eyes. She said shyly, "Because I was thinking based on inertia. So I realized that only spirit masters can deal with strange things. Of course, today's technology, the effect is much more risky than L. Fang Shu was silent and did not answer. He thought to himself, "I don't care about ordinary people or Orienjiu Lin Master. As long as I can make the ghost feel miserable, I don't need to use anything." Early the next morning outside Hak Thui village, sunlight shined through the dense trees in the forest. The firewood had long since burned out. A voice rang out, "Wake up, the special task force is here." Everyone immediately woke up from their beautiful dreams. Everyone looked snoring. Fang Shu used a towel to wipe his sunglasses. He slowly put on his glasses and said, "Let's go." Fang Shu put his hands in his pockets and continued in a serious voice, "Going to Hak Thui River." A moment later, the farmers who were working in the fields suddenly stood still, as if they saw strange creatures. Everyone looked intently at the group, led by Fang Shu. One of them asked, "Why are you coming from the city?" Zhao Hao cautiously replied, "Yes." The farm girls also looked at Tam Lin Tuye and complimented her. "Her outfit is so beautiful. Her hair is so beautiful. My straw-colored hair is about to fall out." When she heard it, she blushed a little and shyly turned away and pretended not to notice. Everyone in the village's hair is shiny black. Zhao Hao stood close to Liu Soai and said tremblingly, "Everyone's hair is as shiny as the village chief's." Liu Soai was equally frightened and replied, "Could it be that in this village, everything is strange?" Special Forces soldiers were now present in the village, each holding a long pistol in their hands to guard and patrol everywhere. Another group is busy digging the ground to place a large capacity pump. Together they held the long rope. The whole group of people joined forces to pull the long pump tube and drop it into the lake. Suddenly a voice rang out, attracting Fang Shu's attention. "Why did you chase us away? This place is not your home. How can you manage this when we come for a tour?" A Special Forces soldiers replied, "That's right. This place is not a tourist area. If it were a tourist area, we could still buy tickets." The person who spoke was a couple carrying backpacks. The boy had a serious face and tall physique. The girl next to him was stylishly dressed with white dyed hair and was listening attentively to the Special Forces soldiers. "I am on a special mission. No one else is allowed to come close. Please leave here." Fang Shu in the back suddenly held up the certificate and spoke up. "Fang Shu Management Department Investigator." Seeing Fang Shu, the soldier came closer and said, "Investigator Fuang, the 10th Special Action of the Roll Call Squad is with you." Seeing that, the girl got angry and pointed at Fang Shu and shouted, Are you their leader? What do you rely on? He didn't seem to care and calmly crawled through the warning wire and gave orders to chase them away. Hearing that, the soldiers shouted in unison. Yes, as soon as they finished speaking, they came closer and forced the other two people to leave. The girl was still screaming and cursing. You wait for me. I will report you. Do you know who I am? My father. On this side, Fang Shu is still concentrating on listening to the report of the soldier. Investigator Fuang. These two people are explorers, like to go to wild and mountainous places. Vu know this person, we just arrived not long ago. These two people have already arrived. Fang Shu looked at everyone busy preparing around and asked, did they all bring enough things? The soldier nodded and replied, brought enough. Brought enough. He was like a boss giving instructions in a strict voice and starting to smoke. The pump plugged into the lake began to vibrate violently. When Zhao Hao saw this, he was surprised and asked, is this a professional local person? That's effective. Fang Shu observed the pump and slowly said, if it weren't for the fact that weapons weren't of much use against ghosts, I am afraid there would have been no more Angu Lin masters left. About 3 hours later, the water in the lake is also drying up. A strange human bone gradually appeared. The face was torn to the bright red skull inside. Zhao Hao shouted, female body. There was a female body over there. Lu Shuai frowned. You asked reproachfully, oh my God, who could be so cruel, cutting someone's face into 4 layers? Fang Shu began to use his ability and carefully observed each position at the bottom of the lake. Suddenly there was a flash of red power at the bottom of the lake. That power is mixing with the dark aura that has been lurking at the bottom of the lake for a long time. Fang Shu immediately pointed towards the source of that aura and said in a serious voice, Tam Lin Tue, use a firebomb to explode that puddle. Immediately, Tam Lin Tuyet concentrated the firepower on her palm and prepared to launch it. In her heart, she thought to herself, it seems he has already predicted the location of the ghost. Without hesitating any longer, she immediately released the flame towards that murky black puddle. The fire immediately spread out, burning the areas surrounding the puddle. A moment later, it also burned the black puddle until it burned the ground dry. Suddenly, a person with a devil-like face immediately rushed out of the fire, screaming in pain. It galloped up high, its long strands of hair also flying up. Everyone screamed. The ghost appeared, but Fang Shu was still calmly observing. Once the monster found its footing in the air, it began to spit out inky black liquid. Tam Lin Tuit's eyes were filled with anger. She jumped up, preparing to display her strength, and shouted loudly, last night, I soaked in the ice-cold lake all night. I had to take revenge. Suddenly, there was a clicking sound. Fang Shu's sharp ears noticed something was wrong. He thought to himself, oh, the sound of a bullet being loaded. He glanced behind him. The guns in the hands of the Special Forces soldiers were pointing straight towards his group. Their faces were extremely panicked. Zhao Hao was startled and scared and said, hey, what do you guys want to do? It's my people. A pair of feet were galloping at high speed this way. Tam Lin Tuit stood next to Zhao Hao and Fang Shu, burning red and shouting a warning. If you don't want to die, put down your weapons. I warn you. One of the soldiers trembled and said, quickly get away, our bodies are out of control. As soon as they finished speaking, their hands were controlled to pull the trigger. When they heard that, they shouted in surprise. What? Before they could figure it out, there was a loud explosion, red fire covering the entire dark space. Red blood began to shoot out of the ground. Pieces of broken glass flew everywhere in the dark space. After coming back to life again, Fang Shu pondered for a moment, looked at the situation with a dark face and thought about how to handle it. The white-haired female adventurer repeated her words and pointed at Fang Shu's body like last time. Are you their leader? What do you rely on? Fang Shu raised his eyes to look at these two people. His red pupils reflected the images of the two explorers. The female explorer was angrily cursing, while the male explorer did not say anything but was still angry. His discomfort said it all. Fang Xiu thought, no matter what, the two of them looked like normal people. Nothing unusual, but just in case. That female explorer was in the middle of speaking. I am telling you. Suddenly there was a cut across the necks of both of them. It happened so quickly that the two of them almost didn't feel anything until they were injured. Cut to bleed. With a loud bang, the loud noise attracted the attention of Tam Lin Tuye and Zhao Hao, including their squad. Everyone turned their heads to look at the situation on Fang Xiu's side, and then were extremely frightened. See, Anwao, in Zewis Xiao Premier, and Kadnawain, I knew style. The male adventurer's neck was cut by Fang Xiu. He is now lying in pain, blood flowing out into a pool, and extremely shocked. Gulp, gulp. He can only groan the last words. The female explorer was also cut in the neck by Fang Xiu's surgical knife. She was surprised and began to fall. Fang Xiu went to retrieve his surgical knife that was lying on the bloody neck of the female explorer. Fang Xiu didn't seem to feel sorry for him. He only thought that he acted too quickly and didn't have time to react. Response, or maybe my judgment was wrong. They are all normal people. Holding a surgical knife in his hand, Fang Xiu glanced down at those two people. He was suspicious, but the time they appeared was too coincidental. Seeing the current situation, Tam Lin Tuit's group was extremely confused. Lu Soai and Zhao Hao, on both sides behind Tam Lin Tuet, were extremely surprised. Zhao Hao held his head in confusion and called, "Retirement brother," while Lu Soai helped. "A little more," he said in shock. Killed someone." Tam Lin Tuet was extremely angry. His hands had already created fire. His body was in a position where he could rush into a fight at any time, and with a grimace on his face. The other asked, "Fang Xiu, what are you doing?" And Fang Xiu stood up. He calmly replied that they had a problem, then coldly instructed the squad, especially the action squad, to immediately disarm and drain the water. Tam Lin Tuya was still very cautious. She stopped the soldier right behind her, still holding the fire in her hand as a defense, and said, "Don't take it off for now. Fang Xiu, I seriously suspect you've lost control. Hunch, you better give me an explanation." Fang Xiu did not react strongly. He calmly looked straight at Tam Lin Tuye and said, "I said they have a problem. They definitely have a problem." Hearing that, Zhao Hao looked over and said, "Hu brother, you feel it." The soldiers of the squad heard that and immediately turned to each other and said, "So take it off, take it off. There's an investigator here. It should be okay." They took turns throwing down all the weapons on their bodies, including their guns. Fang Xiu pointed to a certain direction in the swamp ahead. He instructed Tam Lin Tuye, who was standing next to him. Tam Lin Tuyet hit that puddle and immediately solved the hair devil. Tam Lin Tuyet launched her fire stream straight into that lake, the red flames emitting purple light all around. Being hit, the hair demon became angry and jumped up, screaming loudly at Tam Lin Tuyet's surprised look. Seeing the demon, Tam Lin Tuyet was so angry that the veins appeared on her face. She frowned and stared at the demon like an archenemy. "Die," Tam Lin Tuyet angrily said loudly. Then she created a large pink fireball above her head. Its power, needless to say, was extremely terrifying. She threw that fireball straight at the hair demon in front of her, causing it to burn and scream loudly, the pitiful scream resounding and making the listeners' brains hurt. After being burned, white smoke flew around. It was difficult to distinguish whether it was the demon's ashes or the remnants left by the fire. Someone cheered, the devil was destroyed. Before Tam Lin Tuyet could be happy, suddenly a scream came from behind her, startling her. When she turned around to see where the source of the scream was coming from, Lin Tuyet saw the soldiers in the platoon rush closer to her with difficulty. One of them even shouted a warning, "Be careful. Kidneys, our bodies are out of control." Seeing that the situation was not good, Fang Xiu quickly used a surgical knife and prepared to attack. He lowered his voice because he sensed something unusual. The hair demon was dead, but the control over the squad members had not been removed. It seems that the thing controlling them is not strange, or the strange thing still has another identity, not yet completely destroyed. Having said that, he quickly ran to the team members and cut the knife nimbly. Fang Xiu cut the nerves in the team members' legs, causing them to stagger. One after another, the other team members fell to the ground in plaintive cries. They tried to crawl away in pain, reaching out their hands as if to ask for help. Fang Xiu put the knife in his pocket and looked at his hands that were reaching towards him, as if asking for help. Fang Xiu coldly approached, bent down and hit the other team member on the back of the head, causing him to faint. He coldly ordered him to knock him unconscious, and then tie him up. Lu Souai and Zhao Hao quickly rushed up when they heard Fang Xiu's instructions. "Let's do it, okay." The squad members were quickly tied up by Lu Shuai and Zhao Hao. They fainted and had difficulty sitting upright while tied up like that. After completing the task, Lu Shuai fell on the ground while Zhao Hao bent down on his hands and panted. Lu Souai said, "Oh my God, luckily Brother Shu discovered that they had taken off their equipment, otherwise they were all shot into pieces." Zhao Hao exclaimed. He still had to listen to his older brother. When he felt better, Zhao Hao looked at Fang Xiu and saw that he was on the phone. It seemed like it was a call to a superior. He said, "It would be best for the department to arrange someone to check on all participating employees. Jia's actions this time." "Right, not wrong. Okay, that's it. The people of the bureau," and he kept talking back and forth like that for a while. Having finished speaking, he looked at the difficult team members sitting over there and pondered, why was the Special Operations Squad still under control? Could it be except for that pair of adventurers and the hair devil in the river? Does the black water have other people participating? Fang Xiu's hands were still in his pockets. He instructed everyone to go back to Black Tui Village to take a look. Outside Black Tui Village, on those tall trees, are houses that still use tiles to build. Looking at those villagers, the gloomy atmosphere surrounding them, according to common sense, the strange thing has been resolved. The villagers' hair must be restored to its original state. Zhao Hao looked at the group of people in the village. His face turned pale. He trembled and said, "The more I look at this group of people now, the more scared I become." Tam Lin Tuiet stood next to her with her arms crossed and did not refute. She also looked at the group of people with indescribable eyes. Looking at the old village chief wearing a blue suit slowly approaching where everyone was standing, Fang Xiu said, "The best way to deal with abnormalities is to kill all abnormalities until just get back to normal." Fang Xiu reached into his pants pocket and stepped forward. He lowered his head and looked down at the village chief. Seeing someone blocking his path, the village chief was startled and looked up. Fang Xiu smiled friendly and said, "Village chief, may I ask how your hair is maintained? Why are you so old? Then it's even darker than a young man." Raising his head, he smiled and said, "A kid from the city like you really knows how to joke. An old man like Me's hair has been gray for more than 10 years. Fang Xiu grinned, a smile that made people's hair stand on end. He pulled out his surgical knife. It flashed an extremely sharp light. His devilish smile made his surroundings also darken in a strange color. Looking down at the village chief, with cold eyes mixed with a bit of cruelty, he said, "Confirm the anomaly. Feel the pain." Seeing this, Tam Lin Tuit ran back and shouted loudly. Slowly, Zhao Hao was also startled, but the bullets were loaded and the bow was loaded. How could he stop it? Fang Xiu used a knife to slash a line right across the chief's neck. Village. The village chief was in pain when his neck was cut. His face contorted, but strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Seeing that somewhat barbaric action of Fang Xiu, Tam Lin Tuye unconsciously frowned and stepped back. She was speechless. Fang Xiu. But then, Tam Lin Tuyet was startled and widened her eyes at the scene taking place before her eyes. She was extremely surprised. The village chief, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He did not lose his head or fall down, but stood alone with his head dangling by the hair growing from his cut. It wiggled between his head again. Looking at the clumpy hair on his neck, someone screamed in panic, "Hair, hair!" All three people, Tam Lin Tuyet, Lu Shuai and Zhao Hao, were speechless. Here, they looked at the head and body of the village chief and stiffened. Only Fang Shu stood there silently, without saying anything. I'm Jasper, all for day, I'm sure, all day, I just hear a dot. Suddenly his whole body flew up high in front of the frightened witness of Fang Jia's group. A strange air emitted around him. The footsteps suddenly increased. Their direction was towards Fang Shu's place. The villagers walked in a group holding weapons like hoes and shovels, their heads covered with black hair, their faces full of murderous intent, as if someone had just robbed them of their gold. They screamed, I, their faces full of fierce distortions. Seeing the current situation of being surrounded, Tam Lin Tuyet said, disgusting. The people in this village are all ghost slaves. To be able to control so many ghost slaves, this strange thing must be at least C+ level. The intelligence was wrong. Everyone be careful. The slave demons whose hair was wrapped around them quickly screamed and rushed forward frantically. Fang Shu ran away from the pursuit of the ghost slaves, he thought. No wonder Blackwater Village didn't have any strange creatures. Because the whole village didn't have a single living person who could eat. Suddenly someone said in the meantime, if I'm not wrong, the surgical knife in Fang Shu's hand is a demonic weapon. Tam Lin Tuyet quickly shot out the fire, she said. I'm in charge of using the fire to burn a road. You deal with those demon slaves. Liu Soai and Zhao Hao followed us closely. The battle at this time was extremely chaotic. Tam Lin Tuyet led the way. Fang Shu was in charge of cutting down the remaining demons to protect Liu Soai and Zhao Hao. The two of them ran behind in panic before the crazy pursuit of the enemy, the last demon slaves. Because of his physical difficulty, Liu Soai fell behind and was surrounded by the demon slaves' hair. He panicked, widened his eyes and shouted, ah. The black hair gradually crawled into his eyes, nostrils and mouth. He was in extreme pain with his white eyes glaring. He screamed, I don't want to die. Help! Fang Shu thought, Liu Soai, that's good. Not long after, Tam Lin Tuyet was also surrounded and invaded by the hair of the demon slaves. Their hair controlled her, making it difficult for her to speak. No, my spirituality has dried up. Continuing, Fang Shu was cold. Tam Lin Tuyet, good. The last person was Zhao Hao. He was also quickly engulfed in that mass of hair. He could only struggle to reach out with difficulty. But he could not speak. He could only desperately think in his head. Okay. Rescue. Res. Finally, Zhao Hao, good sacrifice. Surrounded by a group of demon slaves, Fang Shu had to stop and think of a plan. Even though he still had a trump card, he still hadn't found out who was behind it. Now was not the time to use it. Moreover, relying on his 5% premonition, after losing the support of his teammates, defeat was only a matter of time. It was too difficult for them to die. Then Fang Shu quickly pulled out his surgical knife and thought, as long as I kill myself quickly enough, no ghost can kill me. As the anomalies were eliminated, more and more puzzles appeared. Once again reincarnated, back to the time when Fang Shu and his group stood in front of Black Tui Village. He quickly called his superior, to Kahan, to inform the nearby Special Operations Team to buy all the gasoline and the nearby Dai. Cell oil was placed in front of the village gate and returned to the investigation department. The detective's mission is to find out the truth of the matter. For ghosts, I just need to kill. No need to think. Fang Shu thought to himself, while the three people including Tam Lin Tuyet, Lu Soai and Zhao Hao stood there, wondering in unison, "Gasoline, what do you want to do?" With a mischievous smile on her lips, Fang Shu hung up the phone and looked at Tam Lin Tuet's group, and replied, "We have to set fire to the village." Deep in the forest, Viong Yen Han was sitting on a girl wearing a pink shirt. Kneeling at her feet was a man in a gray shirt. Both of them were the people that Fang Shu killed earlier because of his actions. Strange, but now both are okay and serve Viong Yen and Han. So it can be seen that they have lost their lives and are controlled by her. She held out her feet for the man to lick. The man, with unfocused eyes, obediently followed Viong Yen Hien's wishes while letting that man lick her feet. She said dissatisfiedly, "It was not easy for you two puppets to plant the seeds on the Special Action Squad. They were almost able to control them from rioting, killing those group of spirit masters. That Fan Shu guy directly let them go back." Viong Yen Hien angrily kicked the man who was licking her feet. She scolded her, saying that she had to find another opportunity to attack. She didn't know how much longer she would have to stay in this deep forest and high mountain. It was so frustrating. The kick to the head was so strong that the sound of bones colliding was heard. The man could only endure it silently. That guy was kicked until he was stunned. Meanwhile, Viong Yen Hien suddenly spread his legs. She said, "You come here and help me cool down." He obediently answered, "Yes, master," then began to do what she told him to do under her amused eyes. With a face full of pleasure, Viong Yen Nin closed her eyes. At the same time she said dissatisfiedly, "You guys said Fang Shu. Why can't they?" Slowly opening her eyes, Viong Yen Hien was immersed in pleasure. She looked up with eyes ecstatic in desire and silently said, "Obediently die ha-ah." The scene changes to another place. Gas tanks of all types and colors are placed neatly on the car. Fang Shu speaks up, "I can already feel it. All the villagers in Black 2 Village are ghost slaves of the demon race. There are no living people." Glancing at the gasoline cans piled up there, he continued, "Only by finding the source of the ghost's hair can we completely solve this problem." Tam Lin Tuet, standing next to her, felt very confused. She frowned and said, "If it's true as you said, then this strange level could be level B. We have to report it to the investigation department and wait for reinforcements." Fang Shu didn't answer, but just stood there silently. Seeing his gesture like that, Tam Lin Tuye was a little panicked and said, What's wrong?" After a while, he raised his head and glanced at her. The corner of his mouth slightly raised in a sarcastic manner. His expression and the dark, strange atmosphere looked quite scary. He spoke. His voice had some quality. "Question," I asked her. "How many spirit masters does the investigation department have in total, including how many new people? How many people do you think the superiors can send?" Fang Shu continued in a deep voice. "Besides, is my ability wrong? I only have one life. If I don't have it, I won't take the risk." After he finished speaking, he immediately reached out and picked up a can of gasoline right next to it, saying, "Blackwater Village. There is no need to exist anymore," Fang Shu said as he poured gasoline out. His expression was extremely cold and calm. The gasoline kept flowing down. At 10 o'clock at night, at the gas stations flowing everywhere, Lu Zouai was kicking out the last barrels of gasoline. Zhao Hao spoke up and reported, "Brother Hugh, we all had gas over there." Lu Zouai had just completed his mission, using a towel to clean his hands. Fang Shu wiped his hands and turned to instruct Tam Lin Tuye to turn on the lighter. After hearing the command, she waved her hand, purple flames shooting out from her hand. The fire that had just been released came into contact with the gasoline on the ground and began to flare up strongly. The hot purple fire spread quickly, gradually engulfing the village in a sea of fire before the two people's eyes. Very quickly, the houses were destroyed by the powerful fire. That fire spread out along the puddles of gasoline that had been poured before. The winds blowing through seemed to add fuel to the fire, making it flare up even more strongly, as if wanting to engulf and swallow everything. Zhao Hao looked at the fire in front of him and was a little scared. His voice trembled and he was a little afraid to speak. Hu, brother, are the people in the village all ghost slaves? If we do something wrong, we will commit a big crime. That crime, Lu Souai next to him seemed to have noticed something unusual. His eyes widened in surprise and he said, "Have you ever felt so quiet, such a big fire, and no screams?" Also no one ran out. Fang Xiu remained silent and did not respond to their questions. He put his hands in his pockets and stood thoughtfully, looking calmly at the fierce fire in front of his eyes. There was no one behind him. It just felt like him. That's the lone wolf. Fang Xiu's eyes stared towards the fire. His eyes reflected the purple color from the burning flames. He thought to himself, more accurately, it was a call for something from deep inside. Come, show up. It's time to show up. Looking at the fire spreading more and more towards them, Lu Souai and Zhao Hao were scared. Only Fang Xiu still lay in the same position with his hands in his pockets. He didn't know when he took out his sunglasses. Looks extremely cool. A dark shadow appeared from the flickering fire. Its face was both angry and painful. It looked like it was crying and screaming, "You guys, you deserve to die." Its scream was so loud, the volume was so high, that both Lu Souai and Zhao Hao couldn't stand it, and had to close their eyes and cover their ears. The scream still echoed everywhere. Ah! Taking off his black glasses, Fang Xiu smiled sinisterly as he stared at the crazy demon right in front of him. One of his eyes had turned into a slightly evil red color. He smiled with satisfaction. It seemed everything was within his expectations. Secretly thinking with excitement, it had finally appeared. The monstrous thing gradually stepped out from the fire, revealing a human-like appearance with long hair pointing in many directions. It could be thought of as a snake, but instead of a snake, it had medium-length hair, while waving in many directions like tentacles, 3 to 4 meters long. She walked to Fang Xiu's place and angrily said, "I originally didn't want to kill you, but you dare to burn my house down." She was wearing a red flowered shirt, looking very much like a country girl, but unfortunately not. Behind her were the villagers with scary faces. She angrily waved her hands and said, "Because so, everyone must die." Wang Niani waved his hand and suddenly blue-black water appeared from somewhere. She summoned water. The streams of water crashed into each other extremely violently. Gradually it appeared more and more, forming like a 10-meter high tide surrounding Fang Xiu's group. At this time he was still calm, standing there with his hands in his pockets, examining the surrounding situation. Those waves rushed into the village to extinguish the pink flames, the scale of which must be said to be very large. Tam Lin Tuyet was extremely shocked and mixed with a bit of fear. Her body was now wet from head to toe with water. Tam Lin Tuyet shouted loudly, for everyone around her to clearly understand the situation. "It's not a strange thing. It's a level 2 spirit master with the power to control water." Wang Niani flew in the sky, with hair 10 meters long, radiating terrifying power. With murderous eyes looking at everyone, Wang Niani angrily controlled the demon slave dogs, causing the demon slaves to rush. Her feet were full of bloodthirsty looks and they were ready to fight at all times. Tam Lin Tuate said, but her hair was probably a strange type of monster. These ghost slaves were all controlled by it. Fang Xiu calmly looked at the situation. He thought thoughtfully, "It seems like she teleported us to the Blackwater River last night, and also used these hair ghosts to control the female body." Murderous aura was all around her body. Vian Ni was very angry. She was no different from a monster right now. She waved her hand decisively and ordered the demon slaves to kill them. After hearing Wang Anjini's instructions, the ghost slaves immediately rushed towards Fang Ji's group as if they saw their prey. They rushed in from all directions and surrounded them. Tam Lin Tuye stared at them preparing to fight. She said, second-level spirit master plus 100 ghost slaves. Fang Shu, you said we can win, but where to win? Contrary to the urgent look Tam Lin, to it was so rushed that she wanted to jump up, but Fang Shu seemed much calmer. He smiled, a creepy, devilish smile, with sharp eyes looking at the demons in front of him like dishes on a plate. Fang Shu calmly said, I win. He looked at Wang Nini without taking his eyes off. He watched her every move and thought, if she was a spirit master, then dying first to return to mobilize heavy weapons was the best way. But that's too tasteless. The group of demon slaves rushed towards Fang Shu like hungry tigers. He looked at them and continued to think, I want to defeat it when the demon is at its strongest, use powerful demonic weapons to corrode the soul, and practice to light up. Add more spirituality and increase strength. Only then can ghosts all over the world feel the pain. After thinking about it, Fang Shu quickly took out his surgical knife and made an incision. Blood splattered. It turned out to be Lu Souai's hand. Seeing Fang Shu cut his hand, Lu Zhuai was extremely surprised. He held the bleeding hand and said in panic, what are you doing? Fang Shu didn't say anything more, but threw him a bronze candlestick and said, Take it, you guys deal with the ghost slaves. I'll find an opportunity to approach her. Lu Zhuai accurately caught the bronze candlestick that Fang Shu threw it over. He looked at the bronze candlestick and then looked up at Fang Shu, his expression extremely bewildered, and asked, What is this? It's a ghost weapon. Fang Shu patiently explained further. The bronze candlestick is lit by fresh blood containing spirituality. The light of the candle can defend against ghosts. Fat boy, you have a lot of blood, so let me use it. Hold the candlestick on top. Hand. Sure enough, the candlestick began to emit a strange green light. It seemed to suck Lu Souai's blood and gradually became stronger. Lu Zhuai understood the meaning of what Fang Shu did when he suddenly cut his hand and let him hold this strange thing, as well as the feeling of the blood on his hand gradually being sucked away, making him guess almost immediately. He said dissatisfiedly, Do you think of me as a blood bag? Yu Zhao was next to quickly cheer up Lu Zhuai, the fat boy, thanks to you. Liu Zhuai was extremely frightened but still obediently picked up the candlestick and hit the demon slave nearby, causing it to look very painful when hit. Liu Zhuai was extremely determined and shouted loudly, as he gradually realized that the power and benefits of the candlestick were beneficial and quite easy to use. Liu Zhuai gradually became bolder, using the candlestick's extremely large flame nourished from his blood to kill the crowd around. Dao. He seemed extremely excited, laughed loudly, and said, This bronze candlestick is also good to use. A large red flame flared up in the place where three people Tam Lin Tue, Lu Zhuai, and Zhao Hao were. It swept away a large number of demon slaves nearby. After a while of sweeping away the demon slaves like me, Lu Zhuai gradually showed signs that he couldn't stand it. His face turned completely purple. With a listless expression from being sucked so much blood, he forced himself to say, Hurry! I'm about to, I can't hold on anymore. It's like sucking blood 3 times in a row. How much further? Zhao Hao quickly encouraged Lu Zhuai. He spoke up, It's almost there, fat boy. Be patient, it'll help you. He said. Then he cut his hand and grabbed the candlestick with Liu Zhuai. Under the fierce sweep of the 3 people, the demon slaves were being destroyed more and more. The battle was extremely fierce. Fang Shu coldly killed all the demon slaves that were blocking the way, flashing slashes with a surgical knife. Although it is small, it has great power. Fang Shu said loudly towards Tam Lin Tue. Tam Lin Tue quickly opened the way. Hearing that, Tam Lin Tue quickly waved her hand to create a bright purple flame. Tam Lin Tue threw her hand high to create a bigger fire. She said very strongly, I can only do so much. Leave the rest to you. Tam Lin Tue created a huge fire above her head. She intended to throw it away to open the way for Fang Shu's group trapped in the siege. She shouted loudly, "Those strange people deserve to die, everyone." Before she could finish speaking, suddenly a stream of water poured down on Tam Lin Tuyet's head, instantly extinguishing her fire. Tam Lin Tuyet was extremely surprised. She had no time to react, and could only stand there dumbfounded. Endured the rushing water rushing over him. A large puddle of mud appeared from under her feet, and Shen Lin Tuyet fell down. She let out a scream, her expression extremely frightened. Tam Lin Tuyet's face was pale and sweaty. Trying to escape the mud, she said with difficulty, "You!" Von Hie's face was fierce, flying to the side, looking at her with an angry expression and saying, "Damn you! Do you think I don't exist?" Unwilling to lose to Von Hie, Tam Lin Tuyet's extremely tired body tried to create another fire in her hand. She angrily said, "You rotten thing, you dare again," continuing to not let Tam Lin Tuyet finish her sentence. Von Hie quickly let a stream of water pour over Tam Lin Tuyet's body, making her already miserable even more devastated. Looking at Tam Lin Tuyet lying down right before her eyes, Von Hie proudly burst out laughing, shouting, "Ho ho!" She condescendingly glanced at Tam Lin Tuyet with an open disdain and said, "Why do you say you are noble and dare to act like a savior goddess in front of me? Go play in the mud." Turning to Fang Shu's group, Lu Suai and Zhao Hao just held the burning lamp and ran after Fang Shu. The two of them were extremely exhausted. Liu Suai said almost in despair, "Hugh brother, there are too many ghost slaves already." Fang Shu still tried to cut down all the demon slaves in front of him to open the way for Lu Suai and Zhao Hao. Fang Shu saw that the current situation was extremely unfavorable and gritted his teeth thinking, "It's too far, the blood copper is at a closer distance, may exert other effects." Fang Shu stopped for a moment. He held his surgical knife and looked at it with a dark face, silently calculating. He could either die one more time in return, or he could risk using his trump card, the surgical knife. One match. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out, "Brother Hugh, please give way." Fang Shu wondered and turned his head to see who the owner of that voice was. He saw an extremely large, muscular man slowly walking towards him. Seeing the strangeness, Fang Shu thought to himself, "Since when was there another stranger behind him?" But I didn't pay attention. Looking at the man with his blonde hair slicked back, his face was smiling slightly, not looking like a bad person. Fang Shu was suspicious. Why is this person so big, even calling himself Brother Hugh? Zhao Hao. After 11 hours of strength every day, he will become tall and handsome. His body will be strong. His body will be enhanced, mainly increasing his strength. Looking at the abs and muscles clearly visible on his body, it looked extremely blurry. This person is Zhao Hao, right? This kind of ability is probably called the Crane King transformation. As if guessing Fang Shu's doubts and speculations, Zhao Hao smiled and replied, "Yes, Brother Hugh, it's me." Lu Suai was right behind holding the candlestick in a very confused manner. His expression looked at Zhao Hao somewhat incredulously. He didn't pay me much attention to Lu Suai's exhausted expression because it seemed like he had already predicted it. Knowing this situation, say, "I know you are very surprised right now, but you don't need to be so surprised." He put his hands in his pockets, posed majestically, and spoke with a confident and arrogant expression, because something even more surprising was behind him. The demon slaves quickly gathered and rushed towards Zhao Hao. Without much reaction, Zhao Hao stood calmly and looked extremely cool at the demon slaves rushing closer and closer to him, still smiling confidently. Then he put his hands together, smiled softly and said, "It's time." A loud noise rang out, causing the demon slaves nearby to stop a bit. It turned out that Zhao Hao was scooping that demon slave into his hand, shouting loudly. Then he punched so hard that it made a hole in the demon slave's head. The whirlwinds of his punch flew everywhere. He shouted loudly, "Go!" After finishing dealing with that demon slave, he quickly dealt with the rest. He punched a demon slave and sent it flying everywhere. While performing the combat, Zhao Hao almost screamed and said, "All go die for me. It is science, hour, and logic what a moderate structure, were Samuel and now." With terrible strength, Zhao Hao lifted the demon slave and tore it in half. The noise sounded very scary. Then, he used force and threw the demon slave to the ground with a loud thud. Liu Soai followed behind Fang Shu. Seeing Zhao Hao's terrible power, Liu Soai was surprised and exclaimed. Zhao Hao's power was so great. Standing right in front of him, Fang Shu asked. He saw his transformation. Of Zhao Hao yet? Liu Soai replied, "Yes," looking weak and scared, leaning against my back. Who knew that as soon as 11 o'clock came, a light radiated from his body? Liu Soai recounted, and he recalled that moment. At that time, he was holding the candlestick with his bleeding hand, while holding Zhao Hao, who was barely alive from exhaustion, next to him. Suddenly, Zhao Hao's body was surrounded by a yellow light, and then suddenly, Zhao Hao transformed into a large man. Retelling the story at that time, Liu Soai had a rather confused tone. That boy seemed to have turned into a different person, very confident. Fang Shu heard that and asked again, turning to a tall and handsome person who could explain. But what was that slick-back hairstyle? Could it be that his power could also change hair gel? Liu Soai had a bit of difficulty speaking. He was confused. Actually that wasn't hair gel. I saw with my own eyes he spit out 2 pieces of saliva, then stroked it back up. After brushing his hair back up, he turned into an extremely handsome man. Standing in front, hearing what he had done was revealed. Zhao Hao awkwardly turned his head to look at Fang Shu and Liu Soai. 3 times. Fang Shu was also speechless with Zhao Hao. Returning to the main task, Zhao Hao quickly used both hands to punch the 2 demon slaves next to him to regain his extremely cool form. Then in a row, 1, 2, 3, 4 ghost slaves were punched away by him and flew away, not even half of their bodies, but also had no shape left. Looking at the scene before him, Vyunjai Na was about to get angry. She was furious, her whole face contorted, causing it to become deformed. She raised her hands in the air, preparing to strike. A blue net was created above Zhao Hao's head. "You still said with that arrogant expression, you thought you could control me with this kind of trick. It seems you still haven't clearly seen the difference between us." After finishing speaking, you used both hands to pull the plate. That net again. With a flash, the net on his head was decisively pulled off. He thought he had solved it, but unexpectedly, the torn pieces of net turned into a rope and quickly wrapped around his hand. After being wrapped into many loops, the rope seemed to have a premonition that it tightened his hand and raised it up high, making Zhao Hao unable to react or escape because it was too hard. He silently cried. In my heart, as soon as I finished drawing, I was slapped in the face. This was too humiliating. Once Zhao Hao's hand was overpowered, the rope began to wrap around his neck, causing him to scream in pain for help. "Please help me." As fast as lightning, Fang Shu rushed forward and used his sharp surgical knife to cut the rope, freeing Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao was still very gentlemanly. He stabilized his body and regained his handsome appearance and said, "To be able to force yourself to this extent, you are too arrogant, but that's all." After saying that, he rushed up like the wind. Seeing that, Vuong Nini quickly shook her head, causing her hair to fly up. As Zhao Hao rushed forward, her hair hit him with a strong blow, surprising him and making him unable to react. Zhao Hao lost his momentum and was thrown far away. Everywhere he swept was filled with smoke and dust, proving that the strength of this blow was not small. He screamed in pain. Ah! Having been knocked down, Zhao Hao lay fainted on the ground. After Vuong Haini defeated Zhao Hao, she arrogantly said, "The person wearing makeup is the most annoying." Suddenly a certain murderous aura emitted, causing her to divert her attention. Vuong Haini raised her head and saw Fang Xiu with a surgical knife in her hand, frantically rushing down to her place. He very decisively slashed his surgical knife forward. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair, ears, and clothes fluttering. Vuong Nini quickly reacted. She threw her long hair upward to block Fang Xiu's attack. The white strands of hair wrapped tightly around Fang Xiu's wrist, making it difficult for him to move. Then, the other strands of hair quickly moved again. After a while, it tightly wrapped Fang Xiu's arms, causing him to fail in assassinating Vuong Nini. There was no panic in this situation. Fang Xiu was still thinking. Platinum hair is much stronger than normal black hair. Seeing Fang Xiu's docile appearance, Vuong Nini quickly said with pride, "Ha ha, are you scared?" But she doesn't know what will happen next, so she hasn't taken action yet. Fang Xiu? Ow, Wayne. Fang Xiu suddenly smiled strangely. He looked at Vuong Nini with a dark face, and with a disdainful expression, he said, "Look into my eyes," and one of his eyes gradually turned red, bright red like the color of blood. Then suddenly many strange, red and black auras gradually crept in. A small fireball was attached to Fang Xiu's eye. It glowed red and emitted light from the surrounding area. Seeing it, Vuong Nini suddenly felt extremely painful. She couldn't bear it and moaned twice, "You ah!" With a bang, Vuong Nini knelt down on the ground, her expression lost as if she had just experienced a moment of immense pain, making her feel like she was about to go to hell. At that time, the strands of her hair, losing the strength that was wrapping around Fang Xiu, gradually loosened and completely let Fang Xiu go. Without hesitating for another minute, Fang Xiu quickly rushed back to Vuong Nini in his place, a surgical knife in his hand, and he intended to finish her off right now. Suddenly, two lights flashed behind him, causing Fang Xiu to look back in shock and stop his actions. He suddenly laughed again, his devilish laugh, with a somewhat happy expression, because the prey had fallen into the net and had finally appeared. The bullets rushed towards him. Fang Xiu quickly used a knife to wipe them out. The sound of footsteps came closer and closer. Fang Xiu stood alone, preparing to fight the next battle. Vuong Yanyan arrived. Next to her were two men and a woman. Fang Xiu met and killed as soon as she entered the village. They were holding two guns in their hands, pointed straight at Fang Xiu's body. It was obvious that the shots earlier aimed at him were from them. And finally, a large and muscular man stood in the back with a hood on. He seemed to want to minimize attention, so he dressed like that. But with that body of his, it's hard to go unnoticed. Vuong Yanhin led the group. Her cruel face showed a sinister smile and ordered to kill him. Fang Xiu quickly reacted. He ran to hide behind a large rock nearby to avoid the bullets. Turning his head to observe the situation, Fang Xiu tried to minimize attention to himself as much as possible. The hooded man carried Vuong Yanhai like a sack on his shoulder. Seeing this, Vuong Yanhai was so happy that he blushed and ordered, quickly give her to me." After placing Vuong Yanhai on the ground, Vuong Yanhai quickly got to work. She placed her hand right on Vuong Yanhai's face and emitted a strange purple power. Feeling it, Vuong Yanhai opened her eyes. Seeing that Vuong Yanhai was awake, Vuong Yanhai moved her hand away. She sat up. Suddenly, she was extremely strange. She was silent for a while. Then she approached Vuong Yanhai's shoes, intended to kiss them, and said, "Vuong Yanhai visits the owner." Vuong Yanhai happily enjoyed this service. She happily laughed and said, "Level 2 Spirit Master and Level 8 Ghost are all mine. This feeling of pleasure is even higher than X. Returning is me." The President's Master, this time let him be a dog, haha. Fang Xiu stood silently watching everything that had happened until now. Now Fang Xiu spoke up to interrupt Vuong Yanhai. "Haven't you laughed enough?" Vuong Yanhai Seeing Fang Shu rush to surrender his life like that, Vong Yanhang crossed his arms and said proudly, "Oh, Fang Shu is right. You know me. Don't you also secretly love me? I have the opportunity to control Vong Nine and the Hair Devil. As a thank you, I will give you the highest honor." She continued in Fang Shu's fearless direct gaze, "Come here and kiss my feet. Obediently become my puppet. You can live." Fang Shu did not listen to Viong Yan's words at all. He put his hand behind his head and scratched and said, "Waiting for her for so long to appear, wasting words like that, I'm afraid I'm not cowardly." Feeling that she was not respected, Viong Yan's face darkened. She was angry, and then coldly ordered, "Little brother, I originally thought that you were a smart person, but I didn't expect that there was no discrimination at all. Get angry, kill. Now, hind, that show you woe, harmai, quashabadera, kill or years pidame, kill you gay." The hooded man heard his master's instructions. One of his eyes turned red, and he roared extremely fiercely. He screamed loudly, and then boom. The shirt he was wearing was crushed by his strong body. He and Vong Nai rushed to Fang Shu's place, while he was just calmly observing. Fang Shu was not afraid at all. He smiled again, the same cold and strange smile. Fang Shu smiled and said, "KKK, that's all."